and it's not finding much value in terms of look towards P2.
Yeah, look at all the operators Codm are still sitting on going in towards this P2 rotation. Got to be really choosy when you're going to start ripping some of these operators. Going to be Uling with the equalizer first. Has 20 eliminations to his into the fire. They have the high ground. Uling aware of it. He's just going to sprint right through them. It's the right call. Catches the spawner off guard. And now he's just trying to play for those P3 spawns while his team just absolutely benefit from the space being created.
And you want to talk about value out of an operator. You can send one player to win spawns when you have a player like Uling with equalizers out.
Gross.
Absolutely insane. The rest of the team focusing on the hard point, and Hen will make sure that he
Hey
can
guys,
keep things
welcome to the
going
stream.
for Q9 on
Sabke?
the hill itself. And that has been flawless. Opportunity for Q9 to flip the lead into their name for the first time this game. And again, with 30 seconds left, it's going to put pressure on Elevate to try to not just work through the time, but also try to find their way to the left side of the map. And Close says, hey, Uling, anything you can do, I can also do, as they find a way to try to contest the backside of the left hard points.
Yeah, I mean, it's much like you said, if you have a player like Uling to be able to find value with the equalizer and push through the backside of the spawns, and you're in a really good spot. Chloe attempted to do that alongside Susanna with the death machine, but they still have one more player, do Q9, all the way in the back.
It's too soon.
It was way too early. So now you're in an uphill battle, quite literally, in the resource department, not to mention in the positional department.
Yeah, the opportunity, you don't really discredit for the amount of kills that he got, but with 19 seconds left in the hard point, with 8 seconds of lock time before the hill opens, that route was just a little bit too early. And now Cloud can reestablish control for Q9, just getting to work with the war machine. Looking left, looking right, looking inside, outside, upside down.
I'm gonna do a 500, 5,000 CP giveaway in the stream.
Over here out of you right now, but I'm not
and to participate in the giveaway, all you have to do is be on the stream, and I will give the codes of the 5k CP towards the end of the stream.
No trophy system on the point. It's all
Not only 5k CP, you will get the codes for multiple other free rewards like charms and a unique character.
Sublime. Still 20 seconds left to fight over, and PJ spawns in towards the back. This is a well-timed spawn flip if you are Q9, whether they meant it or not.
Yeah, but Q9's aware of it, and they do get a couple more eliminations and reaffirm control on the hard point itself. And now you take a look with 8 seconds left. Now we start to build the rotation. HKD try to chase down the one Elevate member over towards P4. Pred Missile also trying to get some information before it gets called in, and Curly will connect on to PJ. Q9 are in position for now, being tested. Big moment in this game for Elevate, trying to win the spawns.
Hi, Pretty Savage. Welcome to the stream.
What's up? Can PJ follow up? No, it's Uling able to catch two, and Elevate will be pushed to just the front doors of the hard point, where they will be pushed off, and Q9 will have numbers inside the hill.
Yeah, they still have snow control though, so they're going to be able to command one player to still spawn over on the
guys,
side of
what do you
P4,
think?
but
Who's
Q9
gonna win
is
this
holding
WC
so far back on the P4 side,
WC
they're still gonna
2025?
Get some of those anchored spawns coming their way. They're aware.
Oh, good.
Elevate still hanging around snow. D-Gen rips
Whoa.
himself that Sparrow, but a popcorn nade comes from Susano. Could be the opening to fight for 25 seconds.
You've got Elevate who are still spawning out behind the back. It looked like Q9 had made the right read on that Sparrow timing, but now you just got to win from inside the hard point for the scrap time of 18 seconds. And it may seem insignificant, but I promise you it is not as we get closer and closer to 200 points for Q9. Elevate now a little bit trapped, spawning behind Tractor, and Q9 have them absolutely worked up as Uling continues to rip him apart. Holy cow, he's on 39, not to be outmatched as 3 of his other team members, now 4, are over 30 kills as well. So Q9 are absolutely shredding.
2/3 of all these eliminations.
गिवअवे जो होगा वो होगा 5,000 CP का plus codes for character and a charm.
You said it so plainly, like Elevate, they just want to get their feet on the point and just try to play a good corner so that way they can try to set them up. But Q9's fundamentals way too sound. That 30-point lead that Elevate had nullified. Going in towards the third, and I can only imagine the final set. Elevate got a lot of work to do. They're doing a good job, still scrambling in the middle of the map. The Death Machine does well to at least get them space forward, but Q9 are so patient and then resilient as they just wait for the resources to finally be depleted, and then they jump back in.
Just like it started, it may come to an end as well. Elevate really good on P1. Susano getting in the mix. Woo! Almost for 5. Tempest to follow though for PJ. That's enough to get Elevate close to the 200-point threshold, and he is not done yet, my friends. Chloe follows up with the equalizers, and that's now a lot of space as Elevate are only down 5 points.
Q9 have struggled to fight for P2 the entire time thus
Yep,
far.
guys, one of you will get 5k CP on stream, so be active in the stream, and I'll drop the code for the CP at the end of the stream. Towards the end of the stream, not at the end of the stream.
Come back around, get themselves back over towards this metal side of the map and try to play for a couple of trades. But Elevator's scrappy, man.
Yeah.
They got a lot of snow control, and because of that, they will flip out
Okay,
the spawns, forcing
let's see.
Q9 out of the world.
Pretty
It's
savage.
expensive though. 3 operators spent for Elevate just to get us to a tie game. You're going to have efficiency and economy starting to lead towards Q9.
CP का giveaway on stream रहेगा. मैं CP का code on stream paste कर दूंगा. So सबसे पहले जो redeem करेगी ये उसी को मिलेगा.
Big double over the top.
First come, first serve.
Tough with the shotgun shots there, but he's got help nearby. And with 23 seconds on the clock, you start to take your eyes down to the minimap. Q9 are playing for new.
You get the crossfire. It's being held by Kendi, but he's only going to be able to get a couple players peppered up with the XM4, so they're still going to be able to slip all the way through. It's still one more player. It's Curly, but dealt with kindly. Elevate, flipping the lead. Those 3 operators, it was a gamble, but it works out.
These next set of kills are the most important for Q9. Spawns are about to open up behind P3. Death Machine locks down Snow, but there's a little bit of uncertainty here for Elevate on where this Q9 hit is coming
Only
from.
one guy can win 5,000 CP, and rest can win. Multiple players can win a charm and a character. कोड आपको यूज करना है Codm official redemption center, जिसका लिंक आपको डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा. You will get the link in the description for redeeming your code.
HKD to the front door. Elevate, try to move around the back. Do you need to get on the
I will drop the first code for the charm after this match ends, so stay tuned.
She holds down the trigger, finds himself too. 245, 236. Elevator scrambling. They have no operators. They got to find a way to do this the hard way. A moment of contest comes through, but the gunfights don't go their way. And Q9 steals Elevate's map pick.
Big pump up coming through from Q9, making sure that everybody knows you do not challenge a CDM team on Summit. It is a home away from home, scrappy as you may like it. X's and O's segment with Alan to open things up, and it panned out ever so wonderfully for a photo finish. Again, it just always seems destined between these two teams to have such a close affair with all the hard points. But that one moment was everything. The push around the back to play for the spawns, the death machine in return for Suzanos that was ripped really early, let's be honest, with just watching the snow push. But nobody was holding for any tradable position on the one player that was holding the P2 push. And because of that, they lose the spawns, they lose the resource advantage of what they did so phenomenally on that P2 on the final set of hills. And then they lose the game because of it. That's tough.
It's real tough, and I hate to just look at one specific moment, but in the heads of Elevate, you're probably looking into the middle portion of that final P1.
Yeah.
We're calling out 3 operators just to get us back to a tie game. And when you need them most, when it gets mixy behind the P3...
Till now, most of the players are with Elevate. Let's see who takes the trophy
Cloud is able to get
this
to the
year.
front door with the War Machine. The Death Machine on the flip side able to lock things down through Snow. And those small advantages, and they are small, were enough to make it at least some sort of convincing way to get Q9 in and through the hard point, wipe Elevate back, and put them into desperation mode.
Look, Summit isn't exactly as small as Slums, but on 5v5 Call of Duty Mobile, you're going to have these micro adjustments to try to make these split
So the
decisions.
additional reward you guys gonna get is this character and this charm.
That was going to be it, but just being able to
And I'll drop the codes for both of this randomly on the stream, so stay tuned for that.
Of Elevate Puck, much like the first P3, they were able to do so. The amount of flips that Q9 were
What
able
happened
to
to
get back in their
Indian
favor
godlike
after
team?
Elevate got better
Because
spawns
of some
is
visa
offense.
issue,
40
India and Seoul
32
didn't
Abenauchi, but
manage
51
to
by
reach
out
there, but
bowling.
still some of the players from both godlike and
Trying to compete with his
SATL
teammates
managed
for the
and created a
individual
new
accolade
team
of top
called
KD,
New Gen
top
Ninjas,
kills
and
across the
they have
tournament.
competed really well, but
Says, "Hold
badly they're
this."
out now.
Good morning, Western Hemisphere. You wanted to watch some COD Mobile. Okay, we're in there.
Yes,
And
you
we're doing
guys,
it
one of
dirty.
you
We're doing
guys
it
can
right.
win 5k
Let's take a
CP
breath.
on the stream, so
Search
stay
and
tuned
destroy.
for that.
Coastal, map 2. Talk to me. What do you got?
Well, for Q9 in
Let's see
Coastal,
who's gonna win.
it's an interesting choice out of them. It's one of 2 maps that they did lose throughout the entire tournament so far. It was a 5-7 Coastal Search and Destroy loss to our team that's waiting in the lower finals of STE.
Yeah.
And in those final few moments, it was SCE just
And to
getting
participate in the giveaway, all you need to do is like the stream and be on the stream. That's it.
Like that from time to time.
Nothing
if you
else.
do lose one player down mid and you get that flank completely going awry. So I'm sure that Q9 desperately were watching.
So I'm dropping the first code for the charm.
Whatever they needed to be able to feel confident coming in towards this one, because Elevate are 1-0 on the weekend thus far, and they knew watching that VOD, I'm sure, that they do have some sound strategies surrounded by Kendi and Susano.
Agreed. There's also just kind of the
Yes, the code will work globally, so don't worry for that.
These two teams are kind of antithesis of one another when it comes to search and destroy. Elevate have hard veto.
Yep, me too, but you can't underestimate Q9. They are also a very good team.
It's been pretty much all Tunisia for the side of Elevate.
To participate, all you need to do is like the stream and be on the stream. I will drop the codes randomly. So for that, you have to be active in the stream, because the code will work for only for one person.
Doesn't make it in because that was one that was really hotly contested last year. And a map that
so I've dropped the code. Go for it,
regions
and whoever redeems it, let me know in the chat.
Standoff and Coastal feel a little bit less familiar in terms of identifying these teams with what they like to do on the map, but Coastal has been a map in Chinese COD Mobile for the last 4+ years. I imagine Q9 are no strangers to what they want to do here.
Oh, definitely not. And you go in throughout all the bans, like the Kurahana Metropolis is a very targeted, or a self-ban when it comes down to Elevate. Not really wanting to play on that one, even though they do have a very strong double sniper. But all things considered, you go back to the entire veto process, it's not just the summit. Yeah, they did pick the standoff as well. Should we get to that map number 5? A lot of ego challenge coming out from Elevate just to leave the Coastal in general. But the firing range still available. We only can wait for the answers. These guys clearly have the playbook available for themselves to get in towards this one. This is going to be a massive matchup, even coming in towards this one, as Kendi, Uling, going to be two of the star players coming in towards this Coastal Search and Destroy, looking for those crucial picks to be able to get numbers advantage.
Imagine that's supposed to say Search and Destroy average, because 9 points at hardpoint. What are we doing? It's Search and Destroy.
They like the objective, man.
The interesting thing about this, though, is the Kendi men.
Yes.
He has been fiery.
Indeed.
When he gets the scope in hand. So that's something to keep an eye out for, as often I think we could categorize, at least from Q9 and Wolves' perspective, when they play Search, they do try to prioritize either A, playing for something that is off of a first pick basis with a scope, or B, and we see this a lot, I think, from OUG.
Don't worry, guys, I have multiple codes, so
get into hardpoint, or get into hardpoint.
You guys
point,
can also win it.
Set up your post plant with big numbers.
Just stay on the
those are
stream.
Things that Elevator are going to have to kind of focus on, or do they actually want to take that 1v1 across the map with scopes, or are we going to try to fight on point and try to counteract some of the nades that we expect to see from Q9?
You're most certainly not going back into Summit, don't worry, guys. Yeah, there you go. Too much snow on the ground for the sunny architecture that is Coastal Search and Destroy. This one's going to be fun, man. We're going to get a lot of explosive 1v1s potentially.
Yes, the code will work globally.
Potentially work. HSO shotguns up through the gullet is going to be the opener, at least for Q9, just to throw a lot of util and just kind of see if they can catch anybody from Elevate off the surprise.
Good reps for Q9 on this map throughout the bracket so far, as
who's gonna win this round?
Trouble, but Kendi,
Elevate or Q9? What do you guys think?
And Susano stays alive. Teamwork comes through to isolate on the backside of A, and that is what I was talking about. Q9 full flood with nades. Elevate say bet. Take one of these. Yeah, light it at their feet.
The moment that they see all of these nades just kind of being yeeted out from the tunnel side, they're just ready to be reactionary to counteract that with nades of their own. And machine pistols in hands, also really good, as the last two players alive for Elevate are their snipers of Susano and Kendi. So they know they got bomb drop. They're just holding these points of ingress as they're waiting for the 60 seconds for Malchi to make a move, who was also playing with a snipe.
Yep. This is one of those you dream of moments if you're a fan
when we do
of 1v2 clutch opportunities, because if Malchi hits one, he's going to have likely an opportunity to get away from the quick play out from the other member of Elevate.
So much to clear.
Correct.
And there's so much time left on the clock that they could be hitting different routes. He has so much to clear, and he's starting to run out of time to do it.
Well, he's gotten some good success now, making his way and committing to just focusing on the site itself. Here comes the first check. Oh, whoa. I was going to say he sees the hand, but saving a life. Is that back corner player who was not seen Whoa, that got a little.
That was
Ray
really
plays
quick.
ominously in the distance as, I mean, there was also an opportunity for the slide chow for a potential lineup, but that's not the universe that we're living in. Elevate able to stop the offensive incursion. This time, Nate's up through the middle of the map. They're going to commit to it this time.
Yeah, at least initially get that scale deep play on the way. Trophy system will keep this Q9 offense in position. And Uling has found an isolated 1v1. Keep your eye on the minimap, though, because Elevator looking for the quick flank, and they get the read that Q9 have not left mid-map. So as soon as the smoke fades, Elevate execute, and they take this thing right back away from the grips of Q9.
A feather in my cap earlier from the walkout that you and Puckett were losing your minds over. It was Susano. He was walking with his chest pumped out, man. He is ready for this one. Last player alive is Cloud, and he will just sidestep back into the aforementioned Susano.
That was really quick.
Going to be able to walk away with that first blood. Again, you try to take a lot of space in the middle of the map, and all Elevate essentially have to do is just kind of back down and just wait for the extra points to be able to get themselves in a situation to be able to play for those crossfires. Q9 constantly trying to make a move within the opening 45 seconds, getting punished for it.
Oh, and the response.
Thanks, Sonubhai, and welcome to the stream, bro.
And Q9 are stepping away from the and going into that idea that we were talking about, taking the sniper battles without anything congesting the line of sight. Initial kill good for Elevate, but counteracted, and we'll go back into a 4v4 with 1:30 on the clock.
That stun, actually, yeah, that nade landed right on Uling's forehead, so that's all a lot of information that you can get for yourself. You can tell that Q9, the arrows there in the mid-scoop, they're going to think that maybe someone's going to push them, but now here comes the commitment in towards the B side.
Good smoke from PJ. Timing on that is absolutely perfect, and he's finessing. Whoa! You got barbecue back there? You didn't invite me? Yopi from the front now. Has Cloud backing away. Would have to be a 1v3 and close. Feeling it. Red dot chase underway. Nowhere to go. What a response from PJ and the Elevate defense again.
Well, you typically see those B executes. A lot of it is all off of just the grenade that comes over through the window. The moment that PJ saw it, like you said, he dropped the smoke right at his feet. And he made a nice little rave party there inside of the one for the bomb side, just completely finessing. 2024 MVP, by the way, some casual stuff as Elevate have a 3-0 lead.
Elevate is clearly taking revenge of the previous match.
Full-flooded with the nades.
Aggressive.
And that is fine for a 1-for-1. Clo, just one more trail nade just to try to slow down this hit and allow the defense to rotate over. Who now, those defenders at B are in position to try to fight from the back of the site, but Cloud has a deep nade that lands and Q9 held numbers.
And this is exactly what you want to see, right? I mean, when you get a coastal search and destroy, you're going to want to be the aggressive team first before Elevate have any ounce to be able to set up where the offense is coming from. Susano got all the information. Going 1-for-1 is fine, but soon out of the trades, Q9 stand up top. PJ, 2024 MVP. The 1v3 beckons.
This is tough with a shotty from this angle. Yeah. But there's the smoke. Can't quite finesse through it to get the first decent idea, but Q9, a late nade, the difference maker in this one, and more importantly, the opening shot that lands out of the sniper in the corner. That 1-for-1 is critical.
Yeah, Susano
guys,
playing that
don't forget to hit that like button. Just double tap on your screen. That's it.
Like you were talking about, does kind of help out the play just ever so slightly, but getting themselves around on the board via. Hey,
next code for the charm I'll drop after this match.
So nades coming up. You still have a very aggressive player. That's going to be PJ. He gets smacked in the face with a grenade. He's forced to back down. He's waiting for Susano, who's holding this cross. He's the alarm bell.
Okay, let's see who's going to take this round.
But information is known that there's
something Elevate will take this round.
If you are Q9's offense. The smoke has faded at mid. Elevate trying to re-clear with nades of their own. But the crossing still continues to stay open for Q9 to go back and forth between both, at least sides of the map. I won't say sites as of yet. But it looks like Q9 are, it looks like they want to try to take this fight over towards A. Maybe just hit the mid-cut to get there.
Smoke right at the entrance of B. Yopi's just watching it. Cloud's expecting maybe to take that challenge. It would be isolated. Nade hits. So it does get the information there for D-Chen that is up in the middle of the map. Past Fountain, actually. I think he's just hoping that Malchi might be able to work that pick, but Kendi slides on it. Yeah,
this is a huge advantage for Elevate, but there is a response here as Curly and Mauchi clean off the two members that were holding over towards that front position at A. Bomb now collected, can make its way over safely for a post plant as Elevate are three-man stacked on the opposite side of the map.
They want to play for that 3v4 retake. I mean, maybe they thought it was going to come over towards B. A lot of information for Yopi in the audio department, but now you're delayed to try to play for this exit.
Who's gonna take this round?
You got to try to set up for this pinch, and yeah, Susano, it's fine. Going to go 1-for-1, but the other two players not.
I'll drop the code for 5,000 CP at the end of the stream.
That was well guarded
towards the end of the stream, so you have to stay tuned for that.
Uling playing for contact on the stairs. Kendi has to check too much, but now the awareness is there, and he has a teammate to try to assist.
But till then, you will get the codes for the charm and a cactus skin.
Neither can Yopi, and Uling will get us back to a one-round difference.
Yeah, Uling
So the character and the charm you will get with this code is this charm and this character.
Starting to really work out for Q9 is when they really take a commanding amount of space. It's causing considerable doubt for Elevate. And then those two snap trades that come through over by the A site, and we didn't get to see it, so we're not too sure if it was an overextension for information. But back towards that aggressive hit. Klo is going to be the aggressive player again, always cycling players out, and they're constantly getting blooded. This time they didn't go 1-for-1.
I love that idea though for Q9. They get double trophies to make sure that that offensive play to the front of A main is staying safe, and then as soon as you realize that the nades through mid have Elevate pushing up, you isolate, you take the 2v1, you win that one out, and we've got a 3-3 half as you swap the sides. That was a brilliant adjustment from Q9 to make sure they could handle Elevate trying to get aggressive defensively round after round towards A.
Yep. Fighting aggression with aggression, just off the trophy systems, gets so much information. Bomb left in spawn, trying to get this forward position is Kendi. Maybe try to catch some player off guard. Yeah, he sees Mauchi throw a bullet over this, though, eh? Nade comes out. Susanna looking for the challenge, doesn't get it, so it's good info. That one player still sliding around looking for info over here at mid, but the other players trying to find info over at A. That's where all the trophies are.
Yeah, and you can definitely take a look that Q9 are feeling
codes will work for only global.
Battle through middle. They had two members up forward at A main and now have gotten into a very passive position deep, and whoa.
Wow.
That is a medium rare perfect steak of a nade from Cloud9. Cloud9? Q9 Cloud. Dude, that was a confusing one. Q9 Cloud? What year is it?
It's interesting that Q9 actually aren't playing this position with an HSO shotgun to be able to find that timing off of whatever audio cue Cloud did get. He's playing in this 1-for-1 position with the Odin, which still does slap, by the way.
Yep.
Now Elevator going to look to slide on this.
Do they have anything to try to get them in? A deep smoke would be great, just so they can isolate the angles inside. Instead, Susano has already kind of cleared a couple of those back angles, and now he's going to take the peek, but he misses out. Follow-up is good as Curly stays alive. He's got help from Mauchi, and Elevate have been stuffed at the front doors of B.
Bomb drop there. Klo, 1v4. Pretty gross. He's able to find at least the first. Gets info on the back two players, but not going to be able to get it. And yeah, that's what I was wondering for Klo, who was like the last rotator from that B execute that was attempting to find any information. That got stuffed by all the trophy systems to maybe have that last little bit of util, but everything essentially got dumped either through mid to try to get that pick onto Mauchi or try to get some space over by A. So no late util. Very difficult to try to take the B bomb side.
Kendi's got info on the defenders that had early crossed into B. And look at the route from PJ trying to follow on that, but Mauchi's able to connect. And that now means that this Elevate hit that has committed to getting into the B point has to clear off these defenders that are tucked into corners. Defense starting to rotate over. Curly's hung on to the backside of the site for not just one, but two. Oh my goodness, Q9 looking sexy inside the backside of B. Elevate completely.
Sadly, the Indian team is out of the WC
to try
now.
to isolate and get himself back into the picture.
They didn't qualify the day 2.
Has a really good weapon to potentially do it with, but you see Q9, they were starting to set themselves up maybe.
And we all know why the Indian team didn't qualify this time, because of the visa issue.
Spot.
So we can't do nothing in this
situation. To the corner, just trying to find entry behind the bar. Kendi. This high-low stack to the left is the most dangerous part about this, and he's read it. Yep, and Q9 will not let him get away. Curly, holy cow. Inside the B point has been critical for the Q9 defense.
Yeah, he's got assistance to be able to nullify any nades to flush him out on that backside of position. Again, you're mostly expecting for an HSO shotgun player to be playing that close-knit corner, and Elevate not going to be able to find that pick on the Curly all the way in towards the back there with the Odin, so they're going to go back to the drawing board. But you constantly get these trophy systems in the early get-go of these rounds for Q9 to stop any information from getting closer over towards A.
That was really close.
Rarity of missing a shot. Would love to be able to get that one back for that first blood.
May have been looking at the minimap. He was late on the trigger
right there. The code for the 5k CP I'll drop towards the end, but for now I'll drop the code for the charm and a character skin. And I will drop it randomly.
Back of the site, holding onto the Odin
so
once
for that
again.
You have to stay tuned.
Kendi pushing up. And Curly has read it. And Elevate can't commit to this. They simply put cannot commit through this angle. Nades over the top to try to keep him safe. really well placed by Q9, and Elevator running out of time to try to make a decision on what they want to do here.
And Nate's coming up short as well. It's not going to flush out Curly all the way in towards the back. Yeah, trophy system in towards the back, finally destroyed. But at that point, you don't have any utility. Yeah, PJ throws a shoulder over towards
Guys,
line.
don't forget to like this stream because it's really important.
Via the sniper rifle. You don't have any entrance in towards B. You're going to have to brute force your way in A.
That little slide over for Q9, though, has the defenders on A a little bit more limited. So you're going to get a 5v2 over towards the site, but the commitment is not fully there. Uling eventually traded, but he's done his job.
You can claim your rewards from Codm official Redemption Center, and you will get the link in the description.
Just on the call.
Or you can simply type on your Google Codm Redemption Center and you will get it.
Problem is he's only got 23 seconds to fight with.
Not enough time to be able to find all the eliminations, let alone plant the bomb after collecting it. 6 rounds on the bounce coming for Q9.
Q9 totally changed the scenario, and now it seems like they're going to take this
nades have been absolutely stellar to be able to keep information in their favor and to keep Elevate at bay. So now we're going to go over towards the aggression for B. Leave one player to cause distress over at A.
Trying to work their way in, but we don't have the nades.
What was that?
Smoke the front doors. And once again, Q9 just played the back of the B site. That was one of those set plays for Elevate that say, I don't know what to do, so let's just 5-man hit B. It doesn't work.
That Odin spray was truly deadly.
Fantastic.
Never the meta play to have that Odin all the way in towards the back, but that crossfire is gross. Kendi, 1v5 for a highlight moment. We got one for Lucas yesterday. This one would be massive considering.
1v5.
Lucas's was just 5 shots right off the get-go. This would be next level. I can think of one other moment, and Bobby Plays knows. It was a North American matchup on Crossfire Search and Destroy.
Ah.
He knows.
Mm-hmm.
I can already hear his little cheeky Bobby Plays laugh.
Oh, yeah.
That's not his laugh at all.
What it sounds like. But the bomb actually gets forgotten over here at B. And I like to imagine that Q9 would assume that the bomb was dropped, but it was around the corner, so maybe an oversight coming through. Kenny's going to start throwing a couple slides. Nobody from Q9 are over here, but regardless whether the bomb was dropped or not,
really appreciate that, bro.
You can just play for the retake.
Yeah.
The Odin really hit different.
Well, shotgun will be collected to give Kendi multiple one-shot
options
a
glitch.
Here.
Hopefully, we'll
how
see.
do you deal with the full flood of Q9?
Ichen still has a nade, too, to clear any of these back corners.
Kendi
I'm from India.
There's going to be some sort of a play around the back. He is guessed incorrectly, and the angle is now won by Q9 as they try to clear. Nowhere to go. Absolute chef's kiss. Cooking in the kitchen is Q9. Taking away Elevate's map pick and now find themselves comfortably 2-0 up in the series.
Not like a true reverse 7-0, but losing the opening 3 and then just ripping 7 straight is
different.
It's devastating, isn't it? Because, I mean, you go back to, like, even the hard point, Elevate were in prime position to be able to win it. They had that 30-point lead. You go in towards this map number 2, hey, you can trade it 3-3 for the half. That's pretty normal. It's okay, but then to not have any entrance whatsoever to get information over by B, no insight to be able to get down low through tunnels, and then just the strange decision to try to get in towards B without any utility in a good enough position to be able to find the entrance. It just felt like Elevate were really grasping at straws just to be able to get past the early defenses of each of these rounds of Q9.
I mean, let's think about this for a moment, though. On that B setup, and we saw that clip right there from PJ, that has been more of the orthodoxical defensive setup for all the teams that have played Coastal.
Yes.
Have a trophy somewhere in the middle of the site, keep a shotgun up close and personal.
That's right.
Q9 don't do that at
all.
No,
bro, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
One round they had that setup, but it wasn't tested.
I'm doing watch party for my audience.
Rotating late with the scope once you got to read at mid, and more in particular, Curly sitting in the back of the site with an Odin, just watching that cross, because again, Q9 they're more happy to play with all 5 members. They don't really care about trading 1 for 1. If Curly could stay in the back, get a pick, or at least get information and keep his life, Q9 would rather play a 5-man retake than play a 3v3.
Oh my, did Q9 do all of their homework going back to that 7-3 win for Elevate against OUG. That was the one thing they were constantly doing to break in towards that B site and down low. Susano 8-7 led his team in any way he possibly could, but Curly back at that site, man. 10-3, D-Chen being able to play for those opposite snipes. Uling in a lot of clutch moments with the XM4 over by the staircase. Just everybody for Q9 firing off on all cylinders.
Yeah, and that's the thing about this, just to kind of give you the full narrative of what COD Mobile has looked like in 2025. out of CDM, Wolves were the team that were dominating in the respawns. That's how they were able to kind of take advantage over teams like OUG, Q9, Standpoint, such of the nature. They were
no, the codes will not work for Garena. It's only for global.
Of CDM, both in the hardpoint and in the control. But on the flip side, Q9 had been so damn good in search, which leads us to looking at today. Wolves out, Q9
yep, you will get the link for the
Silver
Resistance
Surfer
Center in the description, or you can head to the Codm official Resistance Center.
And I think more in particular, they have been one of the only teams.
So guys, I'm gonna drop the code for the character skins.
And say, we're taking away your best.
So stay tuned.
They're not sitting on hard set vetoes, and it's really putting the series layout in their favor.
Oh man, dude, me and Alan love some good old targeted vetoes. Make sure that your opponents are as least comfortable as possible, putting them on venues you would never expect. And I think that's maybe why Elevate went for the couple curveballs. Should we go to that map 5 to be the standoff? We saw the summit, but yeah, win your map picks, be good at search and destroy. Everything that we expected from this Q9 team out of CDM being the better search and destroy team from that region. Now we go over to Crossfire. I know a lot of people are thinking, well, technically it's a loss here on Crossfire, but not legitimately for Q9. I mean, you go throughout all of Crossfire, this has everything that they could possibly.
So I'm gonna drop the code for character after we complete our second 100 likes.
Out takeoff, and it mostly has been Q9 who've decided between Raider Crossfire. What do they want to play?
So I've dropped the code for the character
slightly
skin.
Favors that of Q9.
Grab it.
Looking to make their early moves over towards A. D-Chen finds a ton of damage onto Kendi, but can't finish the kill. And Q9 are having to get their way in to try to find this trade and are unable to do so. So nice bounce back here early for Elevate, keeping the pressure on the attack of Q9.
Malchi, D-Chen, double sniper,
yes,
double
this
shotgun.
goes out for global.
One XM4 just to try to pepper some of these players for the one-shot kill, and it's just stray gunfight after stray gunfight. Players respawning, trying to get these stuns, these smokes all the way through mid, because Elevate know that Q9 are threatening the bus stop.
Oh, D-Chen trying to take some space at Broken. That doesn't work out.
I'm with the Elevate.
First tick at A does get locked. Clock still paused at 54.
It seems pretty bad situation for Elevates right now.
They're trying to put some spawn pressure on. Problem is they lose out on the offensive player on A, leaving D-Chen by himself, getting to work through the railing, and then over to the machine pistol once again. So second tick is locked. 16 plays 19, advantage to Q9 as it looked good for an extra 60 seconds to play with as well.
Yeah, Elevate can't throw more lives away at this. They're already trailed by 3. All these nades coming through to make sure that they can keep players maybe upon exit not getting inside deli. It's actually a late challenge comes through from Clo, and I don't know about that one because now you're lacking a defender for Uling just to run you down. A little bit of an overheat moment, but it'll set up his teammates that right there for the assistance.
Yeah, that's just one of those, you know, send the fullback forward to get the block and then let everyone else run behind it. Works out beautifully. 14 plays 10. First tick at B gonna get locked. Elevate trying to reinforce through shop side. Looking decent for now as PG's able to find one. Kendi find the trade on Mauchi. Elevate clear the zone. Moment of pause here as Q9 are coming off, trying to find a way to reset.
Your biggest reprieve is the life department. You got 90 seconds, 8v10. And Elevate just need to play out a couple of considerable trades, and it's going to cause Q9 to get a little bit distressed. Susano gives away his life, now trailing by 3. Q9 have an early operator.
I will drop the codes randomly, so you have to be active in this stream for that. Because it's like first come, first serve, only one person can redeem one code, so you have to be active and quick at the same time.
8v4 situation. Cloud trying to reset, able to get shut down onto Kendi. Clock still at a pause at a minute.
No, for this time there's no codes for 100 or 150 CP. You will get one code for 5000 CP towards the end of the stream and additional codes for the charm and a character skin.
If you're Elevate, you're probably going to want to just give away your life before the segments continuously get.
You can redeem your reward from the Codm official redemption center, or you can get the link from the description, or you can Google it.
Segment just get captured instead of giving away his life. A full segment offense for Q9.
With no
okay, I'll show you the character and the charm you're gonna get through the redeem codes. Here's the character you will get, and here's the charm you will get
to be able to play for that cross
using these redeem codes.
Initial spawn, but didn't even need it. Now when the gun is that hot, and now D-Chan's got the war machine to start.
Shot lands for Kendi though on the long crossover towards the broken barrels. War Machine, as you mentioned, had been pulled, Annihilator to follow, and a Death Machine. Q9 are saying, we want to take away the map immediately. Kendi's hanging. Chloe, look at the Tempest out, may have an opportunity to try to trade
this. If the code
is
not working for you, then there will be possibly two chances that one is that someone else has already redeemed it, or second, you have your network has some sort of issue, so you can use any VPN to connect and use the redeem for
right.
the
So
and the
yes,
redemption
it's taken a lot of
percentage.
time, but survivability is the name of the game as they try to make their way over towards A.
Well, you realistically only threw out
The
the
codes are
Tempest,
for
so now here
global.
comes the Sparrow from Yopi. Susano has the Death Machine should they want it, but they feel like they can get
Yes,
this
I'll
zone
drop the
just off of
codes
the
in
one
the
Sparrow.
chat.
They haven't fully cleared Broken yet.
Yeah, and you've got, well, almost a pinch on the way. Top double. Q9 are able to clear the zone. Down
Next
to
code
50
I'll
seconds.
drop
Here come the next set of
after this
operators
match.
from Elevate. War Machine, oh, this is not where you want to have it.
No.
Just trying to blindly throw it through the middle of the map. Fortunately, Susano is doing
Bro,
some work
his
over towards
spoil
bus
is
stop. So
War
even though he
Machine.
does drop, it pulls the defense over and allows Elevate to make their way over towards A.
There's always
That
just
was
one more player
actually
that's
that
causing distress. This time it's Mauchi. He goes 1 for 1. It gives more players the opportunity to get in towards Broken and maybe try to contest here at double. Second segment's going to get locked. 4 life advantage now for Q9 as they look to just concede the
thanks,
zone and just
Sonubai.
play for new.
Yep.
Really appreciate that.
Susano able to find a connection though on the Chen. PJ, is he good for 2? Yes, he is. He's going to get back top Broken and an Annihilator over towards the Q9 spawn. Just has to value his life. This pressure could be enough for the rest of Elevate to flood behind us and get into the bus stop early. Misses a handful of shots, but again, Q9 are stuck in spawn. Elevate trying to follow up behind this to keep this offensive play alive, but they're not on the zone. They're playing for the kills instead.
What a transition. 5 life lead now down to 4. Space being provided. Nobody on the zone though to cause a
What a
little bit
shot.
of threat. But Mauchi saw the mere pixel of Yopi, expecting for the secondary to come through. Q9 no respawns.
10v4. Now you've got Elevate on the zone as they're realizing the spawn trap has already done its job. PJ, brazen and boldly,
I know.
runs right
I know
through
they,
the
but
trenches
let
with
it
the
be.
shotgun. But Q9 are going to run out of lives here, and we're going to go offense for offense on Crossfire.
This is what's really important, Curly. He's gonna try to hop the zone. He doesn't get there in time, so we are tied up segments per a piece, and that's what I was talking about for Curly, just trying to throw his life on into it. As we take a look at Mauchi, his performance thus far throughout the entirety of this tournament, an absolute control demon, playing for a lot of those different crossfire opportunities, pun totally intended. Coming in towards this upcoming offense, Q9 able to match the offensive prowess. So Q9 gonna throw a wrench in the system, trying to get into Delhi first.
Tempest, though, is looking this direction. First shot lands, second follows, but shutdown is there by Mauchi's hands. 27 plays 27. Q9 trying to throw a curveball by hitting over towards bus first, and Mauchi, with a little bit of a delayed smoke, is able to find 2 and stay alive. Yopi, on the opposite side of the map, needs to make a decision here. You need to come back and help your squad out.
Hi
because this
SG,
B
welcome
zone
to
is
the
under
stream.
immense
What's
threat.
up, bro?
But his distress is that the A zone's still being captured. They don't know what Q9's fully up to yet because they lost the opening gunfights, and now they have a double zone capture in progress because of Yopi's hesitation. He dies over by the A zone. You still have players hanging around the B
Yes,
zone.
Vijay.
and Elevate
Let's
don't
focus
know
on the
which way to
match
look off spawn.
and leave
Chalk and
everything
rotate. We got to
aside.
get together here if you're Elevate, and it looks like they're just going to toss nades to B and then try to get their numbers back over.
I'll give
towards
the
A.
code
Susano
for the
outside
5000
of the top
CP
broken
CP
position,
towards the end of
finds
the stream.
2. That will get the lives a little bit closer together, and more importantly, you stop and deplete that third tick at B, but try to find an opportunity to really push Q9 back. Elevate come up a bit short, and now all of a sudden the Chinese are back over towards the B zone.
Look at all the operators, even if they need it, but the gunnies have been so good. Yopi finds himself in the sandwich of the pinstripe kill feed, rips the Sparrow,
I'll
finds
give the
himself
codes
a 3-piece.
for
That's enough to mitigate the life
charm and
advantage now
characters,
down to
and
3.
one
They
code
gotta
for
drop the A
5000
zone,
CP.
Or do they?
Or do they?
Slide right around the stairs, finds the opening. They're gonna deplete it.
Susano can enforce
Yep,
this with the death
totally
machine.
agree with you,
Q9
bro.
are
I also
pushed
hate this
back
map.
into
I
ice
only
cream and
use the
deeper
play
towards
in
their
this
spawn.
map while I
Susano's
grind
gonna
for
connect
long
once
shots.
Again. 45 on the clock.
But
Susano!
personally, I really hate this
21
map.
for him in the map. And he might not be done yet. Q9 feeling the pressure. Pop a death machine, but get nothing for it. And now Clo is playing up towards newspaper and can really pack a punch with this shotty.
Don't get too desperate now, Q9. You got 4 operators still left available in your tank, and you just need to try to get on one of these 2 zones to complete this third segment. But Elevate are playing with a certain amount of
I didn't
grit,
get you,
taking
Navdeep.
all
What do you
space
meant to
away,
say?
Playing for the kills, and the crossfires are sublime. They were down by a solid 5 lives at one point, and now lead 9-3.
Susano could earn himself an EMP here too if you can find the shutdown, but no. Instead, it's just the Pred missile.
Bro.
3v6. This round may not be over yet, but Kendi's able to hit onto another. So
2v6.
the clock comes to a pause at 5 seconds. Mauchi has an annihilator, but they need to win the battles outright first, and a huge nade over the top. Hits him, takes him out, and Elevate get a very solid response defensively.
Yeah, they do. I don't know if you were watching the mini-map when you had Kendi that was all the way over inside the spawn. Once he did find that kill, he was just in there just like bobbing and weaving against like the type 6-3 single tap until his teammate came over for that kill. Just,
catch me!
Yeah. Catch me. All right, so Elevate now up on map point. If they can somehow find the equal amount of success on the
at least
previous
better than
offense,
Terminal
we're
and
gonna be
Crash.
sitting pretty.
I can say that Crash is
did not pan out. Elevate go back
somewhat
to the
good,
tried
but
and true,
Terminal
right
is
into the
horrible.
waiting hands of Mauchi with the Annihilator.
He can take long-range angles, but Susano lands. Kendi trying to look over towards Ice Cream, and PJ will follow up with that info. And Elevate have made their way out of spawn with PJ now operating the Annihilator. Pred missiles also being honed in for Elevate. Trades are even though. Q9 hanging on to a 1 life lead, and Curly's playing forward, trying to watch the ramp up towards Ice Cream.
All the resource dump garners nothing but a 2-life disadvantage now. Q9 with this Tempest, to your point for Curly, he's just gonna watch this entrance inside of Delhi. Anybody walks in, they die.
Yep, that's exactly the idea, but Elevate have made their way back over towards A.
All right.
And now Curly's gonna watch a bit of a cross. What does that do to the spawns here for Elevate playing around the back? Oh, he's gonna be in a little bit of trouble. Uling feeling that he's gotten all of Elevate funneled in front of him. That's popped the equalizers and shreds them apart. But Elevate respond, get a shutdown and a couple of kills. Clo trying to operate the Tempest, but shut down quickly, keeps us at a 2-life edge.
Hey Gamers, welcome to the stream. Kya bro?
Tunnel vision in towards Broken, throwing more lives away. But we got at least one player around the A zone, waiting for more assistance. We have to clear double
Terminal
zone.
is so unpredictable.
Cloud deciding to stay away from it, trusting that his teammates can clear out the other side of the map first, but Elevator finding the kills. Now tied at 13 apiece. Clo has re-earned the Tempest and makes good use of it, staying alive, dancing, wiggling, weaving, doing the tango behind Boss as that machine is out. And how about Elevate? A late resurgence, have a chance to get the extra 60 seconds and continue.
Yes, Codm has
hard at the Q9
literally
spawn,
stopped switching maps for the modes. Previously they used to do it, but now they shuffle it quite
could be them hopping on towards the B zone, but Q9 are turtling inside of the bus stop.
3-life advantage. Elevate with some success making their way across the middle of the map. Last Sparrow hit does land, but the shutdown is there. Cloud working through smoke. Elevate pushed back. 4v7, 60 seconds, and we've got some calm on Crossfire for now.
Waiting for the dust to be settled to watch PJ with that shotgun. He's actually being launched from this cross and mounting the Type 6-3. He's going to try to hit this flank, I'm sure, in a timely manner. Elevator just waiting to see if Q9 are going to throw away any lives for free. They won't.
This is brilliant from Q9 playing a 4v7. They're going to try to force Elevate to play through Broken and up to that top corner building. And Mauchi is staying tucked. Curly is watching the cross. As soon as he calms it, Mauchi will pop out to try to see if they can take down Elevate through the middle of the map. Instead, Elevate going to cut right across the mid. No one's watching that. They're going to get to the front doors, but you've got Cloud on a death machine, and you've got a shotgun to watch the back door. 4v3, an absolutely beautiful raid from Q9. Off spawn, you got to sprint if you're Elevate. 4v3. One player has gotten deep, but it's PJ with a shotgun, and he will be red, only getting one elimination. 1v3 for Clo. Stun lands, but not able to find the kill. We're going the distance on Crossfire.
All tied up at segments, too, and that's what's terrifying is how the lives were panning out on the rounds that you lost. So what does that mean going in towards the round 5? Somebody's going to have to step up and execute on a second offense, and it seems that Q9 are going to be the ones to do so. Or attempt to, anyway.
Attempt to.
But this time they don't go over towards B. And that was the big gambit for them in the previous offense. Elevate were playing for it, but because they didn't this time, they have a lovely cross setup to nullify any push over towards A.
Now, Pred Missile will give them a little bit of freedom to make their way out of spawn. Follow-up eliminations are great from Mauchi's Type 63.
So guys, what do you think? Who's gonna take this round? Elevate or Q9?
PJ says, I smell a challenge, I want it, but he didn't have the help, he didn't have the support. Nades from Elevator now finally starting to make their way over the top, but that's not before Uling can take away the corner building, and Curly's hitting you in the spawn. It was a brilliant start for Elevate, but Q9 are catching fuego.
Oh, Curly trying to get around the corner. Prize fighters out for Clo. 3 in the feed now for Elevate. That's going to stop that A zone in its tracks. Annihilator now for Mauchi. Smoke's going to force him to reposition. He's got a really good angle now all the way in towards the back. Looking for a little bit more kills.
I know, Venom, you can do it easily if you have any secondary device with you.
Able to take down PJ as well. Elevator just throwing lives to the wind.
Yeah.
So the code for the CP you will get towards the end of the stream, and it's only one.
Not just playing
so
it across
for that
the map.
you have to be quick.
Elevate. They're close though on both zones. They're gonna get an extra 60. Hold on a second, they can still win this. They've got numbers cutting across the middle of the map. PJ's found 2. They just need one more segment on B. Can they find the kills they need? PJ defensive setup on the zone. They cannot get the full read. And Q9 respond from last year's champs with a 3-0 sweep of their own in the upper bracket finals.
Massive pop-off comes through for Q9 as they knew this match that was 399 days ago needed to come their way.
Don't worry, I have multiple codes, so you will have a chance to get it.
They're grand finals bound. The first team here in convincing fashion, I would say, especially for the way
So I'm gonna drop another code for character, so stay tuned.
The only real close shave was looking at that summit hardpoint.
Was that 3 straight comebacks? I think so.
Yes,
and what a way to get revenge over the team that blanked you in last year's grand finals. Q9 showing that they are here to get it all. They want the 350K. They want to raise that trophy. And with comebacks like that, Alan, you got to think this is the most mentally strong team we have seen yet in Codm.
Look at the compassion and respect for both of these two teams.
Oh, yeah.
This is game respecting game. And I love it because this is going to set you up for a potential best of 3 in the head-to-head series if Elevate can find their way back to the grand finals. But here's the thing about Q9. In this calendar year, they have had one success story, and it's been search and destroy. Yeah. They had not been able to beat Wolves when it came down to really anything in respawn. They were
dominate
5
this
maps
whole
in total
round
on the calendar year versus their counterpart.
Wow.
You look back across last year,
3-0, that was a 3-0
out of the water by this Elevate team in grand finals. It doesn't matter
against
what
the Elevate,
triggers are there, what hurdles
who were
are
the
there.
champions
No matter
of
how
last
hard it
year.
gets, Q9 forever and always rise to the challenge, fix their mistakes.
So guys, I have dropped the code for the character, so
Andy,
grab
can you
it.
walk me through this round 4 when we get there? Because Cloud just put the team on his back with the death machine. It looks like the operator choice saving the day at the end to keep them in this game 3. They go on to win the 3-0. How did this break down?
I mean, the death machine is one thing, but it's more of like the patience and the overall cohesion that Q9 do rely on. Again, having that back power position of the top side of the broken building to just kind of nullify any sort of back presence that Elevate are going to be
Let's
looking
see
for.
what's going to happen next.
Everything was coming up the front. Death Machine gets pop pucket, and they just run it down.
We had the OP.
Don't worry, Venom. You'll get the chance. I will drop multiple codes. So
by Q9.
stay tuned.
Mauchi continues to impress in the hard point, and of course in game 3 control 37-24 as it's Q9 with a 3-0. We now send it to the stage with our winners in Ian Chambers.
Crazy, am I right in thinking? Let me just
don't
check.
worry,
That
one
is
person can redeem
upper bracket
the
final is
code
complete.
only for one
Already
time,
it was
so
blinking, you miss it
everyone
type
was
stuff, but
gonna
we
get
have
a
our
chance.
first team locked into the grand final, and that is Q9. And I'm standing by with Curly and our wonderful translator Lucia joining us on stage as well. Curly, I want to talk about what it means to be in the grand final, but first, revenge over last year.
So
against
currently
your
I'm
opposition here
dropping
in
the
Elevate.
codes
It
for
must
the
be even
charm
sweeter.
and the character.
在今天的比赛当中，看得出来胜者组的比赛打得非常的激烈。想问一下，去年在 Elevate 的对战当中并没有拿下胜利，而今年是拿到这一场的复仇啊，现在的心情是什么样的呢？
非常的爽吧，只能说故事还在延续，还有一场，大家拭目以待吧。
It feels very, very awesome to beating them, and our story hasn't been ended. Our road will be the grand finals champion.
That is where the true redemption story lives. But speaking of redemption, resilience, you guys, you struggled at times at the beginning of each of those maps, but managed to come back every single time and then dominate. Is that a testament to your resilience going into the grand final?
除了今天的战斗力比较强之外，也看得出来你们的韧性非常的强嘛。在每场比赛当中会有一些落后的情况，但后面全部都追回来了。想问一下，当时怎么做一些调整的？
大家一条心吧，然后冷静思考问题，去解题就好了。
We stick together and we solve the problem
I
together.
can't, bro. Nothing
You're going
happened.
to
For
do it
what?
together, but speaking of yourself on an individual level, you've been cracked. You've been unbelievable in this tournament so far, one of the top fraggers. Do you feel a personable responsibility to show up in this grand final and deliver?
在今天的话，聊一下你自己个人的表现啊。作为本次世锦赛当中非常强有力的一名突破手啊，觉得自己的表现如何？包括怎么样去保持这个状态，在最后的决赛当中去展现。
我对自己打个分吧，就10分的话，只能有个8
So
分，
the
因为还
character
有
you
2
will
分
get
就是还是
through
不够
this
冷静，
redeem
做的
codes
不够好。
is this, and
If I
another one
want to rank
is this
myself
charm.
out of 10, I'll rank myself 8. And the last two will be I didn't feel very calm in the game. I'll keep on adjusted.
All right, well, we'll see if you can rank that up to a 10 in the grand final. If you do, next time we see you on this stage, you might be raising that trophy behind you high in the air as confetti falls at your feet. For now, Kelly, go and join your team and get set for the grand final. Lucia, thank you so much. Back to you, Puckett, as we look ahead to the lower bracket and reflect on what we've just seen.
Sorry, I said you guys were best dressed. Lucia wins that award today. Chambers always crushing on stage, but this Q9 crew is celebrating. They are nothing but smiles off stage. Curly on the stage, though, he's not happy with this performance. What more do you want out of yourself, my guy?
As every fine woman in the world has once said, ain't no ring, ain't no thing. You got to get that championship first. Then you can start to talk about greatness. Job's not done, and you still have two really tough opponents that are going to be trying to square up and get back some revenge because both have lost that Q9 team.
Now, Andy, this sets up a little bit of a historic storyline for those who are just tuning in into Call of Duty Mobile for the World Championship here for 2025. Elevate Puck and Stalwart Esports have seen each other quite a bit this year. That will be the next matchup and the decider to find out.
I have not given the code for the 5K CP yet. I'll give it towards the end of the stream.
Winner goes back to grand finals, and for Stalwart, I mean, you're looking at this to be able to break in towards that top 2 echelon. I mean, when you thinking about it historically in the Greener region, Stalwart Esports have never beaten Elevate in on local area network. Taking maps off them, taking series online, but never taking down the big dogs on lane.
So when in the same room, they lose.
If history is doomed to repeat itself, that's exactly what we're going to look.
Alan, if we're going to look for Elevate to bounce back, who had a rough series in this one that needs to come out swinging in their second series?
I can't put the finger on one particular person. That series was so tight. Yeah, they got a little bit out-strategized in Coastal. That was Q9's map pick. But when you're dealing with a 15-point game in Hardpoint and a couple of kills separating you in Control, I'm not pointing fingers at any individual. They just need to step up and really want it.
I'm going to tell them, don't worry about your vetoes. You can play any single map. You just got
Yes, I have the code for the same character, bro. I don't have the code for multiple characters.
It's Championship
So
Sunday. We'll be right
only
back.
one person can redeem it once. So the character you're gonna get with this code is this, and this charm. And 5K CP I'll drop towards the end of the stream.
我会给玩《使命召唤》手游的新玩家的建议是，如果你想有稳定的游戏发挥，最好再把你的灵敏度给设置成固定速度，这样会让你的每一次转动视角更稳定。然后一定要打开辅助瞄准，然后可以尝试把FOV 关联给打开。
The first thing I think is put the max frame rate in the game. I think the most player in the competitive don't use the max FPS that you can use in the map farm. So I recommend, and I'm using right now in the OnePlus 15, 160, and I think everyone on my team, I'm using 160.
First setting is the FPS. You need high FPS and just put the graphics in low, medium. Just get the maximum FPS you can get on your phone. And next thing is FOV. You should keep your FOV from 65 to 75 range.
One thing I found, even with some players that have had time in the game, is that they always have the ADS button for rotation setting on. What this does is, even when you're holding the ADS button, if your finger moves even a little bit, the screen will also move with it. When you turn it off, when you press the ADS button, the movement won't change for the aim.
The big line difference between new gen players and professional players comes truly from the sensitivity. Biggest problem is copying other players' sensitivity. Now, I'm not against copying sensitivity, but use it as a foundation because every player is different. Every player has different touch and feels. So if you're a new gen, make sure you stick and commit. My rule is a 1 week long-term rule. Stick to something for a week and then go from there. Small adjustments.
Okay, the first thing I do with my sensitivity is disable the link sensitivity with resolution. I use the acceleration value in 111. In the camera sensitivity, I use right now 107, and when I'm aiming with the red dot with the ADS, I'm using 117. In the sniper scope, I'm using right now 90 because I think it's the most comfortable sensitivity for me.
So
I've recently dropped a code, so I'll drop next code after a few
my sensitivity
matches
settings,
or after a few minutes.
I go with fixed speed, and for me, basically, I play like a low sensitivity because like I move my finger a lot, so I don't misclick. So basically, for the steering, I go with 70. ADS and red dot, I go with 100 and 100 for the camera. ADS and scopes are 90-90, so they're like way lower than it. Vertical here is also 90, and I use gyro, like little gyros, to like it helps with the aim, which is like 0 for the steering, but for the ADS 30 and 30. Same for the down, 30 and 30 for the firing.
我的灵敏度设置是我是固定速度。
Guys, we are very close to 200 likes. Just what are you waiting for? Just double tap on your screen. That's it.
Really high. I play on fixed speed.
We are only 14 likes away for 200 likes. So come on, guys. Just double tap on your screen. Navdeep, I will drop the code after some time, so you have to wait for that.
Welcome back, everybody, to
No,
Call of
I'm
Duty
not
Mobile
going to
World
drop the code for
Championship
5KCP now. I'll drop that code at the end of the stream.
Where we are blowing through these series right now. Can you please walk everybody at home who's just joining us here through what just happened? Because that was a 3-0 in favor of Q9. We still have Proper and I hold shift here to get us through the next series as well. But a little bit of a recap here, Proper. That was crazy.
I mean, they got thwacked on the last two two maps. I mean, like the control was close all the way until it wasn't. A couple of split decisions being made, a lot of hesitancy being exemplified by Elevate Puck, and thus they find themselves down in the lower bracket, losing 3-0 to Q9. Something a lot of people did not expect unless you are a Q9 fan.
I mean, Alan, What jumped out at you on both sides? First of all, for Elevate, because we're going to be looking at them immediately yet again facing off against Stalwart. And we've got some stats up here to take a look at as well. We'll start with that.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Stalwart is not just the head-to-head matchup that we have seen a couple of different times throughout this year against Elevate, but in particular this weekend, even though they've had some great success, they have had a little bit of issue in the control, not just overall finding wins, but what map do they want to play, which is odd. And this is one of those things. And if you're somebody who is a competitor still in the venue or someone who has unfortunately been eliminated who's tuning in, why are we not picking Team B more often? You get to respond to the only one veto that your opponents have. You get to choose between the remaining two maps. Stalwart's been one of the only teams who have electively taken Team B to do that. The problem is they haven't been able to find success converting on having a choice of the last two maps
Totally agree with
when
you,
it comes to control so often.
And you were highlighting that yesterday. You were saying how much you liked the decision to choose Team B first because it was that impactful. Maybe somebody heard you along the way. We'll see what happens here in the next series. But that's insane. I mean, is that what you expected out of Championship Sunday? I don't even know at this point. But we do have Stalwart getting set up to now face off against Elevate. So let's talk about Stalwart a little bit here, Proper. Give me your thoughts on what they can do against this squad.
I mean, there's a whole lot of underdog stories that are coming away from Stalwart Esports. To break in towards top 3 is a beautiful thing to be able to see for the Garena region. 2 of your best teams are in attendance, but they got to continue to level up their game because they have never beaten Elevate. They continuously step up. They took down Wolves yesterday. That's their biggest test thus far, and the next one's right
after.
All right, well, Alan, I think you've got a little bit of a special treat for us here. Some telestration specifically in relation to Stalwart. So walk us through what you've got.
Yeah, look, I'll sit here and I'll take the loss, friends. I've been sitting saying that Stalwart's been overrated, and I've been kind of hating on them a little bit.
Only thing you have to do is be active in the chat. That's
I'm going to flip-flop just a touch. But I wanted to at least show you not just the good that Stalwart has done to get to this point, but also moments where they still need to kind of correct some stuff. We're going to go back to their series versus Q9 yesterday. This is on Combine, which is a map that I don't anticipate we're going to see for this particular matchup, but this is just something that I want to show you. Keep your eyes on what's happening in orange. Just going to pause it right off the get-go. We're coming off of P2, or P3, pardon me, going over to 4. The one spot you want on this map to control that space early as you're the team breaking is right down middle. And they do a really, really, really nice job of off-exit finding successful kills and then getting players up into the middle of the map. So you've got an opportunity to not just go through that place, but you also can stop
I will drop another code for the character once we complete about 250 likes.
Any couple of members to come in from the front to find success. And that's really well done. You see them starting to win the rotation through mid as they come off this next set of spawns, and that will turn into what will eventually be some good early time. That's something, though, you don't just do once, Stalwart, and anyone who's watching. You have to continue to put pressure through the middle of the map. Kind of like we talked about with Q9, when you come off spawn, you need to continue to reinforce. This moment is actually brilliant, and one of those things that we see when Stalwart finds success, they do well. We've got full clearance of the map. So let's push through, hit a pinch, and really make sure that we have the opportunity to lock down all of the space in the hard point. But, and it is a big but, and I cannot lie, this is what Q9 does very well. They're going to be waiting in the grand finals for potential rematch. They take long routes to make sure that middle of the map stays clear, and look at what we're getting from Stalwart. This is not good. This is very one-dimensional, and it doesn't set up the layers correctly in 5v5. We're coming off spawn and continuing to just hit over and over and over again through this back lane, giving rid of the middle of the map to Q9, and wouldn't you know it, Q9 eventually use those positions to win their gunfights, set up their own pinches, and be in a spot to dominate the rebreak almost instantaneously. That cannot happen today, and why I've been sitting here saying that Stalwart, in terms of their respawn in particular, has not been as formidable as other teams that have been here to this point. So that's got to change. That has to fix. Otherwise, this could be a very nasty series in the hard points.
All right, Alan, thank you so much for that breakdown. Love to see that highlighted, and also hopefully something that they recognized overnight, and maybe they can fix that here for today. But let's start talking about what we've also got on the other side of our information, because we do have our picks and bans. They got them done real quick. Both of these squads ready to dive straight back into the series proper. I want to pick your brain on these first.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine why they were able to complete these vetoes as quick as they were. How many times have these teams faced each other over this past calendar year? I would have to take off my socks to count that high, I'm sure. But still, it's always in the favor for Elevate, and you have to try to put your best veto forward so that way Stalwart can feel the most comfortable. And like you were already pointing out, Alan, they love being Team B. They're still going to be able to get that as an opportunity because Elevate decided to be Team A. The Hacienda is in the mix, as well as the slums for the map 4. It's going to be very interesting. But even the firing range being picked now versus Stalwart versus it being open,
You have to be quick, bro.
It was a choice versus
Because
Q9.
everyone on
It's
the
just
stream is
constantly
trying to get the
boggling my
rewards,
mind
so
on some of these
for that, you
videos
have
that we're
to be
getting
quick.
out of this.
This is a complete opposite of what we just saw Elevate fail to do versus Q9. Stalwart just failed to do versus Elevate here. Scared of their summit, they have now allowed Hacienda to be picked first by Elevate. If you can't tell by the candor of my voice, if you're not a historian on COD Mobile, this is Elevate's bread and butter. And we're talking jalapeno cheddar sourdough bread. I mean, the good stuff. That is not a good veto process from Stalwart. I don't understand it whatsoever. They do get their slums, which is fine. But again, those are the 2 most played maps from Elevate this weekend. What are we doing? Like, hello? Let's do some research. I don't love the call, and this is a mistake that really could punish Stalwart early in this series.
250 to 182 versus Wolf yesterday on Hacienda. That is the one thing that I'm sure Stalwart are walking away from because that is the literal last
CP वाला
series that
code
they
अभी
have
तक
underneath
मैंने
their belt
drop
and
नहीं किया
taking that off
युवराज
of
bro.
Wolves, which is
वो मैं
Hey,
at the end of the stream drop करूँगा. So stay tuned for that.
Opportunity to be able to win this series.
They did it quickly enough that this seems like it might be the game plan, but it's time to find out if it's going to work in their favor or not,
bro,
because
for
our teams
20
are ready to get
rupees
themselves
super
out
chat.
on the
Really
stage.
appreciate
So
that,
Ian,
bro.
let's get them in their seats.
Thank you very much, Glitter. Can you believe it? We are moving into the lower bracket final already. As Shifty would say, what are we doing? But it is
To
time
claim the
to
rewards,
find
you
out
have to
who's got
go
what
to
it
the
takes
Codm official
to
redemption
join
center. You will get the link in the
Q9 the grand
description,
final.
or you
Now, a
will
reminder,
simply
this
Google
next
it.
matchup is a
Just
battle
paste
between
your UID,
two local
paste
rivals.
the code,
This time
enter
on a
captcha code,
grander
and you will get
stage. They
the
know each other
rewards
well.
directly in your
Who's
in-game
got what
mailbox.
it takes to pick up the dub? Let's bring out the team, starting with Stalwart Gaming. They have taken the lower bracket by storm. Grit, resilience, and perseverance brought them here. Now they have the chance to break a curse. They've never beaten their next opponents on a LAN. Could this be their time? Their opponents, you've literally just seen them, but let's bring them back out. It's Elevate. Descending to the lower bracket definitely was not part of the plan. Shook by defeat, they need to brush it off fast if they want to return to where they believe they belong, in the grand final. Two big teams, incredibly high stakes. Let's hope for a more competitive matchup here, Glitter.
I think that's exactly what we're going to be getting, and we've gotten to hear from Stalwart over the weekend quite a few times in their interviews, and they have full intention of making this lower bracket run and getting themselves into those grand finals here, Shift.
Yeah, and I will say, again, just reflecting on how they finished the day yesterday, passion, that was it. It was a tremendously long day for everybody who had to make a run to the lower bracket. For Gallerus, it was like that, but especially for Wolves. But one thing that was constant was Stalwart feeding energy.
So guys,
thing about
what
it
do you
is passion and
who's gonna win?
preparation are
Elevate
two
or
very different
STE?
things. You got to fight with, you know, your heart's on fire, but mind's on ice. And they have missed out on the veto process. So now they have to rely on that heart and that passion to start this series off with a huge statement.
Not to mention, even though they are now coming in off of that loss, they are still a top squad in the world when you're looking at Elevate proper. So not about to be shaken very easily.
2024 world champions at the end of the day, and even then they were still shutting down a lot of the haters, even walking away from the CDSI that they had even last year. Going in towards this one, same thing, asked to step up versus Wolves. They were able to do so, albeit in a map 5. These guys are absolute shooters, though. I think that you're going to find themselves be truly tested. To Alan's point, like he was talking about, the passion was always there.
When I say the most active player, that means
at the enemy team and
whoever
being able to
stays
find a lot
on the
of
stream till the end will
Alan, I kinda
get
wanna
the
get
code
your
and
opinion
see
here
the
on
code
where some of
when
the
I drop.
misses were
So
for
you have
Elevate
to
in
be
the last
quick.
series.
I'm
Where
not
can they
saying
look
that
to
the
improve?
most active
It's
player
a tall
will get the CP
question to
code.
answer because you're dealing with a very scrappy summit.
Whoever
Hardpoint
takes
where
it
both
first
teams made,
will
I'd say,
get it
equal
first.
amounts of great plays and a couple of mistakes. I think the biggest thing in my mind about that summit was just the overinvestment of operator usage to get back to a tie game when behind late in the game for Elevate. So
to redeem
maybe
the
a little
code,
bit
you
of
have
panic
to
that starts to
go
get
to
into the
Codm
mix.
official
I don't
redemption
anticipate them
center.
feeling the same
You will
things here
get
on
the link
Hacienda.
in the description,
Big,
or
open
else
map,
you can Google
chance
it.
and time to
Enter
process
the
and
UI,
make good
enter
macro
your
decisions.
UID,
So I think they've got a
paste the
little bit more
code,
freedom based
and
on
enter
that
the
map pool
code,
alone.
and
Search and destroy,
you'll get
though,
the reward
immediate
in your
run back
in-game
to
mailbox.
Coastal. So that's going to be interesting, I think, to see what they decide to do to adapt and to change, because outside of the first 3 rounds, like Proper mentioned, Q9 put together the perfect game plan to respond, and Elevate were not able to do the same once there were starting to be some counter moves on the
Currently,
map.
I'm giving codes for the CP, for the character and
to be able to
the
see the
charm.
Coastal Search and Destroy for Stalwart. If you
And for the
watch all
CP,
throughout
I'll drop
yesterday,
it
the
at
one
the end
map
of the
that they
stream.
took off of Q9 was the Coastal Search and Destroy.
Good call.
We also just got to see what Q9 just did in 7 rounds straight on that map. You have immediate VOD to watch in real time. You know that the coach here for Stalwart Esports has these boys rearing and ready to be able to take them down in that map especially. But the Hacienda and the slums, especially in Hardpoint, historically for these teams, that's where you have to find some semblance of consistency in the slice.
On an individual level here, Shift, who could potentially be the saving grace for Stalwart?
I'm looking at this guy, Clove. He has been a magician with the shotgun up close and personal. Same story that we were talking about PJ from map number 1 of the Q9 series. Clove's ability to find an entry and get and stay on point is potent. You have to trade this guy out. Easier said than done, and he's been a major reason why Stalwart has, again, found some good success in Hardpoint across the weekend.
And then, of course, on the flip side, who's about to be shutting that down potentially, Proper?
Well, you would hope that would be Yopi, especially off of what we got or did not get from him in the previous series, right? Sure. PJ, the returning MVP, might have to step up and find those extra slays that Yopi's leaving on the field, but still, you're hoping for either one of your biggest slays, either Yopi, PJ, to really step into their own to shut down any aggression that Stalwart are throwing their way.
Well, you guys have done some really fantastic analysis, and for everybody at home, this is the final opportunity for both of these teams. Someone is going home, and someone's making their way through to Grand Finals. Shift, Proper, let's find out who that is.
You got 2 words for either of these 2 teams. For Stalwart, the name of the game from here on out is revenge. For Elevate, the story of the weekend is going to be repeat. Only one will have a chance at surviving into the grand finals. We've got an inter-region rivalry between Elevate and Stalwart in your lower finals. Let's get it on.
Come on, guys. Let me know in the chat. What do you think? Who's gonna win? Elevate or
Never a
SC?
good look. Constantly vetoed in the Garena region, but they were able to beat Wolves 250 to 182. That is why it is existing after the summit was taken away, and they're starting off wonderfully with the opening time.
Something that we've seen from both of these Garena teams, the ability on P1s to get good counteractive time at worst by early stacking the hill. Elevate able to push off Stalwart after the first 14 seconds come through, and now they're working on that macro game as we talked about. Split spawns for Stalwart, some towards Wine, some towards Well. Neither finding a lot of success on the hill, but now they can join forces and try to hit together from either side of the hard point, and they will do so with great success.
We got a well spawn coming through from Yopi. He actually takes as an opportunity to hit through you rather than trying to play for the
Yep,
rotation.
you're right.
Towards
Whoever gets the code
Elevate
first
so far
or reading the
eliminations
codes first will
around
get
the
it.
current time. Gonna get themselves up to 30+ points, and that's a great spot to be in, especially when you're late to fight for the spawns over towards New. Susano's here. Kendi's also there to join him, but Clove, Jai, they shut it down
I
in
think
spades.
Elevate will
Susano's
take this
double, though,
round.
is massive. Problem
What do you
is,
guys think?
Hardpoint is locked, but spawns are open. Stalwart will spawn behind P2. Pinch on the way. Yopi playing over towards water. Not able to see the member inside the hardpoint. Reef turning his attention to catch a couple, and now you've got an early Tempest from FTX, and oh, mercy. Lightning coming through over towards Tiles. Can't find the last member at Rock, but he's getting those little trail hit markers.
Oh, finally got him.
Able to find it. Problem is, keep an eye on the minimap. Elevator already quickly playing through driveway until FTX shuts it down with the Pred missile. It is beautiful.
Can't ask for a better start. FTX, big value with the Tempest. Pred missile is going to reveal all that information where the enemy team of Elevator spawning, and the kill feed is still electric in yellow. 20 seconds left to fight over here on P2, and Stalwart are going to walk away with the majority of this time. Elevator forced to make a decision here. You can't get more operators out. Skirt already throws away his death machine at the tail end of this, so that's kind of a big utility that you're going to be missing going in towards the third hard point potentially, but you still have so much util to dump in towards it.
This is fine though. I think if you're Stalwart, yeah, you spend 2 early operators.
Guys, we are 50 likes away for for completing our next goal of 300 likes. So come on, what are you waiting for? Just double tap on your screen.
Oh, Kendi on rotation. This is what we're talking about. Where Elevate finds success. Early rotates, perfect setups, picking apart their opponents, and outside of a couple of stray members spawning for Stalwart, Elevate are looking good for the first 20 seconds.
Equalizer's out now for Clove. Whoa! Player to watch out for, gonna shut down Susano. You got these back spawns still coming through from Stalwart Esports, and the patience just is not there. Reef, a secondary good player to get a good shout as far as his clutch ability and hardpoint is concerned. Rips the Sparrow, finds himself a nice little three-piece. It calls for more utility to be dumped on the opposite side as Elevate are trying to trade for the resources, but it's still Stalwart walking away with the majority of the time.
Yeah, Jai, backside wine. Good for one. Equalizer's trying to get the scrap time secured for Elevate, but Clo could only find one. Numbers, though, from the front continue to find success on the hard point for the side of Elevate. How about it? If you weren't awake from the last series, jostle your jimmies. We've got a tie game here as we head over to P4.
Yeah, stay hydrated because we're going to be sprinting out through the end of this one. I can only imagine no team has really gotten a single leg up, I want to say, since Elevate were able to get the majority of time on P1. We're just trading. Now we go over towards P4 with a 2-second lead.
Big win.
Looking for the resources to come online for a couple of these two teams, but still, Stalwart Esports going to be here first. They will have the rotation one and the luxury of playing each corner.
Elevate playing over towards P2 side, though, finding a couple of kills to get through tiles. Clo in the hard point, finding the win. That is a quick flip of the hill to Elevate. So quick. That's been the staple. It existed last year. It exists this year on top of that, but little windy outside of Rock as Elevate not able to lock down the shots, giving Stalwart a chance to contest. Pistol out for Clove, not going to work, and Elevate get the reinforcements back first.
That was off of spawns as well,
Sam,
so a reinforcement here for all the names.
Thanks, Sam, for becoming a member. Really appreciate that, bro.
Lose his life, but the luxury of spawning over by Office, you will have a certain positional advantage. So Stalwart going to have to do the old-fashioned way as Clove is able to lock the way 3, going in towards the second set of hard points. Just about a dead even game going in towards P1 once again.
Difference maker that you could call for each of these individual hills were Stalwart, early operators finding success at P2. Elevate, better efficiency when they used operators at P3. Everything else has been about a 50-50. So, a small edge for Stalwart, but with numbers controlling the window hallways, an opportunity to get in for maybe some early time here on Fountain. Numbers also coming through and Skurd. Whoa, bold call, deep death machine. And if you couldn't tell by how I brought that one out, don't love the call of that. And Stalwart will be pushed back as Kendi tries to get to work with the War Machine. Susano follows with the death machine of his own.
The Death Machine, War Machine, now PJ is going to rip the Tempest. It's a really odd time to be ripping 3 different heavy-hitting operators, especially in the hands of Elevate. A little nervy, isn't it? Stalwart going to be able to shut that down with relative ease, and Jai's going to be sitting even happier because he still has the EMP available.
Hello? What are we doing? We just used 4 operators for Elevate to try to take players out of the corners around Fountain, and it doesn't work. And now Clove could just play his life. Equalizers just to stop Elevate from getting through Fountain, but this is what we're talking about. He may not be finding kills, but this is value because he could play a solo island mission around the old time. Stalwart now have an edge, an EMP, 2 Preds, and a couple of operators. Huge moment in this game for Stalwart to take a commanding lead.
Stalwart have every single ounce of opportunity to be able to snowball this fully. Jai pulls in the Predator missile from his Herculean spree. Is going to be able
I'll
to
drop
find
the
himself
code
to
for
an
the character
information
and
that will
charm
elevate
at the same
majority
time after this
Also starting
match.
over by Driveway, and that means that FDX can just flank it for free with the XM4. Misses out on the secondary, but Susano is one shot, literally no stimmy. This is looking great for Stalwart as they're starting to resource dump once again.
Yep, and you still have the EMP available, so your ability to counteract the heavy usage of these operators could be massive. 150 to 95. Stalwart are punishing the mistakes of Elevate, and now FDX gon' give it to you. Gon' give it to you. Backside lobby, he's found a couple with the Tempest. Rebound to another. Oh! FDX is on 34. Someone put a leash on him. He's out of control.
So much value being found with the Tempest among other different operators being ripped here for Stalwart Esports. EMP already utilized from FDX. You still have Jais in his back pocket going over towards the rotation towards New. Elevator still fighting at old, so which means that they're going to be late towards this rotation. And if you're looking at this from Stalwart's perspective, you actually spawn closer over by P4. Some members for Elevate do cut through the 50-50 yard line of the map, which means that Stalwart will get those split spawns, but it all comes down to the 2 players that are here to hold the line to buy time for their teammates.
Yeah, Susano not able to double down means that Elevate from top patio need to win these gunfights, and so far they are. Well spawns for Elevate, guarded by Skurd, and a couple of other members for Stalwart who have gotten a read on this. So contest coming through. Little slip and slide for Clo, eventually dealt with. One member spawning behind this play has Elevate squad spawning towards the back. Do Stalwart get a read? Now they will as their teammates will spawn up over towards well. FDX trying to follow up, not able to get there in time. Tempest out for PJ. Death Machine out on top of that from Patio from Susano, and Elevate are starting to work their way back into this game with a clean wipe over the top of the hill.
God was never in a position to be able to get that
Elevate तो
EMP
बहुत बढ़िया
online,
खेलती
shut
थी
down
अभी नहीं पता
all
इनका
these
क्या
operators
सीन हो
that
रखा है
were
बस
used. Yopi now with
अपना
Sparrow going
बेस्ट
to
नहीं
be
दे
the
पा
tail
रहे हैं
end
या
of
फिर
this P3 and Elevate, like
SC
you were
कुछ
saying,
ज़्यादा ही
they're
अच्छा
starting to
परफॉर्म कर
chisel
रही
away
है
at this lead. Now just about a whole hard point in between these two teams. And Stalwart going to look to hit through the old time, get back offense in their favor while they're setting two players on the long flank for at least a pinch. They know that they're late towards this rotation, and Elevate are going to be having the luxury of playing each corner. War Machine already out for Kendi.
Whether it's COD Mobile, Black Ops 4, or Black Ops 6, those that are familiar with Hacienda will know that P4 is where comebacks come to life. EMP, though, advantage to Stalwart in terms of utility dumping. Trophy systems trying to get back in, but Elevator winning the gunfights from the top of the rock. Can they find more? Susano down low with the combination of PJ will rip through STE. Clove, though, with the equalizers will gain another opportunity for Stalwart to jump back in, and with the numbers, they'll crack the 200 code.
EMP was used there for Jai to be able to push all the way through. Skurrid's going to be able to find himself up on the 3 spree, but the trades are starting to come through for Elevate, but they don't have the positional advantage. They have those bottom office spawns, and they're forced just to funnel through with their nades all the way from the boathouse. Pinstripe kill feed comes through, but Stalwart Esports, they make the right decision with that leader's advantage just to try to keep P4 as heavily as contested as they did to get as many resources as possible so that way they can maintain this lead.
Huge leader's advantage for Stalwart, but this game is not unwinnable for Elevate. We can't be throwing knobs, though, just at Fountain. We need to get clearance around the hill if we're going to pop anything. And PJ's got a Tempest out, and he is hunting. Finds the first. Does he get a read in the second? Sure does. And now he's taking his attention back open towards open hall. Stalwart largely split on these chaos spawns right now, and Elevate the whole time have been comfortable inside the hill. A couple of individual kills come out, but PJ is starting to heat back up again. He's on 41. Pred Missile to get the information and an EMP.
Let's see Venom who's gonna win.
Pred Missile will get that information. FDX again is absolutely flourishing in a lot of these different circumstances from 1 to 2. The EMP is going to cause Stalwart to be honest, while Elevator is still mixing it up in through the upper hallways. But Skurrid goes unnoticed. It's getting good damage, but the VMP ain't going to nuke from that range. It's not the Fennec from back in the day. PJ will jump down and will end up finding elimination. Stalwart Esports are throwing away their lives. Luckily enough for them, Elevate don't recognize it and push all the way through, so they still have that side of the map. But what a dent into the lead Elevate have made, now trail by 30.
And that was, again, Stalwart throwing their lives in at a very awkward time. Elevate could hold the next line of scrimmage, and now they can get to work playing on rotation just before the lock comes through for P2. Cleaning out Zig is Susano, traded by Jai. FDX quickly trying to get them way back into the hard point, and they will find a couple of kills. Now STE trying to set up a pinch through lobby. Elevate in the mix to try to get back into this game, but Jai locking things down through driveway with the War Machine. No, shut down, and PJ's got another Tempest. Can he lock up a couple of shots as they play through tiles? Not fully. Skirt up top, playing the Lambo heady, and STE get past 230.
Forced to stay alive, tries to drop down underneath of the Lambo, just spamming inside of Zig, just buys enough time for his teammates to get here. FDX has another Tempest available. Reed
no, I don't
think
Elevate can make it.
And Clove for the equalizer. They can close things out here still.
Equalizer trying to push forward.
ST
Last
need
5 seconds
more
needed.
points,
Elevate finding the kills that was Candy's able to get through. But has anyone read Jai?
I don't think
can he possibly foil
Elevate
this
can
by
make
staying
it.
alive inside of the smoke? So far, so good, but eventually the neutralization comes through. Last 3 seconds. Clove shut down. Stalwart are hard committing to this. If Elevate can win the gunfights, they make it to the new hard point first, and Clove is finding the success. They can still win, though. Stalwart are fully committing, and Clove says, bet! Trying to finish this one off. Elevator going to survive, and take a look at the minimap. Who's there first? It's Garita's best.
Stalwart Esports still going to get those back off the spawn, so they're going to have an opportunity as the hardpoint is yet to pop. They trail by 30 points. Kendi's going to rip out an operator. Got Clo there with the equalizer, just feeding him even more eliminations, and the spawns have flipped. This is looking gross.
They've got to read that Stalwart are spawning behind, but a couple of kills for STE have them playing through wine until Kendi and Clo can shut down the play. Pred Missile in the mix. As soon as Clo loses the equalizers, expect him to pop this out, and that's exactly what comes through. Now you've got a man-made UAV. You've got Kendi getting a read. The rest of Elevate still holding in the sight, but the time continues to build an advantage for Stalwart. They just need to get on. They just can't get the numbers. Susano's keeping them off with the Death Machine.
Trying to at least play for these last second trades. Any sort of numbers advantage. It's too individualistic. Stalwart Esports are sprinting into these gunfights one by one. Popcorn nade comes through.
What's happening, guys? What's happening?
They don't have the numbers. They don't have the numbers. Can they find the kills? If you wanted somebody, it would be FTX, but they're not able to find the eliminations.
No. 49.
Oh, 249, 244. Last contest comes through. It's going to be a foot race to do, but there's Pred missiles and Tempest in the mix. Is this a breakdown with a capital B? It very well may be. It's going to be down to one player, Kendi, to contest. Does he have help? He doesn't need it. He's got a war machine. Glow! Oh my goodness! 246, 249. Elevate with the numbers. They're not going to get back. They're not going to get back.
What a match. What a match.
Devastation, a breakdown.
Why my prediction is going too wrong now?
Mistakes. Elevate. The punish game, way too strong. Stalwart Esports sprinting in one by one. They're at P2. An overinvestment for the extension of P2 to close it out there.
Honestly,
having the time,
what a match.
It's just not necessary. You have such a steep leader's advantage. Get the resources back in your favor. Get back over towards P3 and then stop sprinting one by one. Double chow something. Play for the trade onto the Death Machine player and just hope maybe that one player isn't able to go absolutely massive in one of those moments. But it doesn't end up playing out that way. Elevate, even on Hacienda, with the scoreline being what it was, this is still their home, man. Like, they still close out this map mode combination versus so many other teams being able to string together spawn flips, turning scrap into initial, you name it. You give them that single little bit of inch, and they will turn it into a Garena-sized Walmart.
Unbelievable. I don't know if they have Walmarts in Garena. Doesn't matter. Holy cow. Wow. This is some peak COD Mobile. But the thing about a team like Elevate, and you compare it to a team who's never seen a championship Sunday on an international stage, experience. The ability to stay calm and collected, down 80+ points late in the game. Holy cannoli. We've got 55 bombs across the map. The numbers
109 for the L in between FDX and Jai. Dude, FDX on P2, not once, but twice on the Lambo Hill, was everything. That Tempest was ringing. It was absolutely humming. But Elevate, Puck, Susano, Aura farming once again, 55 and 46. Constantly a nuisance. The Death Machine pulls were absolutely sublime. One of the many different reasons that Elevate find themselves now up 1-0 after the photo finish. But Stalwart, they cannot afford to get too deterred here. We're going into a coastal search and destroy, and this should be really comfortable for them.
Easier said than done.
I agree.
Again, what does experience breed? It's tight moments like this. It's finding the cool and the composure to find ice in the middle of a desert, to come up clutch. And the emotional weight of dropping a map like that when you're up 80+ late. You have the luxury of making a million different decisions to close out that game at 245+, and to not take it over the finish line, that can absolutely destroy you mentally.
Yeah.
So you have to be kumbaya, find your Jesus, get in some good company, and come back to Coastal, a map, like you said, that should be in their wheelhouse.
Yeah. You can see them conversing over everything that potentially transpired, but you can't live in the past. Got to start keeping your eyes focused over towards Slums, whether you're 0-1 down or 1-0. This is still a very doable situation for Stalwart, what we saw off of this past weekend. The Slums does come through in map 4, but you got to get there. And the reason why we say that Coastal could end up being a better position for them to be at is because they just watched literally the opening match of Upper Finals, where Q9 put on 7 rounds straight after being down 0-3. The other difference besides that is when they continuously get tested themselves for Stalwart Esports, aka versus Q9 yesterday, it was the only map mode that they were able to take, and they were looking good on it.
Yeah, that's very true. So there's the immediate recency of watching your opponent on this map and where they struggled in particular.
Yeah.
Do you modify, adjust, maybe just hit a certain play in your playbook more often to try to continue to make that a problem for your opponents?
Sure.
Or do you trust what's been working for you on the weekend? Maybe a little bit of both.
I just hope that Stalwart don't get too creative
in their heads.
In
their heads.
Well, they're walking like through Q9's like way of like shutting down like those executes that Elevate find a lot of value over by Winery, and a lot of it wasn't done with the HSO shotgun. It was done with an Odin spam with the back sniper rifle just being that crossfire with a very deep trophy. So very unorthodox.
Totally agree with you, Sam. The
no, I like the
pressure
idea
is
of just
really
coming in and
extreme
playing
right
your
now.
game. What works well for you? Your practice at this point, you finally broke
The
past
codes
your
are for
own PR
charm
here on
and
top
the
of your
character.
first
Now let me show you
Sunday
the
as well.
character and the charm.
Yeah, you just got to go back to what
This
worked
is the
best
character you will
versus
get
Q9 because
through this
I'll
code,
be honest,
and
Elevate
this
had
is the
no
charm.
idea
I know
how
most
to
of you are
fully
not
break
bothered
into
about the
Q9's
charm.
defenses with on that side of the bomb.
So here's the character you will get by using the
deep
codes.
B setup that Q9 were pulling on the defensive side. That Odin setup.
I'll drop
from
the
Curly
CP code towards
was
the end of
just
the stream, so for that
too
you
much
have
to
to stay
handle.
tuned on the stream.
So, again, lots of things to think about as you experience the tournament in real time and have to come up with not a lot of wiggle room. I won't say this is a must-win map here for Stalwart, especially considering that after you drop your opponent's hardpoint pick by one.
No, the CP codes
yeah,
are for
you would love
global.
to have it and just get this to what is essentially a best of 3.
Not just from a series perspective, but a momentum perspective. Like you said, like that's devastating. And whether they're showing that on their face or the poker faces are strong, you like to think that it's in the back of minds of at least someone, but this is what makes pressure into Diamond's professional gamers. It's Coastal Search and Destroy, and Stalwart are on the offense first.
Okay, now keep in mind, Elevate defensively, we're showing a lot of aggression early.
That's right.
And they're showing it again by playing down through the A tunnel. But Stalwart have gotten a 5-man stack going.
Bro.
That's disgusting, but the trade is good. You should be able to just push on through this. Know that you've got a numbers advantage. Late nades also coming through here with trophy systems to support for Stalwart. They should get a plant, and FTX confirms another elimination on the backside of the site.
At the moment that you lose Yopi and he goes 1-for-1, Kendi maybe throws a shoulder, throws his utility, but it would have been a nice pinch as the 3 players are finally here.
Klo searching for something to the windows. Does not look like there are any nades available for this retake, so someone's going to have to hit, and Susanna misses the first.
Chat, we have only
That's
8
smart
likes
for
away
Stalwart. Just back
from
away. Don't
our
give him a
300
second
likes
chance.
goal, so come on.
Follow-up nade.
Just double tap on your
off
stream.
the sidewall, and Elevator in some trouble here. Late trophy does get down, but Reef is already pushed forward. DJ can find one trade, but nothing more. Stalwart, good commitment, come away with the opener.
Would have been a lot more influential with that back pinch coming all the way through, so Yopi's going to keep that feather in his cap. He saw a lot of players just immediately challenge inside a Winery, something you're going to have to consider when we're going in towards the latter half of this offensive side for Stalwart Esports. They do love that aggressive hit. They do love to up the tempo. That's how they were able to walk away with a lot of offensive rounds. But this time, a little bit more slow, aggressive, push up towards the middle of the map, and Jai was just holding it, so that's a big gun out.
Jai and FDX both playing that angle. Jai will connect not once, but twice, as Elevate were trying to re-challenge the angle as the smoke started to encompass a lot of that cross. Nade lands onto Susano. Wow, and STE say, bet, bro, we're in there, like proverbial swimwear. Hey. PJ for one slips.
No, I have
away,
the
but
code
now he is
for
stuck,
CP only
and I
once,
imagine
so
Stalwart
and
will
I'll
just
drop it
surround him and say, "Come
towards
out
the
with
end
your
of the
hands up."
stream.
No, there's gonna
For that,
rotate.
you have
Could
to
catch
wait till
timing.
the end.
Oh, he could catch great timing. It all comes down to trigger discipline and what this looks like. If anybody's going to expect them to watch the flank, there's no way we don't turn around to expect the flank. They think he's still going to be coming from their side of the map, but to retake this bomb site, once they already have it fully covered, Clove with the HSO, going to have players watching to the backside of this bomb. He's going to have to rip 2 players straight.
He's going to try to find a crosser first.
Yes, 5 KCP is only for one person, but the character skin and the charms are for multiple
Over
players.
Chals gets punished.
Or you can say
1v3
multiple
from
users.
here on out. And Stalwart are holding hands. Nade cooked. PJ almost a world where he can slip back out and get another reset into the 1v2.
Well, just the second player was holding a nade, so
Correct,
very likely. Maybe a little bit of
CP
an
code
overchow,
is for one
rather than
person,
trying
not
to
for
get
multiple
back behind the
person.
cover. The third player does activate and finds the weakened remaining player for Elevate. 2-0 lead goes Stalwart. They've shown the aggression over towards B. They showed good timing here in the middle of the map. This time, Kenny wants nothing to do with it. I mean, Jai, FDX,
I think
they're
it
still
will
holding
take
it, while the rest of the team is trying to cause distress on both sides of the map.
Minimum 2
Enquiry
hours, I
Skirt
guess.
is just waiting for the go-ahead on which looks best from his teammates.
Different setup here as
Yes, the
Stalwart
character
will
is for
get
global.
one of their snipers in towards mid statue to play forward.
Yes,
And I
I'm
think if you're
dropping
gonna
the codes by
utilize
the
this
name of
spot
Freshman.
best, if you're Stalwart, is toss a couple nades, keep that angle clear, and see if you can force the
I'll
defense
randomly
to rotate
drop
through
the
that scope
CP
position
code
that you're holding.
towards the end of the stream. So
Little
no
show
fixed
of
time for
force
that.
from Clove, but we'll back away. Follow-up nades coming through, but Stalwart looked like they just want to collapse possibly on this B side instead of playing for the defensive rotation from A.
I love that call.
Okay,
out of
I'll
Stalwart,
drop
though. They
the
were gonna
code for
smoke
the
out in the middle of
character
the map,
after
knowing
this
that Kenny's
match.
very much so still alive and maybe playing for an exit out of the restaurant, but they don't end up finding it. So Now they're
How
potentially
about
have
it,
to do
said, bro?
fashion way.
I'll drop the code for the
on
CE
either of
towards
these
the end
two
of the
teams.
stream.
So
whoever
was
wants
thrown
it,
here for Chloe. He's going to
have
be
to
looking
wait
for
for
that
that.
engagement versus
Yeah.
He does get his stun out, but now sub 60 seconds.
Or else, if you're busy, then you can go for now and come back later.
Huge clear
If you're
from
lucky
Kendy.
enough, you will get the
Susano's gonna keep
chance to
scope. He
redeem
knows
it.
for a fact that this has got to be some sort of an A hit, as the action towards B has faded away, but overstays his welcome, and Reef will be the entryman for 2. Got to clear off the side shops. Yeet.
Okay, guys, so finally we
Yeah,
completed
TJ
our
not
goal of
fooling
300
us,
likes.
brother.
Yeah, no.
Let's go for
Nice little
350
jump
now.
challenge there.
Just
Gonna be able
double
to
tap
take
down
him
your
down.
screen.
And last alive would be Kendi. 1v4, and starting to think whether or not Susano taking that very forward approach would really start to call for
1v4
either assistance or
situation,
just
pretty
try to
tough.
sprint away. 1v4 not on the cards coming through from Kendi. It is a flawless start for Stalwart Esports. Their offense showed aggression and also a lot of patience. But this time around, they just kind of hang around the joint. Just expect for anybody to overchallenge, even getting a little bit more methodical with their smoke grenades, trying to bait out a challenge. But by the time that first blood came through, it was all but boots on ground and just trying to get that bomb planted. That aggressive play again over by A.
Yep, this is what we saw versus Q9. This time it works out for them. So early numbers advantage. We have seen Elevate hold these positions once they take them, and that looks like that will once again be the case. So obstacle has been thrown into the mix here for Stalwart. First time they haven't had numbers, and first time they really haven't had any map control.
You only saw one, though, off that challenge. So that should be a lot of good information. You just hold him in the mid. You don't see any extra smoke. So, yeah, it's got to be over towards B. Do throw a shoulder for PJ. Yopi's here with the PKM, just ready for the spam. Now you're just down to sub 90 seconds. I mean, 3v5. Did we square peg round hold this by chance?
You're gonna have to. Yeah, I just don't know what else you can possibly do here unless you get this kill onto Susano. Nope. Not yet. Susano will play a safe angle, knowing the clock is starting to turn in Elevate's favor, and Kendi will re-wrap back to mid and catch one transitioning. So should be comfortable here for Elevate. They drop this one, it would be a cataclysmic breakdown. And doesn't look likely. Well done. Good adjustment, and that aggression coming to play here for Elevate.
Correct. And Q9 were doing a bang-up job of just expecting it, whether that was VOD being read or not. It's the first time that we have actually seen that check come through from Stalwart Esports, and then they'll end up getting caught with it. So Elevate finally put themselves on the board. There's still 2 rounds left in this half. FDX a little bit late there on the trigger for that first blood, but that's all good information. And I like this from Stalwart. They do counteract the aggression. It's met by a couple of trophy system denials from Chloe and Susano trying to get in that forward approach, but this time they come back even stronger.
Problem is, now you got another first blood for Stalwart. Get in the read, get in the response, and counteracting what we saw Q9 do the exact same thing versus Elevate. You want to play aggressive down A main? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Let's take that.
Well, the trophy system just from 2 players throwing their nades isn't going to be good enough to be able to get it. So they throw all the util. They push around the corner. One of those was a flash, so Susano wasn't there to be able to keep Chloe alive. And off that first blood, they're going to take
For
that
the
doubt
CP code, you
potentially
have to
cause
wait
over
till
by
the
the
end.
bomb site. Smoke grenade is going to clear out through mid. That can mean a lot of different things, but they're going to try to brute force their way in towards B, where Shotgun's still waiting for
You
them.
have to 2-2 split this, and Kendi has to connect. Yopi in some trouble on the site. Oh, mercy, Susano. Not common to see him whiff that many times in a row, but Yopi has done well to cut this mid connector off. Okay. Would have figured that Stalwart with that smoke through mid, we're just going to kind of use that to block information and then flood from the front, but not the case. They try to pinch, and Yopi gets a perfect read.
Yeah, they fully execute there off the smoke. So Susano will end up hitting that last shot, as uncharacteristic as the last few were, to close out the second for Elevate. But the last time that they had that late smoke to actually cover the defender spawn, it was just a peek inside of the restaurant. But this time they actually just enact on it, and they just try to push all the way through. But a couple HSO shotguns not funneled out by some grenades. That is the B site defense through and through. So Stalwart are going to go back over towards A, where they found that first blood. The nade will land right in front of Chloe. It will not connect, but there's nobody in this close position. So Stalwart are doing a much better job starting to clear away these angles, just depending on whether or not they try to push this, because the hard read is here.
Yeah, I was about to say, Elevate have not seen a hard read into B since round 1, and are trusting that they can just hold a passive angle with Kendi watching and then hard stack on the site. I really like this idea for a blind counter.
Oh, we got him.
Showing a little too much hip there, Jai. We'll lose that first blood. That means that Elevate can continue to hold their angles.
Would you say that his
fate literally paid off.
Only Ian can get away with stuff like that, man.
I hate myself. Kendi following up, seeing a little bit of pressure at B. That will force one defender over, so that limits the presence of Elevate on the A site. This is just a fake smoke, fake feed. Nade into the site, just trying to keep Elevate interested on B, and they're going to go back over to A. Susano's a little thick, trying to get around the corner. And Stalwart now have an opportunity to execute with numbers.
Everybody got big hips trying to escape here. Gonna get caught on the fixture. Here we go, the execute over towards A, but the hard defense is still here, all the way to the backside, up top around the stairs. Shotgun play here for Yopi, dealt with PJ, also able to take down Clove. It's a 1v1.
Hell of a pinch from Stalwart. Time becoming a bit of an issue. Clove, BMP, playing up against the Odin of Skurd! Oh, mercy, Skurd! Can't lock the shots down. It was down to one shot, 1 HP maybe, but can't finish. And we've got an even exchange through the first half.
Oh boy. You know, the last time Elevate found themselves at a 3-3 half, they ended up losing 7 straight. But this time, they're the ones that were down 0-3. Over towards the offense they go. They really do love the aggressive play to try to get in towards B, but the difference is that it's no longer Q9.
Yeah.
STE are going to be setting themselves up the same way as we always expect them to, with an HSO close, but there's no trophy system immediately.
Clove just playing a corner. Number 1 in yellow, there he is. He's playing an angle to escape back through mid-cut.
He's gonna go.
Little food for thought there. Clove will back away. He's gonna have to ask for help, though. He can't just say mid-sight with this shotty. Or will he?
Well, they think that it's a bluff, right? Because there's no other util, no other shots being thrown.
For the CP code, you have to wait till the end.
Shoulder fully gets thrown out there. Skurd, he's just gonna lock things up in the corner. Other 2 players for Elevator still hanging around the joint there inside of Wine, Allen.
I think Elevator are confused that Stalwart have not rotated over to try to assist onto Clove, who has backed off the site. Now they're going to get the info. Shots won't land, but that's
I'm gonna drop the character code after this match.
Skur's gonna hang out a little bit longer while Reef hits a pinch. 1-for-1 the exchange, down to 45 on the clock.
It might redip that pinch as well. Susano's gonna catch off Skurd as he was trying to get a little bit of an angle there through the middle of the map and counting the names, thinking that we know these guys at this point. Those are your A defenders. They might try to get back over towards A, but Stalwart have already rotated on this side. These 2 players gotta hold.
FDX. Has to land. Oh, he gets a hit marker. Oh, and then gets flashed beyond recognition. Clove, Jai, last one's left. And Jai's stuck inside the underneath tunnel.
Man, Jai really thought that it wasn't going to be that case. He was going to go help out his teammates. 2v4, excuse me. And Clove's got the HSO shotgun. He would be the player to potentially find a 2-piece if he could.
Here comes the play.
If you're asking for the CP, only one player can get the 5k CP. But rest can get multiple players can get character and
20 seconds to fight for. Susano hits once. And the angle is being watched. Jai is able to connect with a flash, but cannot get through the shotgun of PJ. It's 4.
You'll get the code for the CP towards the end of the stream.
Try to dictate
I'll drop
the
it randomly, so you have to be active in the stream.
The information that the shotgun player is still playing inside of Wine, that's pretty normal. But the timing of not seeing anybody back through mid or the util back over towards your spawn is really interesting. I would have expected them to hit that site 30 seconds sooner. So here we go, in towards this aggressive fray.
Here we go. All gas, no brakes. Stalwart respond, though. That's the bomb down as you see us switch the perspective away. Chloe able to keep the play relatively alive, but the follow-up from Susano is shut down. Numbers early for Stalwart, but the play not over. Elevate snipers just not hit.
You were saying?
Nothing. I was saying absolutely
nothing.
1v1 opportunity. Skurd, pistol out. Kendi playing for the objective.
Bomb has been planted.
He's gonna push for the
Skurd with the pistol. Bang! 1v3 for Kendi. Makes me shut my mouth.
Doesn't happen all too often, but it does happen every once in a while. Sniper's not hitting. Kenny's like, hold my apple juice, brother. I got you. Quick scopes coming through off of the bomb play. I thought that challenge with the machine pistol was going to be good. 2 points away now for Elevate to take a 2-0 lead in this series. And they're going to continue the aggression. I mean, when you go back towards their offensive side, the only value they had was the aggressive hit over towards A.
Go again. Susano says, that looked like fun. Let me join. Reef able to find a couple, though, holding that back shop's position. Tags over towards tunnel. A little bit of trouble to secure the kill, but Clove will drop. 2v2. But no bomb And STE get a read. Can't find the kills, though, and will reset.
It does tech both of them. They're going to continue to try to up this ante to try to recover this bomb. Nate comes right over the top and get that bomb planted and maybe try to play for the 1-for-1 position inside of shops. They would have enough time to try to re-wrap this all the way around, but because they're committing towards the site, are they going to expect the flank?
Pinch set up here for ST on the retake. Oh, PJ says not interested. Down now to FDX. PJ.
Okay, I'll drop the code for the character soon.
Are we kidding? Prize fighters hit hard.
All right, so it's good to know. Hey, mid speed shotgun. It's a very aggressive game of rock, paper, scissors, I'll tell you that much, but still able to walk away with that one. You go back and like the Odin versus another player in a 1v1 didn't go his way, so I mean, maybe that could have been the decision.
I think it's just I've got speed on my side.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Whoa! Nice shot from Jai, takes down Kenny. That's a big gun now gone from Elevate's offense. The Stalwart are looking to tie up this game.
Tough fight through Flash for Clo. Punished. Stalwart showing some defensive aggression. Now quickly on the track back to stop the cut through A mid. Susano. Whoa, what a shot. Not going to get the second, though, as Jai is able to put him in the dirt. And now
so guys, what do you think? Who's going to take this SNG round? Elevate or STE?
Oh, PJ.
Let me know in the chat.
Hey, he's expecting an immediate flank. What is even happening inside of line? He will die, but now we got ourselves a dead tie game in round 11. Stalwart are starting to crack the code of Elevate, trying to find their aggression or elevate over towards one of these two sites, but the trade game is just way too strong, and the rotations are even better. When push comes to shove, multiple players are stepping up. Kendi, not happy about being first-blooded. We'll take it right back.
He's like, let me teach you something real quick.
This is something about time.
Let me show you that this is not a 1v1 you're going to take every time. PJ clears out skirt down low, tags are in, machine pistol follows as Yopi's there for the team shots. Elevate still hitting with aggression, just a small variation of where it comes from. And now Kendi takes away one of the clearing angles, leaving Clo in a 1v impossible.
And here's the shades of Elevate's former self. 2024 champions have fully arrived off of the aggressive hit and being able to mechanically outplay their teammate, or their enemies, excuse me. Slides back, Clo. Gonna be showing his hand, and he's gonna get pinched there by Clo in the end. So up to map point now for Elevate. Stalwart Esports, if you're new to watching at home, convert this upcoming round. We will go into overtime where we're gonna be side swapping until one team wins by 2.
Yep.
So now what's the call for Elevate? Continue to aggressive hit over towards A, because it's working out.
Yeah, Kendi's gonna play a more passive angle, but winners want the ball. I know for a fact Kenny's saying, don't smoke my mid. I want to see what I want to see. And he'll hold that angle. He saw one player on the cross to B. That actually calls for nades out of the Elevate offense into the site. Doesn't look like any of those had landed, though. But Kendi still connects, shuts down some aggression from FDX through the mid-cut.
They've already thrown some nades
and they know.
Line. And it's one smoke through mid, but it covers off the
What are we doing?
So yeah, Kendi gonna try to go for the dry challenge. The moment that the smoke disappears, doesn't have the angle available. It's gonna tie things right up here for a piece. Close on an island. Looking for a play down low here in shops. He's just waiting for his teammates to try to clear the rest of the map, but you don't have a smoke to re-clear this all the way through. PJ, did he get scouted?
I'm not sure, doesn't look like it, but that's a freebie on Reef that does not get converted on. That's a huge mistake for Elevate.
Right.
So yeah, you've got one player in the back of the site for Stalwart's defense, and that's Reef. Talk about what consequences could look like if he stays alive and finds another one. Here comes the pinch. Flashes are in, clearing the backside of the site. Yopi, does he check the right corner? No, he doesn't. So Reef gets 2 for what should have been none, considering he was found. Skirt on the train. Now it's on to Susano, playing alongside PJ for the plant. Nade over the top. Doesn't look like it fully landed, but Elevate will be scattered on this post-plant setup.
Nate's going to clear down low in the stairs there for PJ, who's the player on the site. Susano's going to show his hand through mid. So now you know that there has to be
you guys asked me, so that's why I dropped it earlier.
Smoke for PJ gives himself
so
a chance
I have multiple codes for the character and the charm. That's why I'm giving it away.
Also, hit markers coming through. Down to 20 seconds of the clock as the smoke will fade. Do you have anything for Stalwart? Here comes the bait and switch. Susano hits once. PJ hits twice.
Hi Chirag, welcome to the stream. Kya haal hai, bro?
Back into the map. Find a couple in a row. Huge clutch ability coming out of Kendi to give him a chance, and now they're up 2-0.
Yeah, egregious challenges there through the middle.
Totally
of the map,
agree with you, Chirag.
With the gunfights, I'm sure it feels right back at
That's
home.
all happened because of the visa issue.
Winning the 1v1s versus Jai in the middle of the map. Enough to be able to swing some number favors, but Still a lot left to be desired as far as these rotations and executes. If I really want to be nitpicky,
the CP code I will drop towards the end of the stream, so for that you have to be active,
and they're in position to be able to march their way towards the grand finals. Can't write off Stalwart all the way through because their mid-round adaptations were absolutely electric, but still, Elevate there in the latter half, being able to slowly pick and prod this defense apart. The nades and the shotgun setup over at B. Look, at this point, I wouldn't want anything to do with it either if you can't find success with it. So try to go back to what you know, and that's Kendi with the LW3 Tundra being able to find those picks through mid, lay util to be able to get back down low.
Yes, there will be a 15,000 CP giveaway towards the end of the stream,
with the bomb not being planted versus Q9.
and that's only one. That's only for one person, so
sure, why not?
For that, you have to be active and quick at the same time.
What a play from Kendi.
It would be better if you have any other secondary device.
God.
It will help you.
That is a backbreaker as Stalwart now find themselves having to put together a reverse sweep. And the problem about that is not only are you going up against your rival,
yes, the character code is also for one person, but I have multiple codes for the character. So you have a chance to get the characters.
But now you got to go to your worst mode on the weekend. The only bonus, if you want to even paint a silver lining, and even Bob Ross
बिल्कुल मिलेगा ब्रो कैरेक्टर के लिए कोड मैं ड्रॉप करता रहूंगा वो कोड सिर्फ एक ही पर्सन के लिए काम करेगा पर मेरे पास मल्टीपल कोड्स है तो आप लोग बार-बार ट्राई कर सकते हैं Yes, the CP code is for global players.
Wasn't enough. 13 and 9 out of PJ. Sure as heck was. That late smoke was so good. Just being able to have that piece of utility that late. I wonder if he just didn't even remember that he had it at the beginning of the round, but still, it was fantastic. That crossfire control, man, it's calling. And Stalwart Esports really do need to lock in to whatever depth they could possibly crawl into because it's going to be a slay game. We saw that with Elevate versus Q9. It's going to be a lot of trades. It's going to come down to a lot of no respawns remaining and a potential for a lot of different clutch opportunities. The one thing with the crossfire still being left in this, if you're thinking about recency, even from yesterday, that was the map that they did lose versus Wolves, and they kind of got smacked on it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they absolutely got smacked on it.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, Wolves had... again, been baking their bread and eating it on crossfire control inside of CDM. So,
true.
You know, it is a different ball game when you're playing someone on their best map mode combo. But I still think that looking at the longevity of this series,
very
find
close
a way to win this crossfire.
Goal of
you go
400
to
likes. And we are only 50 likes away. So what you guys are doing? Just double tap on your screen.
Elevate, though, are no strangers to it. Again, that's why I sit here and say
the whole match
Stalwart
will
did not
end
do
within
the correct
2 hours.
homework on setting up their
That's
vetoes.
my guess. Let's see.
So, it's tall ask.
It almost feels like some of these videos that you and I have been casting, you're just like, oh, you're never going to expect this.
Brother, it's like, I'm at a point, just like, get in the Twitter DMs and I'll do the vetoes for you.
No, that's bias with a U and a Y. You can't do that.
But literally bias, give me money.
Opening offense here for Stalwart Esports. They're going to throw that wrench into the system, just try to get inside a bus stop.
Yes,
Elevate.
you can get a chance to get 5,000
not even
CP.
An hour ago.
Yeah, wrench in the system, but Elevate say we're mechanics at this point. Reef able to find one. Kendi seeing the pressure from top double. Over by Broken is Reef with that machine pistol, having a hard time locking down the HS shot, and Elevate have controlled the map tempo early, down to a minute on the clock.
So where are you trying to draw the line here? You're just hoping for maybe an easy opening to get at least one player on the A control zone to complete that first segment and get more utility out. But you're in such a good position. If you were Clo, gives away his life. Hold on a second. Elevate have done this way too often versus Q9. That A zone slowly being worked on, giving away too many lives for information.
Yeah, trying to play that crossing angle first for a re-execute first blood. But Stalwart have continued to get their shotguns deep through Broken and now can make their way up to the corner. Wow, what a read. Hello. Susano, a little snap over, had some team shots in the mix, so good comms from Elevate being executed on. Life lead still in favor of Elevate as they get this to a 17 plays 13, and it looks like they're going to be pretty happy, or at least voluntarily going to allow some extra ticks to be captured on this A zone. Not enough for a full capture, though, as PJ will step up and get some depletion going.
only halfway down towards that depletion. 16 plays up against 9 is the biggest win condition, and PJ is firing and he is screaming. Finds his 9th elimination, allows you to get into a position to maybe win this 1v1, and as shaky as it was, it's still another elimination going Elevate's way. 60 seconds maybe added on towards the board, but Elevator's still hanging around, giving away a lot of lives. Luckily enough, PJ's able to combine for 2 and immediately stop that push. Dead in its tracks.
Situation.
Yeah, this has been
So that was an easy match for Elevate.
Well, to use the word purposely, controlled by Elevate.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
I like that.
I mean, it's
no,
just,
bro.
they are
Only one
picking and
person will
choosing
get
their
a
battles
chance
very
to
nicely.
get
Even when it looks on the
5k
minimap like they're
CP.
giving away too much space. Maybe they're playing too
I'll
passive,
drop
playing that
5k
deep
CP
cross.
code towards the end of the stream.
Life lead is a life lead. Doesn't matter how much time you have left. And now it's where's Waldo? As Jai will try to force the hand to Elevate to come to him while everyone else is trying to charge up their ops.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine if he can try to get himself. This first segment could
1v8
actually be influential if
situation.
you think about it in the grander scheme of things. As fun as operators truly would be, Jai could also be doing the same, does have his War Machine already available, but segments could end up baiting out players into unfortunate situations, but they will lock that one segment at the very least while Elevate wanted to charge their operators. PJ getting away with highway robbery off of the
Guys,
initial B
dropped the
execute that
code,
Stalwart
so
Esports were looking
go grab
for,
it.
but that's just why you don't see that happen all too often, because a lot of the time you just get crossed up and then you immediately lose that life advantage.
Kendi looking for the long cross through ramp, sees the shoulder. That's enough for a War Machine to be earned, and PJ is ripping apart the defensive crosses through mid. There were no smokes there, because why would you want one there when you've got Annihilator and Tempest out? PJ, oh mercy, you think he's feeling himself? A little bit of over-aggression coming through, though, and Stalwart will battle back after the initial onslaught was successful for Elevate.
I mean, you got a 4-for-9 trade through the opening engagements and no segments of progression whatsoever. So it's the one thing that Elevate are normally good at, hopping on the objective off of a wave of gunfights. They do not do, but they do have space from those previous engagements that weren't won, plus a life advantage. Stalwart Esports do have a good position inside of Broken. Elevator are going to have to get past that cross. Smoke Grenade's going to be a little bit late, but they already have players over on the A control zone working on the second sec.
Yopi getting forward through Broken. Oh, good timing on this route. Does he get a second? No. May not make much of a difference, though. It's a 6 life lead, and the extra minute is looking very imminent. Kendi, nice shot. Klo holding close on the half wall at hold. That works. Has a shotgun. Sees Jai, and he wants it. He wants this 1v1. Flipping the map on him. Whoa, little wiggle, little wag. Slide, slide, slippery slide. Who's going to land the shot? No one at the moment.
What's happening?
Oh, goodness. 16 plays 9. Elevate still in the lead, but have not finished that A zone.
Benny Hill music really ringing on true. Skurd now has the Death Machine ready in tow. Got FDX ripping the Annihilator as well, trying to keep everybody out of reach. But ripping these operators,
you can find many tutorials
this time as PJ and Kenny still
on
picking
YouTube
things up where he left things off on the
regarding
search
to the
and
live
destroy,
stream.
finding some snipes on the map. The A control zone will be converted.
You can feel the deflation right now in the room.
Yeah, I can.
Stalwart need a catalyst, need a spark plug. 5v14 though. FDX runs out of his Annihilator charge. Now has to rely purely on the scope. And Elevate are willing and wishing Stalwart into this web they're spinning up.
Just post up, see if you can catch any free kills, but Stalwart Esports hoping to do the same, and maybe they can bring them this one back, but it's not looking too likely. Reef Jai, they have operators. Maybe they find the pick. They could push it a little bit further forward. FTX misses the initial shot. He is dead in this round, as the rest of Elevate are looking to flush out where the rest of these players are all located at. And that's going to be an offensive conversion. It's not just going to be a 2-0 in the series right now, Alan. It's a 2-0 in the control.
Yep. And those are two very convincing rounds.
I'd say.
The mega giga Chad reverse sweep needed. Need to win 3 in a row in the control, 3 in a row in the map count if you're Stalwart. Otherwise, history will continue to repeat itself in a lot of ways. Not only will Stalwart not have an opportunity to take down their interregional counterparts, but there will be a rematch again between our 2024 grand finalists.
Equalizers out for Reef. Jai opens things up with a War Machine. A lot of it is nullified via the trophy system, and then Stalwart said, bet. I got gonna start pushing forward there with the equalizers once they knew where the trophy system was located at and just try to flush them out of all these eliminations. But Elevate, they kind of falter as far as the initial trades are concerned, but Stalwart, what's a life advantage if you don't hop on one of the zones?
Oh, Yopi with the quick swap finds another. And you're absolutely right. Trying to prioritize the spawn trap. The clock gets under 60 seconds, and Elevate have worked their way back into some key positions. largely thanks to Clo with the Tempest to clear A. The rest of the forces of Elevate keeping their focus over towards Ice Cream, over the top of the heady, full force from Elevate. And you can feel it. They just know they're better. This is the old-fashioned hold W strat. We're just better than you.
Still only a 2-life lead. This is still doable for Stalwart Esports. The problem is they don't have any operators to back this up. Smokes are going to come through. They got FTX in a good position to try to get inside of the bus stop. He's just going to be playing the crossfire for now. Trying to wait for his teammates of Reef to get up close and personal. PJ with his operator will be shut down. A-zone's now going to get hopped. 30 seconds remain on the clock, and you need to convert this if you are SC.
Tempest pulled, but doesn't find anything. PJ re-clearing broken. He wants more, too. PJ saying, I'm the MVP of the world. Let me show you why. Oh, let me show you why. Third tick being worked on, but PJ is not done. And you can hear him coming through our mics. He is feeling the fire. 9 plays 6. Stalwart trying to work their way back. But Yopi's right there to follow. Now a 9v5. And the extra 60 seconds is going to feel like a victory lap for Elevate at this point.
Yeah, you just capture this so that way they can continue to run at you. 3 quick kills do come through. It's only a single life lead now that Elevate do have. Death Machines pulled. Clove also pulls out their Tempest. This is the last operators you get to pull out the World Championship, boys.
5v3. Make it v2. Skurd. Jai. Last one's left. And PJ is still hanging around. Yopi. Katniss Everdeen cosplay after Halloween comes through. Gonna finish it off! And Elevate, no worries, no problems, kind of, as they take a 3-0 versus Stalwart.
So we will see another match between the Q9 and Elevate. So
as they will face
the final 2 teams are Q9 and Elevate.
Straight year.
Alan, you love yourself a good history book from time to time. How often is it to repeat itself, especially when it comes down to Garena 1 and 2? Still a lot of good esportsmanship being showcased in between these 2 teams. Stalwart Esports should still feel really proud of getting this top 3 finish. But Elevate, we've seen this before. They end up getting knocked down a peg, and then they just lock back in, completely eviscerate a team in any way, shape, or form. I like the word you used, deflated, because it definitely felt like that after round 1 of Control.
Yeah, and look, again, I'll take the L on the chin here, fam. I underestimated the Stalwart team. The mistakes were shown, though, and that's what we're looking at. When you go back and watch CDM champs, you watch how Wolves play hardpoint. You watch how Q9 have improved for this particular event, and you watch Elevate do what Elevate has always done. That experience, though, it reminds me a lot of Godlike versus Wolves in 2023, where they choked on Raid Control, where it's just like, we need to make a decision, and you just get so lost in the moment. The frenetic pace of how that map was playing out, you make a bad choice a couple of times over, and that's where your opponents who have that veterancy really are able to showcase how good they are. So yes, that Hacienda hurts. Yes, the 1v3 from Kenji on Coastal hurts, but there is no doubt that Elevate had the edge in the Control. Now they're back in the Grands.
I mean, I was so locked in watching that in the back, I almost didn't make it back out here. I mean, Elevate were putting on a show, and now they have an opportunity to try and redeem themselves. They got knocked down into that lower bracket. They survived, get that 2nd spot in our grand finals. And I don't think they're going to let it be another 3-0 this time, you know?
More than likely not, considering how warm their gunnies are at this point. I mean, PJ able to have a bounce-back series. You also have Yopi coming back into his own. All the statistical numbers that we were throwing away here with Puckett. Like, that's the team that you're expecting to see out of the Elevate region. Or out of the Garena region. This is exactly what you expect almost to have happen when Elevate do play against Stalwart. Again, online it's a completely and utterly different story, but Stalwart never beat Elevate online.
Well, I'm excited to hear what they have to say after making this comeback, and I know Ian's standing by on the stage, so let's see what they have.
Thanks, Glitter. What a comeback this is. When you think about it, a 3-0 defeat in the upper bracket final to come back and do exactly what their opponents did to them here in the lower and progress right back into that grand final is an incredible achievement. I'm standing by with PJ right now. You look, we could see at the end there, you guys are all good friends, but you do call them Lil Bro, and it feels like you Lil Bro'd them a little bit there.
Just for the banter, yes, but outside the game, we're really close friends. We hang out a lot. So I would like to say I'm sorry we couldn't beat Q9, and we will win this grand finals.
mean, what a run it was for them, and there Jenny ends right now. Stalwart are now out of the competition. Now it's all about you looking forward to going back into this grand final, a rematch of last year. What do you need to do differently from what just happened literally an hour ago?
An hour ago against Q9, I think we're really not ourselves mentally. You guys can see the comebacks, and I really think that's our fault. Our mental is not that good at that time. But right now, after winning here, I think we're confident that we can take on Q9 at full strength.
Your mental was incredible on map 1, you know, and on hardpoint. 250 to 249 was the final score, the closest game that we've had this week so far. Do you feel that that's when you broke the opposition and you knew you were going to win from that point?
Yes, because I always believe that God doesn't give us obstacles that we cannot overcome. And that hard point was the turning point for our team. Our mental was great. We said that we're not going home without the trophy.
Well, there it is. And look, before we look ahead, and you now go and join the rest of your team to get ready for this grand final, there's a player I know that you want to give a shout out to.
Yes, he couldn't come. He's from Wolves. I would like to say thank you, Rice, for the jersey, and I will win this championship for you.
I love that. Thank you very much for coming up here and speaking to us. Go and get ready for a crucial rematch that is coming up very shortly. Congratulations to PJ. Congratulations. It is Q9 versus Elevate once again in the grand final. A rematch for the ages. It's coming up soon. Back to you on the desk.
The sportsmanship, the wholesomeness, and honestly, confidence. You heard it. Like, after they were able to close out that hard point, which you guys were going insane for, by the way, that just kind of reset their mental entirely proper. And I'm not surprised that that's what did it.
I mean, when you get that close down to the wire and you have, what, about an 80-point deficit, and you swing it down to 20 and you somehow are flawlessly winning executes, going back over towards P3 where nobody probably should go. Yeah, I'm going to be feeling pretty darn confident as well. Their gunnies looked amazing throughout the entirety of those last 40 seconds of the hardpoint, and that was a continuation of the rest of the series. Confidence, to say the least.
Yeah, and, you know, PJ's pulling on heartstrings.
Right.
Not just for us, because that's a really wholesome moment, but, like, if you're Rise, do you want your region to win a championship, or do you want your boy to win a championship?
That's tough.
And he's got to be sitting there like, I'm feasting both ways, like popcorn on two hands. I got kettle corn here, I got overly buttered movie corn over here. Let's go.
Well, now we've got our grand final set.
Yeah.
We've got a little bit of a rematch, what we saw in the upper bracket, but you heard it here first. It's going to be different this time now. They weren't in the right mental space, and now, like you said, their guns are going to be a little bit warmer. Q9 did watch all of this go down, so tell me your thoughts. I'll start with you, Alan, on what we could get out of this grand finals.
Yeah, I think that this is, I hate to keep doing this to you guys at home. I think this series is determined by the vetoes, legitimately.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
Legitimately. We saw Elevate miss on the veto process in the matches versus Q9. We saw Stalwart miss on the veto process here versus Elevate. If you're looking at this from the Green team looking to go back to back, they need to be polished because there is a one map advantage for Q9 coming out of the upper bracket, which means no mistakes are going to be allowed.
And what about you, Proper?
I mean, you lose the opportunity as far as the map veto advantage is concerned going in towards this best of 7. Let's not forget about the advantage you do get from the winner bracket side. So, I mean, you're kind of having to still play against the uphill battle that is going to be Q9 in all of these different maps. I am going to agree with Alan that the best of 5 map set needs to be as good enough as possible to not try to square up versus Q9 on Cole. So that was, I don't want to see that again.
Yes, sir.
Well, you guys did a fantastic job in both of those series. Thank you so much for lending us your voices and your passion. It's time for us to prepare for the grand finals of our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. So we're going to get into that. And when we return, we will crown an international winner. They will etch their name in the history books of Call of Duty Mobile. You're not going to want to miss it.
For Ryopi, I chose the emoji
muscle because he looks muscular and he likes going to the gym. Then for me, I chose emoji of a brain just because I think I have a great mental in terms of in-game, outside. I think I have great mental. Susano, I chose sleeping emoji just because that's what he reminds me of it. So that's why I chose sleeping. For Klo, I put a emoji that is smiling just because this emoji reminds me of him just because he's a chill guy. So he's just a chill guy. That's why I chose this emoji. For Candy, it's pretty straightforward. Every time I see a glasses emoji, I remember him. So that's why I chose glasses. Then for Olea, just to make you guys understand, I chose a heart and a grown person just because the whole team thinks of him as a father and a friend of ours. So that's why I chose it.
我们在比赛前的准备主要是会去观看我们即将的比赛对手的录像，然后会做一些自身的调整，比如说在我们一些地图的某一些环节，我们会进行一些特别的调整。
So usually before the match, we just play training mode, 20 minutes to ready mode. Then if we're like there is a lot of more extra time in, we just go for a free for all together as a team to like warm up our gunfights.
Me personally, as an individual, I make sure to have 3 things. Number 1, it actually happens before the match starts. I make sure to have really good sleep, minimum 8 hours. Number 2, I always make sure to eat very good food. And number 3, I always make sure to take a nice cold shower because it helps me refresh.
我们队伍每天的训练时间会在至少10个小时，然后如果在比赛密集的时期的话，我们的训练时间还会增加。
As a team, we're working around the 8-hour to 9-hour mark on average. However, people individually do work both inside and outside the game by their own time.
We usually train about 4 to 6 hours a day.
As a team, we might play 6-7 hours.
Usually, pressure isn't really a problem, but every player experiences it at some point. My personal best advice to that is take a deep breath in and sometimes just hold your breath.
I'm more like a chill guy, so I can work with the pressure without problems.
I remember that they're human too, and every emotion that I feel, they feel too.
First off is me, FDX. So I chose this emoji just because I'm always tired and every time I play I just get so tired. Next up is Skurd. I chose this emoji because he's really like an unpredictable guy. So Jai, I picked Cold because he's ice cold. For me, he's really the best in our team. He's our star player. Clove, I chose this emoji just because he always laughs all the time. He's always crazy, gives our energy up and everything. Riff, I chose this emoji for him because he's always like sleeping. For me, I'm tired, but him, he's always sleeping.
Guys, sorry for the
Palita,
late,
on the
but
other hand,
I'll
I
be
chose
back,
this emoji for him
back
just
when
because
the match
he
starts,
creates a
which
wonderful
I
place
guess
for us,
it will
for the team.
start
He's
within 4
basically our
minutes,
coach.
so
Always
I'll be
stay
back
up,
then.
creating those great plays just for us to win those trophies. So yeah, that's basically it. Hi guys, I'm FDX, the captain for Stalwart Esports, and here is my loadout. I'm gonna start with the loadout. Since I'm a sniper man, I usually go with the Tundra. Even if it's nerf, it's okay. So here's my loadout for it. So I'm gonna first put the muzzle here. As you can see, oh, it's not upgraded, so let's upgrade it first. So muzzle, I usually go with this tactical suppressor just because I don't want to be seen in the map. The barrel, I usually put the one with the fire interval. So here, I recently used this just because some of the attachments are banned. But if it's not banned, just like before, I usually use this Hammer Forge. But for now, jump set, I use this rapid fire. So for stock, I just go with the FMJ so I can wall bang, one hit, you know, something like that. And for the ammunition, for sure, it's gonna be the 7-round. Rear grip, it's gonna be the Serpent Trap, yep, for the ADS. Then we go to the secondary, I go with the gloves. Of course, just gives me the mobility. I usually use gloves just because I'm really into rushing while having a sniper. And if close range, I usually pull out my gloves and just punch them one hit, you know. And here, I play lightweight, then toughness, then dead silence. The lightweight gives me the speed, toughness, just because I don't want the hit flinch for the sniper. For the dead silence, so I could sneak up into the enemy. For my OS, I usually like Annihilator. Yes, this one. Since I'm a long-range person, sniping gives me also a one-shot kill OS. Then just flash. And for my score streak, it's just the jump set, obviously. The normal one, we just put the EMP in the AV, and it's all done. For those who wants to rush with a sniper, just like in getting that TikTok trend, you know, rushing with sniper, use my loadout. It's very good.
So I would say when it comes to like raging, having a bad mood, it would be Eeyore. He's the one that's like, he's the one like snaps the fastest.
It'll probably be Kings, honestly. He's very passionate, you know, so his rage is very justified at point.
It's between Rihan and Yuki.
I think for me it's Crossing.
I think it's pretty obvious, it's Marvel.
我觉得我们队里都挺容易急眼的。
Oh, that's me. That's me. Yes, that's me.
Probably me. I think I have a bad habit of speaking really fast to the point where I just like fumble my words, honestly. So it's a bad habit.
PT.
Maybe Kings can be Suiwa, I think so. I don't know. I think Suiwa.
I think it's Warden.
我们队里面应该是 Zero 的沟通，有的时候他可能会着急，就是也许人在这个位置，他会当时可能被他打掉的第一时间，他会报错别人的位置，就可能比较急，然后有的时候他会说一些就很好玩的话，对。
Probably Kings. Honestly, he's somebody who, once again, takes those 1v1s really passionately, so I think he'll take the trophy on that.
Me.
I think gonna be Crossing because he doesn't like to lose any game.
I think it will be me.
我觉得我们队内1v1最强的选手是 Curly， 而且我觉得所有队伍都应该小心使用了 OnePlus 的 Curly。
What's up, guys? AO Raf. So, we're currently going to be going through a pro player's loadout. I am personally a sub and heavy player, so I'm a machine gun and shotgun player. But my personal favorite in this meta is probably going to be the VMP. The USS is a great gun, but the VMP takes that throne for #1 spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you have all been waiting for. We're moments away from getting into our grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship in 2025. This is what all of our teams have been fighting towards all year long, and it's time for us to start breaking it down just a little bit. I'm Glitter Explosion, and we have Ton, Infinity, and Proper here with us on the desk to do a little bit of analysis, because this is also technically a rematch of what we just saw a couple hours ago. But first of all, welcome back here, Tony. Excited for Grand Finals?
Very excited. I think not just a rematch of a game we just seen before, a game that we seen in our Grand Finals last year as well. A revenge tour or the back-to-back. It's a very well set up storyline.
And Brody, I mean, you were freaking out in the back watching some of these matchups. So talk to me a little bit.
Oh man, I mean, this is just everything, isn't it? I mean, this is a culmination of every single possible storyline we could have asked for, right? You have Elevate, of course, 2024 champions. We've got that rematch that Ton just mentioned, and then the other side, Q9, who are a team that have got second place after second place after second place. They are finally on the cusp of a championship. This is what Call of Duty Mobile is made for.
Now, Proper, I know I asked your thoughts a little bit before the break, but I'm gonna ask for a little bit more specific thoughts as well, because we're also gonna be sending it to a highlight package of what happened for what we just saw a couple hours ago, and I figured who better to talk us through that than you, because you were there and casting it.
I guess I might as well relive this catastrophe. Let's go ahead and through the highlight package, right? The catastrophe, funnily enough, wasn't even in the highlight package. It was during the veto process. To pick Summit against Q9 is an egregious call, to say the least. Summit is the home away from home as far as hardpoint is concerned for all Chinese teams. It doesn't matter if it's Q9, Wolves, or OUG. Summit is constantly being played. And then you go in towards the Coastal, which again, I could see how Elevate would want to try to pan this one out, but Q9, they lost the opening 3 rounds, and then they ripped 7
so
straight.
we finally
Completely
completed our
unheard
goal of
Elevate
400
couldn't
likes.
even sniff
Now,
the
can we
A-bomb
hit
site.
450?
Then we go in towards
Come
this
on.
crossfire
Let's
control.
double tap on
This is
your
where
screen.
stuff absolutely hit the fan. We had so many different clutch opportunities, down to life advantages, then turned into disadvantages.
give the CP code
Resources
towards
being
the
dumped
end,
at the most
so you have to
inopportune
wait for that.
time. But at the end of it, it was Q9 standing above everybody else with the last offensive required. All off of that last second death machine was absolutely heroic.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a testament to Elevate if they're able to bounce back in their performance against Q9, because we saw just how dominant they were. But for everybody at home, before we start breaking down this final matchup, let's take a look back at our graffiti wall, because we have Shift standing by with the final bracket update.
Back at the graffiti wall, we have only 2 left. Damn, that was fun. We've got ourselves the full bracket by Frenic here. He's going to fill everything out. Stalwart Esports, of course, joining us here late. What the heck have you been doing today? Gone, done, out. 6 maps have only been played today. We're going to get at least 3 more, maybe more than that, hopefully more than that, as our grand finals is now set. A rematch of 2024's World Championships. Q9 looking to get out of that second place position, which has plagued them for years. Feels like at this point, whereas Elevate looking to make it back to a grand final and go back to back. It's been an arduous path for both these 2 teams. It's only appropriate that our last 2 stand tall on this championship Sunday. You got them here at the top and right in the middle. Elevate and Chungju Club. Last 2 left. Only 1 more name to cross off. I'm ready to do that. Let's see who it is. Back to the desk.
You know, I'm actually glad that I've got Chris and Brody up here to see that graffiti wall, because there are hearts. And we talked about this on day 1. We will never stop the sportsmanship in the Call of Duty Mobile community.
Even after that game there towards the end, you get Elevate and Stalwart. They've been going against each other all year, back and forth throughout Garena, into a loser's final. A chance, and they're all just like, oh yeah, nice time. No, be hateful, be hateful. No, look, it is nice. No, it is nice to see that aspect of things, though, because you so often see it in esports, and you kind of want that rivalry, but there's a lot of respect from everybody here, and it is a nice thing to see.
Absolutely. And just for a reminder, everybody at home, you'll see it here in this bracket, because Q9 did come out of that upper bracket. They do have that 1 map advantage. It's something that you were talking about earlier, Andy, and that could be a big deal.
It could be a big deal, but you know, also is a big deal, speaking of all the hearts, is the extra strings like Alan was talking about, pulling on all of our hearts, because now it's not just for Elevate to potentially go back-to-back against Q9 in grand finals. They're also playing for Rise, who was unfortunately unable to attend this event. After Elevate knocked Wolves down to the lower bracket, they're playing with that extra special sauce to try to nullify that 1-0 lead that Q9 are walking into this grand finals with.
Now, Brody, let's start diving into this back and forth analysis, because we now have the 2 best teams in the world. We watched them face off before, but this is a whole different beast. We're now in grand finals. People are warmed up. Guns are warmed up. They've seen what each other can bring to the table, and it all boils down to this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? This is 2 of the best teams in the world, firing on all cylinders. And we've been talking about this, right? I think generally speaking, when you look at teams, you kind of talk about, all right, you know, you like to talk about PJ, you like to talk about Oling, players that are always performing. No, everybody on that stage is performing. We've even had chats about, all right, cool, if, you know, X team wins MVP or X team wins event, who's going to be be the MVP because absolutely everybody has been firing on all cylinders. And I think that is especially true for Q9. Everybody was shooting in that upper bracket final. I just don't know how you split the difference between these two teams at the moment.
Yeah, Chris, I want to get your thoughts a little bit on Elevate and what they can bring to the table here.
I mean, it has to be more than what we've seen in the winners bracket final, right? But albeit, look, it was a couple of close moments here and there. But we've seen them then just have that good moment in the losers final. I think that is going to make a little bit of a difference for them. They absolutely swept through Stalwart, and I think that's really important as well. If you want to bounce back in that grand final, your winners and losers finals on the same day, you need that momentum to bring you in. It couldn't have went better for them heading into this grand final on that aspect.
But now Q9 also have that additional information, right? Proper, you know, how beneficial is that for them?
I mean, it's just more to prepare on. It's just more to understand, because when you're going in towards this best of 7, you're going to end up having a lot more maps at your disposal for Q9, of which you've already had the opportunity to dismantle them on. You don't have any more opportunities to be able to take their better maps away from you. You only are able to take away a single hard point. So it's just about almost, I wouldn't say solely relying on your mechanical skill, but you saw a lot of those heroics later on in the lower finals and the upper finals versus both Q9 and STE respectfully. If you can somehow find that in a consistent form going in towards this, it's going to catch Q9 off guard.
Now, I know you were talking about individuals on Q9, Brody, but talk to me about Elevate as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Elevate have just been on fire this weekend again. I think it is worth saying, I think PJ is still the standout somewhat. But I mean, even,
so the
CP
CP code will be,
I'm
going to drop it towards the end of the stream,
right
so
now. He's playing
you have to
extremely
wait
well.
for that.
I think the SMG just backline in general for this team are phenomenal at the moment. And again, PJ does get so much love, but I think when you do have your SMGs firing on all cylinders in the way that they are is crucial. Now, the big thing for me, though, coming into this grand final is going to be the sniper rifle players. I think that really has been the difference maker for Elevate so far. Susano and Kendi are phenomenal players, and when they're getting those first bloods, I think specifically in Search and Destroy, they can absolutely beat Q9 as they have already done. But still, I think looking over towards those sniper rifle players, if they can get that consistency going, they will be perfectly fine, but everybody needs to be shooting.
Well, we'll have to see if they're ready to do that. For now, I know that they're at least ready to get themselves out on this main stage. So, Ian, let's kick off our grand finals.
The air up here feels different. The weight of a grand final fills the air, and you can feel it. It is palpable. An opportunity. Both of these two teams have opened a window for themselves. That window, before they know it, will be closed. And one of them will be at Krakow Airport checking in their bags as losers. The other, crowned champions. The Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Grand Final for 2025 is here, and it's a rematch of last year. There's only one thing left to do, and that is to bring our final illustrious two teams out onto the stage, starting with Q9. Ching Zhou. Silver medalists last year, determined to get the job done this time around. Mauchi, DC, Oling, Curly, Cloud, and their coach Shine are ready for business. Their opponents, of course, it's Elevate. Looking to make history. Back-to-back championships lies in front of them. The question is, can they seize the opportunity? Kendi, Susano, Chloe, PJ, Yopi, and coach Alea are ready to get into the server. Whew. We've already seen this once today. Both teams are now reloaded, reset, and ready to go again. Who's got what it takes to clutch up when it truly matters? The grand final is here.
This is what we've all been waiting for. It's time to start breaking down Q9 versus Elevate in our grand finals. Give me a little bit of your opinion here so far, a deep dive on this proper.
I'm much happier seeing the maps vetoes, I'll tell you that much. We'll get to that one in just a few moments time. But I mean, the way that they walked out this time for Elevate, you got the whole swagger walk from Susano in the upper finals. They got humbled real fast as far as that opening best of 5 is concerned. And then they were able to find their confidence once again in the lower finals. Is that going to be enough to deal with the raw power that is Mauchi and Uling? I've yet to see otherwise, but I'd love to be proven wrong.
I see an unhappy Brody right now. We're getting those picks and bans up in here for everybody at home to see, and Brody does not look pleased.
Yeah, I mean, Proper already kind of said it right. He's not happy for a reason either. Allowing Summit into the map set, I think, is a cataclysmic error for Elevate in this upper bracket final. I mean, you already said why, mate. I mean, just do not play Chinese teams on Summit. It is a phenomenal map for them. And albeit, you know, they almost lost that game, still it was a phenomenal. It was like a 14-point hardpoint, something to that effect, and Summits are always closed. Still, Q9 are so consistently able to clutch up on that map that does feel like a weird one. I think the way that they played this, though, Hacienda, Tunisia bans coming out from Q9, just box standard, getting rid of the best map for Elevate.
Any saving graces you could see here, Ton?
I mean, potentially the search and destroys for Elevate to try and get a route back in, but it's always going to be difficult up against Q9. We've seen it already. There were some close moments here and there, and we have seen Q9 lose some search and destroys this weekend. They haven't been that indomitable beast that we really expect them to be. They have had chinks in their armor. That could be something to potentially looking towards, but based on what we see in the first series, they're really going to have to step it up.
I feel like, you know, you also seem a little bit underwhelmed right now, Proper, at least with what we've got here for the choices.
I mean, look, when you lose that upper final, you lose any sort of opportunity to try to sway this best of 7 in your favor. So Takeoff is gone. Crossfire is still there. And although you might see some semblance of heroics, you still have to try to get to the map 5 in the first place. You're already starting this 0-1 down. You at least get your Apocalypse, and you can almost guarantee that Coastal is probably still going to go Q9's way, unless we see any other adjustments possible. But I just am really struggling here, Glitter, to see any sort of road for Elevate to be able to win this. It would have to be absolutely Herculean.
And you know, that was something I think a lot of people were concerned about it after watching that performance out of the upper bracket. It was a very decisive 3-0, and having to bounce back after having to then play through the lower bracket, come back into the same situation with, in Elevate's case, a map disadvantage. I mean, everything's stacked against them, and they now have to kind of fight through the mud to even get themselves back on equal footing with a team like Q9, as everybody at home can see that reflected down there at the bottom of your screen. I think that this is going to be one of the hardest fought battles, Ton, that we will see all year long.
I think it was one of those finals that we wanted to see again, because Q9 definitely would have wanted another swing, especially the caliber team that they are coming into this, going up against Elevate. You're at least definitely not going to lose 4-0 this time. You get that map advantage. So
optimism.
Yeah, well, you know, every cloud and all that, but I mean, I think they'd definitely be looking for the win, especially after what we see in that winners bracket final. It's so good to see these two teams go at it again, though. They have undoubtedly been the best teams. I mean, look, I think a lot of people sometimes be like, oh, brackets this and brackets that, but both these two teams had to beat everybody to get here. They've got the job done. Our best two teams are in the grand final, and that's all we wanted.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think for me at least, right, Elevate do have something in their favor at the very least. You've always kind of got that advantage of coming straight from a quick 3-0 in the lower bracket final against their compadres from Garena. So I think 100% you have some momentum in your favor. And I think the other thing as well here is the fact that upper bracket final, it wasn't exactly the cleanest of 3-0 sweeps, right? Again, it was a 14-point hard point. You had to go to round 5 for the control. The Search and Destroy, even that being a 7-3, I think even that is just like, it comes down to a lot of 1v1s that you lost. You know, Q9 just kind of hunting you down later in the rounds, and I'm sure we'll have a deeper conversation about that later on when we do get to the Search and Destroy, especially, again, on Coastal. But still, I really do not think Q9 was so far ahead of Elevate that it's insurmountable.
I just don't really agree with that. I mean, by score, yeah, it was not close, but by so many different moments in time, like, they were just hesitating, like deer in headlight situations for Elevate. That's not what you expect from a 2024 world champion MVP of PJ. Rectified that in the lower finals, but now you have to somehow remember that going in towards this series, because they had a plan going in towards it, and Q9 smacked them in the mouth. And you know what happens when you got a plan get smacked in the mouth, Brody? Well, you completely fall on your butt.
Yeah, listen, look, it's minor things, ultimately. You know, we talked about that Search and Destroy, and I talked about Susano and Kendi being really the key power players for Elevate. And it's minor things like that. Like, if you're drawing the first bloods, like, the things are going to go in your favor. Honestly, I think if things were cataclysmically wrong for Elevate, they would probably have not lost by 14 points in a 3-2 round 5 control. And I feel like those are pretty close games.
And spicy. I love this. No, this is great because it really does come down to those minute details. When you're at this level of the competition, you have to be paying attention to every small slip up, every single time they pretty much do anything. You know, how was the operator usage? Was everything timed well? Is it what you're looking for out of a championship squad? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to find out who will be crowned the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Let's get into it.
Apocalypse Hardpoint is what we start on, and these two titans going up against each other for the biggest prize, the crown of the Call of Duty Mobile world. And when you look at them, Brody, this is kind of what we expected. We thought Q9 could make that run, elevate the defending champions. Can they do it again? Now? Or can
but
Q9
don't know, because my prediction is going too wrong this time.
I think Alan says. Yeah, I don't think we say it with such spice as Shift does, but yeah, for sure, this is a crucial matchup here. I think for Elevate, again, really looking to continue that momentum from what happened in the lower bracket final. If you can come out here with a map #1 victory over Q9, really set the pace and get Q9's attention early on in this series, well, you got your foot through the door. That's the start you want.
And I think something I just want to allude to as well, what we've seen in that loser bracket final, convincing win for Elevate, comfortable across the maps, apart from map #1, which was a single point. It would have been nice to get that on the board, but Q9 are going to come in here with the same fire we've seen in that winners bracket final. Kill feed's starting to look a little bit better for the Chinese team, and they've got those rotations over towards P2. We're going there in 20.
Yeah, and I think the thing at the moment for me is Q9 aren't really doing all that much, or really being stressed by Elevate in terms of that rotation, right? And they're not really sending anybody through that letterbox side. All of this pressure is going through P1. Of course, the flip side to that, Ton, is that ultimately Elevate have managed to get 10 to 15 seconds time they otherwise wouldn't. Curly's almost immediately going to clear space through the middle map, and that's going to send Elevate right to try and break P2.
Yeah, that's going to put you in a bit of an awkward position. The push through cave is going to come through almost immediately. Chloe's going to be here to try and find that break, but it's going to have to be one-dimensional from Elevate. They haven't been able to make any inroads on these spawns. Tempest out from Curly already. Thankfully, from some of his really good work through the middle of the map. Few kills go Elevate's way, but it doesn't matter if Curly is just going to light 5 of you up. Tempest play on point, Q9 in control.
Yeah, just Curly making plays like that haven't really made the difference for Q9. Again, goes back to that conversation we had previously, really in the green room. Everybody has been firing on all cylinders for Q9, but the other thing that they do so well, Ton, beyond just individual performances, is they really know when to stack all of their utility in towards a hard point. They know the value of an early advantage, but unfortunately, when that doesn't work out, you lose a wave of gunfights, well, Elevate can break you.
A lot invested here by Q9. I think we've seen nearly every single streak trying to make a difference, but Elevate barge their way through the front door. Link can find one. Eventually trying to find a way back through. Those close spawns will help them to do so pretty quickly, and they will stop the bleeding. But I think for Elevate, that's a minor win, to be honest with you. Not in a good position, lots of streaks against you. You stop Q9 from getting every single second at P2.
Yeah, 100% right. I mean, you force utility out early on. I think the kind of the idea for Q9 there is to gain a massive dent into Elevate, right? The snowball that we always talk about, a 70-point lead early on would have been humongous, but no, now that's just down to 25 or so, and Elevate, they have a good look at the next hill.
Q9 are going to break from this side, though. We've seen it time and time again. A lot of operators coming in, though.
So guys, what do you think? Who's going to win this hardpoint match? Q9 or Elevate?
He'll flip them around for Elevate, and it was a little bit worrying, to be honest with you, after seeing P1 and 2, seeing how Q9 are setting up, seeing the streaks come in, but Chloe is just easing those worries a little bit. Susano can come in and plenty being thrown over towards Q9. Elevate investing a lot, but they're getting a lot back for it.
Yeah, I just think the subs right now are firing on all cylinders for Elevate, right? Chloe in particular, I think 12 kills to his name at this point in time, firing through the middle of the map. He'll finally get shut out off the back of a streak, so Elevate now potentially open the door with 20 seconds left on this hard point, but Q9 feels a little bit individual. Mauchi on the trade as well, Yoppy for a couple of kills here. Ton Elevate, they are holding this hard point. This is a notoriously difficult hill to hold.
And they managed to actually lose the spawns, though. Q9 have managed to get a flip there. I know they're not necessarily that sticky, so the rotation over towards next is going to look a little bit better for our Chinese team. But the scoreline for Elevate, about a 20-second lead as we head over now towards P4. Spawns out actually for Elevate over towards the cave side. They're going to have to look at a couple of different directions if you're Q9. They can do it this time, though, because the bleeding is starting to get a little heavier. Yoppy can find a kill to find a way through, and is that going to be the catalyst for Elevate to find their break? Not quite. Q9 have found a way through, but Chloe will get taken down, and it's seemingly going to be Q9 in control.
And the problem for Elevate there is, despite some heroical kills coming through from the likes of Yoppy, Elevate just spawning all the way out on towards Temple side. Q9 got those close letterbox spawns, and now they're able to invest in towards this hard point. This is notoriously difficult to break, especially
especially when Uling is staring you down with the equals.
It's had a quiet game by his standards. Looking to try and step things up here for the team, but everybody is trying to do their jobs. They'll find one on the outside, can't quite get through Chicken Coop. It will be shut down by Oling and trying to find a little bit more as well.
Unfortunately, New Gen Ninjas are out now.
Cloud, just trying to play as sneaky as he can. But it's been back and forth on this hill, but it's been mostly
No, the CP code is not out yet. I'll drop it towards the end of the stream.
End of the first rotation, and there is
Once
very little in this
we
game.
get our new world champs for 2025.
Contest things to make things even, but really we're splitting hairs, right? With a 3-point difference between the two teams. Yeah, this has been a phenomenally close game, incredibly back and forth. Both teams have been able to steal time away from the other on crucial hard points. And now we do go into that second set. Q9 last time around, they were very good at holding that P2 set, but Yoppy wants to break it with the Sparrow.
Managed to find 4 there. Really good job from the side of Elevate to start getting some time. And honestly, I think if I'm happier of the two teams out of the previous rotation of hills, I was probably going to be the side of Elevate. They were the ones who managed to bring it back after not a great P2, and they're starting to put the pressure over towards P2 now. Elevate trying to find a breakthrough. If you're DJ, you've got to find plenty of Mao Chi. Is going to be there alongside of him. 3 big kills coming on through. Elevate getting time. Q9 still in control of the spot.
Yeah, the idea at the moment here for Elevate is try and make as much distraction as possible through the middle map. Of course, you know, you need to draw attention towards the middle of the hard point, and if you can soak time, that's great. You are trying to get players through letterbox to those P2 spawns. They've done it a couple of times already, but they can't get these kills around the back.
Well, it's going to find one over towards the backside, and that's the equalizers invested for absolutely everything you want over towards P2. Elevate take the lead. Elevate have the spawns. Q9 are going to have to find a way through. I felt like Nightmare Fuel watching Elevate trying to find their breaks coming through cave. Eventually, they find a way through. Are Q9 going to be able to do the same?
And it's so difficult to break. You can do it in a couple of different directions. You can try and flip those temple spawns out. Of course, you can brute force through the front. There isn't that many operators to do so, though. D-Chen, the only one right now for Q9, but there's the kills coming through, and there's the spawn flip.
It's going to come in on the other side as well. Kendi. He can find
Yes, we are very close to 450 likes. Only 50 more likes. Come on. Just double tap on your screen.
Try and find a way through. 3 kills going to come through from Mao Chi. Cloud will find 2 of his own, and that should be the break. Elevate going to start spawning out, but they'll be here pretty quickly, trying to find a way through cave, but the break is
so from the poll, I can see 50% players are still with the Elevate, and for the Q9, it's 35%. So let's see who's going to take the World Champ 2025.
A tad better. Nonetheless, Elevate, excuse me, trying to get in towards the hard point, but Q9 at the moment, they are just burning through them.
I'm trying to find a way through. Both these two teams, not quite as strong at the hold as we would like to see. If you the ones that get that rotation over, you love to see a good 60 come through, but both these two teams have found a way to find a break. Move over towards P3 last time around. This was just a brilliant hill for Elevate. Not only did they bring themselves back into the game, they brought themselves into the lead, but this time around it's going to be Q9, the ones initially in control, as the hill will start to pop. The Tempest is out, but you get done by the Sparrow. Yoppy will find 2, Yoppy will find 3, and that's going to be the break for Elevate and some time on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that is the 1-for-1 trade, right? You take a massive operator like the Tempest out of play with your own, and that is everything. So Elevate starting to get a little bit better now on the 1-for-1s with the operators. They have control of the hard point, an opportunity here to really start to gain an advantage in this game.
And straight away after that, we say Uling just completely lose the equalizers, finds very little. His team drop around him, he tries to make the play. It does not work. I think I'm going to go back to something you said earlier on. It feels a little 1-by-1 from Q9 right now. It feels like they're trying to do everything they can. They need to work as a team. Elevate in control and doing just that. 20 seconds remaining here, over towards P3. The push is going to come through here from Q9. They will not find a way through. Elevate starting to run away with this game.
And now Yoppy has that EMP, so as Q9 start to cycle into their operators, that is going to be an issue. They're going to have to get it done with their gunnies. Something Q9 have been so good at is just basically dumping operators into a hard point, maybe 3 at a time, and gaining a full 60 off the back of it. They can't do that anymore while that EMP's in play.
I'll run out by the time we do get over towards P4 in a few seconds at least. Anyway, the gunfire was coming through from the side of Q9, but they have nothing else to help them. Yoppy will find the break. Elevate seem to have found a different gear from what we've seen last time around, but the kill's starting to fly over towards the side of Q9. They'll find a way through. Elevate not far away.
Oh, the Elevate thought they cleared the hard point, but no, Cloud stay back in towards the backside. Then he's able to whip out War Machine almost immediately to start raining Hellfire down upon Elevate. Now it's Q9 back into the hill.
D-Gen will find 2 on the outside. How on earth have Q9 managed to find that Cloud gets away through. Susanna will find one with the War Machine, spraying through the smoke, not finding a great deal. And D-Chen, he'll find him, but the nade over the top from Yoppy. That's very, very solid, as is the Gunny. 2-3 he'll find, but everybody sending everything in the kitchen table at this one. Q9 spawn out, Elevate spawn in. It's still 50-50.
Yeah, that's a great Sparrow, of course. Yoppy getting a bit of a wayward spawn there. Elevate spawning on the other side, meaning that Q9 weren't really looking for him, and he will convert for some serious value off the back of that Sparrow. But as we get into the third and final set of this game, Ton, it really does feel like that P3 from Elevate, where they're able to get a ton of time, that has really made the difference. They currently have a substantial advantage, and they've proven they can break those spawns for P2.
The door's being blown wide open. Q9 this time around need to hold P2 just that little bit better. They're starting to lose a couple of gunfights though over towards P1. 45 seconds or so remaining here. Elevate can just about win it at P1. They'll do well to do so though. Q9 finding their way through. These spawns still a little bit flipped, but Elevate will start to get them over towards the backside, but still.
John, I'll suggest you to have do it in any different device. That will be much easier for you.
Now he is actually going to go back for P1 here, I think, realizing the importance of the 30 seconds of time instead of the importance of the spawn flip. At this point in the game, you have to close that lead.
I mean, if you go away from the first rotation, you have operators that try and help you find that break.
Okay, I'll drop a character code after this match, so stay tuned for that.
Getting time over towards P1. Elevate will find a way through, but Q9 have got spawns. 14 seconds to go. D-Chen, he'll find two, and all of a sudden, Mauchi, can he pick up the pieces? Not quite. He will fall. It is fast and frantic to kick off our grand finals at map number 1, and it's getting closer as time goes on. Elevate still in the lead, but the rotation belongs to Q9.
Q9 in control of P2, a big hard point, investing now.
So the player of Q9 is already in the hard point.
And he managed to find a way through. PJ will be the linchpin that just helps him out as well. Spawns are still over towards the backside. So now if you're Q9, you've got a slight pinch potentially on the cards. You can see one kill comes through on the other side. Can everybody else from Q9 start to find a way through? Seemingly not. Elevating control there, 25 away.
Oh, PJ is here towards the back line. Hunter Killer Drone will go out towards the air. Elevate, they are just 20 seconds away, but the split spawns from Q9. That might disrupt things.
15 seconds or so now. If you're Q9, you got to get going. 30 seconds still to play for here. They will find that break, and this will be valuable time. They're not going to be too far away if they can hold on to the rest of it, and that's what they want to do. Pushing forward is Curly, who can find plenty, but the utility from Elevate is so good. Q9 still in control. Doesn't look like Elevate might be able to find a break, but so much investment having to come through from Q9. Elevate will find a way through. 10 seconds to play for. They can't win it here, but they will be in touching distance by the time we get over towards P3.
Yeah, and Q9 had to set a couple of bodies at that hard point, right? You can't really afford to just give up that time, but Close immediately going to invest the equals in towards this rotation. Players already down. Elevate looking for the final few.
And they managed to find a way through. Inside of the point they go. It pops in 2
so
seconds.
Elevate needs only 3 more points, and I think they got it. Yep, they got it.
The advantage is gone.
That is what they needed.
His coach is be like, bad bhai, bad ja, shant ho ja.
Bracket final. You win your lower bracket final in the exact same fashion. Even more dominant fashion, you might say. You needed to start this one strong, and that is, well, just the ticket, isn't it? Phenomenal hard point, really, from Elevate. So many crucial rotations were able to steal away. And even that one towards the end, just teamwork, absolutely on point. Man, what a phenomenal map from them. But it was pretty close, I think, pretty much always throughout that game. A very 50-50 affair. But really, I think the turning point for me, Tom, was when we got to P3 on that second set. We started to see Elevate gain a full 60. Then they were disruptive towards the next hard point as well. I think it was Yoppy that came out with like the Sparrow that got 3 kills. Completely made things tumultuous here for Q9. And it never really felt like they were able to call back into the game.
It definitely felt as if when casting it, that Elevate had their moments a little more so with the operators. We didn't see typically that very efficient play from Q9 that we're so used to seeing. I mean, Ao Ling, multiple times we've seen him pull the equalizers out, find very, very little. And that is not like him. It's not that they rely on him doing that, but we know how good Q9 can be with these operators. All these top teams are. But then that's the problem. If Elevate are bringing their A game, if they are being efficient with their operators, if you're not doing the same, you lose the game. Elevate will take the first map of this grand final. Q9, of course, did have that advantage, but as mentioned, that has disappeared.
Yeah, Yoppy, of course, the guy that I gave a shout out to. I know a lot of will go PJ's way.
To redeem the code, you have to go to Codm official redemption center. You will get the link for the website in the description, or else you'll type on Google Codm redemption center and just enter your UID, enter the code, and you will get the reward directly in your in-game email.
Change the way that a single hardpoint is going to go. I never really felt like Elevate were kind of letting them do that, apart from maybe the early game in that moment, and even then, I think it was the P2.
I agree with you, Chirag. But the code will only work for one person and for one time.
I mean, I looked in the top left corner, and obviously that's where you get your information of when all the streaks are coming in. It was like Hunter, Killer, Drone, Predator, Missile. Everybody was bringing it. I mean, the artillery was in, and they couldn't stop them finding the break. And I wonder if that is one of those moments where you're like, oh yeah, okay, grand finals, look what we did to them in the winners bracket. We're starting to storm through. A little bit overzealous from Q9.
Don't worry, one person can redeem the character for only one time. He can't redeem it multiple times. So you have a chance.
Looking to do. And I think they will be in their heads now, especially if that 1-0 win. That winner there in the 1-0 advantage just gone.
Yes, we need 40 more likes for completing our 500 like goal. So come on, just double tap on your screen.
On there, though. And again, I try not to lean into the kills, etc. It's far too much, but Oling over towards the bottom side, the very bottom of his team. That has not happened all weekend long. As far as I can remember, at least anyway, he has been that guy. And if he's not performing at that top level in this grand final, that is a bonus for Elevate.
No, listen, I'll say this much, and this isn't me necessarily defending Oling for that performances, but I will say Apocalypse, not generally speaking, an AR heaven map, is it?
True.
So not really built for him. Coastal, maybe they will have more of a chance. Of course, this is another map that we saw back in that upper bracket final, and this is the only one of the three that Q9 were able to take convincingly, and even then, I mentioned it very briefly in the pre-match segment, Ton. It did really feel like kind of small, minute changes to the gameplay style for Elevate, and things will change. I think notably here, Susano and Kendi have been crucial to the success of Search and Destroy for Elevate. If they can start getting those snipes a little bit earlier on,
what do you guys think? Who's gonna take this SNG round? Q9 or Elevate?
Kick things off, and D-Chen will find Kendi almost immediately. So now Q9 have that number advantage. And what are they going to do with it? Well, run with it. In towards B they go. Do they know that Yoppie's here? Yes, they do. But can they do anything about it? If they can find a second.
So the last hardpoint match
huge. Can he find the third?
Was crazy.
Hold it down on his own. D-Chen will have to back down. But he's given his team time to get over. He will eventually fall on his sword. But damage done. 3v2 for Q9.
Oh boy, and it gets worse as well, doesn't it? What looks so positive by way of Yoppie in this round has fallen very much apart. Now Susano, in behind enemy lines, has to penetrate a site that is so difficult to do so. If anybody can do it, it's him, but he's already made his position known.
Needed to catch somebody off guard and then somehow find another. But still very
all of them are waiting for him.
It's not possible. Oh, never mind.
And they got it.
He come around the corner and kind of counteracts that idea. But the win will come through. Yoppie did really well, but the rest of Elevate find themselves coming over, and Q9 are well aware. They're set up already and waiting for them.
Yeah, I think at least one player there in that situation kind of got caught out in the middle of the map on the rotation, and the others, I think one was taking a really long back. I think it was Sudana, the last one out alive. And then, of course, towards the backline as well. Elevate just did not get that fast enough to help out Yoppie. So, despite the heroic play, did not go their way. In this round, though, what I wanted to see happen has already done so. Susana with the first blood, but it's already been neutered.
Yeah, they've put a lot of pressure in over towards this A side. Ling, he can find one, but Kendi will take him down, but everything's starting to get traded around the corner. Curly will be the one to fall, sorry. Ling continues to survive. Munchy just nowhere near where Elevate may well think, and you just don't expect PJ to be there either.
I think it will take more than 1 or 2 hours. No idea, bro.
Sprint or something. Mauchi to be heard in that situation. Newling's only real choice here is the fact that you can get that bomb down. If you can bring this down to 1 versus 1, that would be huge as well, but they're coming from different angles.
Reads one. But there's the bait. Is it going to be the switch? Yes, it is. PJ finds a few in that round and evens the odds almost immediately for Elevate. Nice round from them. They find the first blood that time and then find the round on the back of it.
Yeah. Big kill from PJ as well to take Mauchi out in that moment. That would have been a disastrous position if PJ would have gone down. Elevate able to hold the 2v1. Now, this round, first blood, big again. This time, it's Mauchi who's going to win it. And that's a big play to take on the board, because now you have less coverage inside the B site. It's going to force PJ to play a little bit more defensively over towards B instead of towards the middle of the map.
Can you find a pick through the middle of the map, though? That's what you're going to be asking if you're Kendi. Backs down, but here come Q9 straight through the middle of the map. Chloe will find Curly. They keep getting aggressive and Elevate. They're ready and waiting for it. Cloud was able to find Kendi. 4 versus 3. As Q9 still make their way over towards B. They do actually have control of that site if they wish, but Elevate are not far away. It might be just a bit of a war of attrition here. As you know, it's a little bit more difficult to defend from the mid side, but they're kind of setting themselves up well. Susano, though, will catch Cloud on the cross, and that makes planting this bomb just a little more difficult.
If you could get inside the bar, that would be everything here. Bomb's going down, so you're not going to stop it through the wall bang, but if you can get inside the bar, you can wall bang the back of the site. That's what you want first.
Do they have the read on where, really, the first line of defense is? That's going to be Oling. Susano Charles over towards that side and baits him in. Mauchi will take him down. And I think they got the call. PJ is back there as well. No need to challenge. Owling will hold down mid-doors. And all of a sudden, PJ is left now in a 1 versus 3 impossible situation. Q9, 2-1.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised there that Susano swung so wide with actually checking for a potential player like Mauchi in that situation. But yeah, I mean, really that kind of all falls apart by way of the fact that Yoppy fell almost immediately, right? You take a player out of the B site like that, it forces PJ to play close to the B site instead of in the middle of the map. Domino effect, Kendi has to play close to the middle of the map and makes himself exposed. The House of Cards all comes down. Q9, big round for them. This is aggressive from them. This is something we've seen.
Okay, I'm giving the code away for this character.
But Kendi is going to be the one this time.
And this charm. I know none of you are interested in the charm.
Over towards A, but the reinforcements on their way.
This is the character you will get after you successfully redeem the character code.
If you're Q9, do you reevaluate this push?
Yeah, I mean, there's already a lot of Elevate forces over here, right? So it's just like, why would you even bother at this point? You are going to leave one player to try and keep something going in this situation. Maybe catch any players that are trying to do anything cheeky, but in the middle of the map, that is a beautiful reposition coming up from Kendi, because now not only do you find a frag, you have the information that they are at the very least trying to make their way over towards B.
How much information was gained, though? Do they know that D-Chen is here? No, they don't. Cole will get taken down. Lines it up perfectly. And now all of a sudden, if you're Elevate, are you scrambling a little bit? Shots being fired across the board. If you... Oh my god, he nearly collapsed them. D-Chen's going to get away. And here comes Curly. This is all on D-Chen. He's broken A open, all on his own. Continues to survive, eventually will fall on his sword. 2 versus 2.
D-Chen opens the door for Curly to get in through another line of sight. Elevate distracted, now down to a 2v2, as you say. All of it down from one area. Curly and Olin, they've picked their battle stations. They've picked their lines of sight.
They'll be hearing them.
And they will be hearing them.
And it goes out to try and slow things down on the push up the stairs, but that's not where they're coming from. Link did see the push on the other side, but is he going to wait for the other player to find a way through? He doesn't need to peek it, but he will, and Yoppy will be dealt with. Kendi will find one. Does the trade find its way? Curly gets it 3-1 to Q9. And that's a round. It doesn't feel like they should have won, but D-Chen finds it with a little bit of a route, finds the pick, finds a second, opens up the bomb site.
Yeah, that's just one of those right there where you just turn the attention of basically the entire team off the back of one kill. That's the nature of fast-paced Call of Duty Mobile, folks. D-Chen wins the round effectively for Q9. It's once again an aggressive push in towards A. I wonder how much information you've got here if you're a Clo. You die, but I think now you have that info, and that is a real unfortunate one, Ton.
Yeah, PJ trying to find the flank, and they actually just got super aggressive over towards the A side as soon as they seen Clo. He was marked for death, and Q9 will find him. 5 versus 3 in their favor now, looking really good on this attacking side. As mentioned, these two did play up against each other on this match, specifically in the winners final. It was a 7-3 scoreline for Q9. We're heading in that direction once more.
Guys, I'm dropping a code for the character, so
over towards
go grab it.
Starting to formulate. T-Chen just having a little bit of a shoulder throw. Yoppy will find Oling though. 4 versus 3, making it doable, very doable. 3 versus 3, Susano will find one. Bomb will just about find its way down though. And Q9 will invite Elevate to try and come and defuse it.
And that is that spot right there, right? You can shoot through the shelves, get a player off the back of the bomb, but now it is a 3 versus 3. They know at the very least that there won't be a player towards that exact spot because there's no way they try that.
Who's the tip of the spear? Who will find the penetration? It's going to be Yoppy that finds a way through. Susano will find one on the Curly, but it's going to be turned around. Q9, can they get it done? Susano left in a 1 versus 1 against Mauchi. Misses the shots, 15 seconds. Mauchi with the reach, Al. And Q9 in a commanding position at the 5. A stressful round for both these two teams, but it's Q9 who come out on top.
Susano thought that maybe Mauchi was weak enough that he would not shell that in that situation. Maybe he'd go back for a regen. He had 15 seconds on the clock, so both players had time to play with. But no, Mauchi calls his bluff. 4-1 now. Util through the middle of the map early on in towards this round. Not that much information really gained from either team. I think really the only information going up from either side at the moment is that Q9 here in this situation are looking for it.
Well, Susano's been tagged up the noise here. If you can find anything out of this, it is a huge, huge bonus, but he should be dead to rights, and is. Kendi will fall to Oling as well. And now all of a sudden, Q9 have a little bit of control over towards the side. They have plenty of bodies, and Elevate are on their way over to try and stop the inevitable happening. This bomb's going to go down, and Q9 are in a commanding position to take a 5-1 lead at the half.
The bomb has been planted.
And Elevate, I mean, they're kind of reduced to juvenile tactics, right? You got to shoot through the wall with the PKM and try and get some freebies to get back into the site, because at 3v5, it's incredibly difficult to retake, and now you're starting to deal with some creative plays from Q9 as well. They got up the ante.
BJ trying to find a way through. Ellen will be the first point of contact around this corner. Who's going to fall? It's everybody on Elevate. It is a clean round. They'll find a 5-1 lead at the half. And 5 players on Q9 survived that round, and Elevate could do absolutely nothing to stop it. It's a wonderful attacking half out of the side of Q9. They move over towards the defensive side. What can Elevate produce?
I think Elevate has to do something creative. That's exactly what we get off the start.
Oh my god, straight away, we're just absolutely scrapping down the outside. And Q9
that was really cool.
Them off the face of Coastal. Kendi left in his spawn all on his own. He's just thinking, where the hell have my team gone?
Yeah. Surely agree with.
Kendi, this has to be spectacular. It might be. Oh no! You thought for a second,
no,
maybe he can. Yeah, there's a microsecond for sure. But yeah, I mean, that is a phenomenal round from Q9, right? I think both teams, right? Elevate, they need something like that. They need something really aggressive off the start to get something going in this S&D. Q9 read that perfectly and make the exact counter call. And now they're just one round away from blowing this out in an indomitable fashion than the upper bracket final was.
Elevate trying to find some sort of lifeline in this search and destroy. PJ may well just give them one. Archie will fall. He's been just a right pain in the backside, hasn't he? 9 kills already to him.
Hi, Atomic.
PJ will find another as well. He's
buddy?
doing fantastic work. Over towards this B side, and it's actually players from Q9 getting too aggressive over towards him. Keldick's going to get caught by Kendi as well, and Elevate have the whole of B under their control. This will be a very difficult round for Q9 to win, but Owling will find one to cloak, makes it a 4 versus 2.
And that's what I love about Q9, right? They're so reactive. This is something that benefited them earlier in Coastal Search and Destroy in the upper bracket final. You know, you lose a couple of players. All right, cool, let's go on hunting, trying to take on a 2v1, even a 2 versus 2 to get something in our favor. Now there's a 2 versus 1 that at least makes this more manageable. Now the next task feels really gigantic, doesn't it? Because you have to penetrate the B site, all positions watched here by Elevate.
DJ just trying to throw some shoulders, just trying to gain some information. Elevate are giving them very, very little. Finds a way through. Susanna's going to be watching this cross. You need to find something. You need to find somebody napping. Dichenko finds 2. Just get himself inside of the site, but 2 players left alive. It was always going to be difficult. The trades are there. 6-2 now. It's Elevate. Potentially make this a little more interesting. Be some comeback if they manage it here, Brody, but 6-2 down is
what
not
do you
a
think
scoreline
make
you
it
feel
come back?
confident about.
What do you guys think? Is this possible? Will Elevate
There's that information off the start.
make a
Through
comeback?
the middle of the map here. It's aggressive once again from Elevate. This is what they wanted to do earlier on. They just have to find the first bloods, and well, they don't deal with the same kind of aggression from Q9 here.
Tundra is out here from Susanna. Not expecting the push to come through. Olin can find 2. Kendi will find one back though. 3 versus 3. Bomb going down. Can Mochi stop it? You dare lift your head. They get on the rest of Q9. Actually, no, they're just not even waiting on Mochi. They're just sending it onto the site. And Oling puts the nail in the coffin of the search and destroy. And Q9 find themselves back in the lead.
I think that last round was just a perfect example of what has been going wrong Coastal Search and Destroy for Elevate. And you gotta imagine they'd have had a chat like, hey, listen, this is where Q9 beat us in the upper bracket final. This is what we need to change here in the grand finals if Coastal Search and Destroy makes it in again, which of course it does. And it doesn't really feel like they changed that much, if I'm being perfectly honest. You know, again, I mentioned that, I'm gonna keep talking about it. It's never on 1 or 2 individual players. That's just not how this works, for sure. But when you're not winning your sniper battles the majority of the time, it's so difficult, and that is what makes Elevate special as a roster. They are such a well-rounded team, right? You have your SMG presence, you have sniper rifle players that can just shoot and win those first bloods more often than not, but you're going up against the best of the best. You're going up against the creme de la creme of Chinese Call of Duty Mobile. And it just feels like in that category, they do get outclassed.
It's brilliant work from Q9 though. It's just that attack inside though. I mean, 5-1 off the back of that. Incredible work from Q9. And it was always going to be a tall order to see Elevate come back and match that. Well, maybe you can go a step further. It was always going to be tough. But every single time that Q9 were working together, they were pushing together, it just felt as if it was inevitable they were going to find those kills. It was inevitable they were going to find a push. And Elevate just did not have the answer. Q9 absolutely cruising through Coastal and will find themselves in the lead once again.
And I think the thing that makes Q9 so special, right, is the fact that they do kind of have that pressure, that ability to kind of apply pressure in the way that they can with that kind of triple SMG setup. And I think that, you know, showed a lot on that map of Q9 just basically flying across the map pretty much constantly. They were constantly setting the pace and they were constantly getting up in Elevate's faces. Just a real nuisance that, well, Elevate did not know how to deal with. Shout out to Uling, by the way. We talked about him not having a great performance back in map number 1. 15 kills in that 1 ton. That's more like it.
Yeah, not bad. I just hold him to a very high standard, Brody, and I think everybody else does as well.
That's fair enough, to be honest, mate.
And it is very fair. And Guy, just all week long has been incredible. I mean, as well, I think especially speaking to him and seeing his demeanor, of course, I mean, through a translator, but at the same time, you know, just like trying to get an air of the kind of guy that he is, and it just seems like he's like a gentle giant, isn't he? He's such a nice kid, and then you see him start performing, and he's standing up staring at the opposition after he's just dropped 60 on their forehead. The guy's a killer.
I think my most vivid memory of Uling was after Q9 had won the Snapdragon Mobile Masters back in 2024, right? And one of the very first things that he did after winning a massive championship with a massive prize pool was he just started talking about the opposition. He's like, yeah, you know what, Lukashin's a phenomenal player. Just, you know, a massive respect for Lukashin. And just like, I think that is a perfect snapshot of his character. Not only is he good at Call of Duty Mobile, he's humble with it as well. But I don't know how long that would stay for, to be fair, when you get your first World Championship under your belt, because...
Yeah, we'll ask after.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe his entire demeanor changes. But Uling is a god for a reason.
I will drop it
the best and the most historic
in the end of the stream randomly.
Of all time, and he does have a chance to get something that has eluded him his entire career, which is, of course, that World Championship. 2-1 up in this series now. Next up we go to a control, and just talking about the control earlier on, I mean, it was a really close one, albeit that was on Crossfire. I believe we're going to raid next, I think, is map number 3, and you know, I think it just comes down to little clutch situations. I think Elevate, we're doing a really good job at trying to adapt, trying to get map control, albeit that's on Crossfire, and maybe sometimes it's a little easier to kind of sneak players through than it is on Raid. But still, Elevate were reactive. It's just that Q9 constantly got the better of them when it came down to those situations. So
India didn't qualify for the
gunfights, maybe trying to push players through, this could well be their map, and they can tie up the series.
Players have had a little bit of stretch of the legs. Went to see the sun, maybe touch some grass. I haven't done much of that this week, but I'm sure you at home who've been watching have not been doing it either, and I, for one, am happy for it. Somebody's going to be touching that trophy very, very shortly, though. A 2-1 lead for Q9 currently. And Elevate need to try and find a way back. It just feels like the search and destroy. I know I was trying to allude to say, okay, well, maybe Elevate could find something, because Q9, for all that they've been brilliant in search and destroy this week, they have lost
away for completing our 500 likes.
That's what I'm trying to allude to.
Come on.
Yeah, and I think the key thing is right here is that it's worth saying that I don't think Q9 have really, outside of their group, been blowing teams out of the water in search and destroy. Besides these two, at least, you know, from memory, I could obviously take a look at the stats and find out the exact answer. But I'm fairly certain that their search and destroy has not been as convincing, I want to say, as it has been previously. It's actually kind of wild that in a way their hardpoint seems to have improved dramatically, you know, over the course of this event. I think, you know, when we talk about CDM, there's a reason that we talk about Q9, we never really spoke about their hardpoint. I think they were kind of very far behind, maybe like the 4th or the 5th best team in CDM and hardpoint. Obviously, you kind of got your stalwarts, if you will, not literal stalwarts, but you know, your Wolves, your OUGs, your Godlikes. Q9 were never really in that conversation, but for this event, it feels like that's been a key thing for them. That and their coastal, they recognize that's where we need to get better. We can't just rely on our search and destroy to win championships.
Just reminding ourselves of the maps and how things are working out. And for me, I'm just, let's try and do some theory crafting here, because I think that's a massive map. Yeah, to find if you are Q9, in the sense that Summit's going to be coming up pretty shortly, but you got Raid Control next. Crossfire will go to again. That was a very, very close one, but if we do end on a map 6, to fire and range, search and destroy. I feel like Q9 will be feeling really good about their chances now. I see a minimum of 3 maps that they'll feel super confident they can take.
I think the good news here for Elevate is that Fire and Range is probably their strongest search and destroy map outside of Tunisia, which obviously got banned, so they couldn't play it in this best of 7. So that's something, at least, right? But again, on the other side, I think the thing that always makes me laugh about Q9, whenever we have these conversations about Q9, is like, all right, cool, so what is Q9's best search and destroy map? How about all of the above? Because they are just good at everything. There's literally only one map in the entire map pool that they don't really play that consistently, and that standoff. Everything else, they've got a phenomenal record in across their CDM year. And so it's just like, there's very little awareness here. I think the biggest blotch on the record for this, and we just got to keep them come out of the conversation, obviously, I know it's a bit early at the moment, is that Summit hardpoint. I know that it was a 14-point game, so I know that Elevate can theoretically beat Q9 here, Ton, but just having it in is so difficult. It really does add an extra element of difficulty.
And I sometimes think that you see those 14-point games, but then if you went back and watched it, it was constantly Elevate trying to fight from behind. It was always them trying to put themselves in those positions. They had to make desperate plays, which brought them results. But sometimes when you're towards the end and you are Q9, you just need to really put a rubber stamp on that one. Sometimes it's not quite that easy. Just ask Stalwart. But irrelevant of that, Elevate have shown their presence in hardpoint, but they'll have to get the job done here on raid control. 2-1 down. If you go 3-1 down with the Summit coming up next, a lot of people will be shoving their money in one direction on this stage, and that would be towards the Chinese team. So raid feels like a crucial one.
Big map to keep them in the conversation. You lose this map, you're 3-1 down in a best of 7, and the next one up on the docket is Summit hardpoint. So Elevate, it feels like do or die time, doesn't it? It's time for the Garena boys to get things going, and it will be Q9 starting things on the defense here. Elevate have almost immediately swung themselves over towards B, and there's their trademark smokes.
Let's see if they can find something nice and quickly to extend that time. Just give themselves plenty of an opportunity to get a hold of A. It's been a decent enough start, though. Kendi will find a couple, and Susano does well as well. Control there over towards the B side. Cole will find 2 as well. This is a really nice start from Elevate. 2 ticks already in their fifth.
Elevate faced with a choice now. Second tick already through. Oh, they did leave one player behind enemy lines. Yeah, Uling was being a constant nuisance, and he converts for 2. The third's not there, but he makes the play weak enough that Mauchi can get that kill, and Uling makes a perfect play. I really thought that Elevate were going to hunt him down, but still, they just leave him.
And the thing is, they didn't necessarily hunt him down, and Uling just waited. I'm watching him on the minimap just sit around and wait for the rest of his team to collapse through Laundry, and it is a clean sweep over towards the B side.
Okay,
for
so
Q9.
we finally completed our goal of 500 likes. Thank you so much, guys.
Far from a disaster. It's actually not a disaster at all. You're going to get a hold of B. You've got a life advantage. They find a way back through. Could have been maybe a little bit cleaner. We'll add a minute to that minute, and we have now 2 minutes, if you're quick at maths, to head over towards this A side. Lives still relatively close, but Elevate have a good amount of map control, and that's important. If you are Q9, you've got somebody on the flank, and that can maybe cause some problems, but a brilliant start for the Elevate side.
Now you're looking to make that transition happen. You are ahead by lives at this point, and well, there's the big kills. That's really unfortunate. Close, the last one left alive, and he gets wiped as well. If you're, I literally was at the start of the sentence and Yoppie dies. I was gonna say, if you're Yoppie, try to play your life as much as possible, but he reveals himself inside the money window and is now dead. And Q9 now have yet another secret weapon behind enemy lines. It was Uling before, now it's D-Chen. He's about to cause some carnage.
You can find 1, 2. It's a massive bonus, but good trade comes through from Klo. Drops down, takes him out, but information gained. They know they're going to be pushing through the B side, and all of a sudden Q9 have converged over towards this side of the map. 10 versus 10. That life deficit that Q9 had to make up. They managed that pretty quickly, and they've got a little bit more map control. Once again, Elevator heading over towards this B side, and once again, Cloud is there to try and shut it down. 8 versus 9. We're going to go down to lives, and it's going to start to get a little more tense. Both these 2 teams can start to slow it down. It's an 8v8 with 50 seconds to go.
8v7 situation.
Through that pool side as well. So Elevate, their only option here is to flank, and Yoppie is already invested.
Still have a
trying to find
life advantage, but
window.
it's
not
not
an
so
easy
big.
shot, even with the arrows that explode in front of their faces. Oling will find something. He's brought out the equalizer, finds absolutely nothing. 5v4 in favor of Elevate, and everything being brought in now. Susano gonna make it a 4 versus 3. Mauchi will find something. 25 seconds to go. He knows where Mauchi is. Susano just burning everything he can towards him, and also Cloud. He'll take him down. An Elevate have clutched up unless T-Chen. Can they find the 1 versus 4? The first has been dealt with. The second, third, and fourth are capturing A. Smokes are down. It's an impossible scenario for T-Chen here. He does have the war machine if he finds another.
22 situation.
Could be
Can he
tempting,
clutch it?
And it's very
Yep.
tempting.
Yes, he
It's very
can.
tempting
Oh no.
indeed. But Claw will pull the Tempest and make sure it happens. Elevate, find round number 1.
That is a 50-50 decision on that War Machine. You make it. And in any other situation when you pull that out, you get the chargebacks. You're going to get that out. He shot a bullet or a pellet or whatever goes in the War Machine. He shot one. It's a grenade. He shot one. So he's not going to get that back for a hot minute. But guess who does have one? It's Kendi. And that's going to force Q9 almost immediately to one of the points instead of down the middle of the map.
And I think the only positive for Q9 in that situation is that the Tempest came out as well from Elevate. So you kind of take it on the chin, but it's do or die in moments like this. Kendi finding plenty with his War Machine. D-Chen will find something through the middle of the map as well. The kills falling their way. Q9, oh my god, D-Chen! Susanna will fall as well. Not a fourth, not quite. PJ stops that in its tracks and then, well, gets stopped in his tracks as well. Tempest is out here from the side of Curly. Starting to get aggressive over towards this A side. A little bit of kitchen control. They've got a hold of A. 2 ticks are in. And they may well get this one on the board nice and early. Shots going to start coming through. Curly trying to survive over towards the money side, but a lot of damage done by Q9 over towards A.
Yeah, that's the key thing for me right now is you've already got a lot of progression over by towards A. You can now actually follow that up with more as well. As long as someone just immediately jumps on the point here, this should be done. Somebody please get on the point. Yeah, they're about to for sure. And Elevate, I think, have also kind of resigned themselves to just giving up that point for the most part. They've sent Yoppie. That's all the investment they've made. PJ, on the other hand, is also going to clear out over towards the other side. He actually might be able to stop this potentially. Nope, never mind. A is gone. At the very least, he can get some exit frags here.
Annihilator out though, he can put the squeeze on, but only finds a couple. T-Chen will find something over towards the B side though. Curly with the Hunter Killer. And now Mao-Chi's got his Annihilator out as well. Q9 smell blood in the water, and this has been a very clean round from them. B now on the cards. Kilo, he's going to get taken down. Mao-Chi, we've seen this before. Kendi will find one. Mao-Chi now trying to even the odds. Plenty of players here for Q9. B is underway.
You got to go as well. You got to run headfirst into this Annihilator. You don't have much of a choice. Yoppie will find 2. First tick already through though. And Elevate, they will be able to hold it here, Tug. So Q9 now. 6 lives up, 90 seconds on the clock. They have time, they've got strats to work with. Elevate have to be careful about how fast they throw themselves at Q9. I know that they're known for it, but they do have to slow the tempo down by quite a significant amount.
Cloud trying to find something through the middle of the map, and I think if you're Q9 now, just try not to over-invest here. You want to try and get this done as cleanly as possible there. The trades will go your way. 12 versus 6. Being not underway just yet, but you've got plenty of time. You're not panicking yet. Still just starting to trade these kills, and trades work perfectly for Q9. That doesn't though. Susanna can find 2. A third would be monumental, but in towards B we go. Curly is yet.
Oh, Curly, only going to take a trade though. That's enough. You're opening the door now with 45 seconds, but 3 on the board here. Elevate, now they're back in. Cloud's going to get the DM out to try and swing the favor.
Has to. He has to find something in absolutely nothing. Susanna goes
off. Situation. It's a very tight situation right now.
I was talking about it as if it was done and dusted. But Yoppie now with the Sparrow out.
No.
The investment comes through. Susanna could not have done more. A 4 versus 2. Still plausible for Q9, but time is starting to tick. T-Chen, Ling, just trying to find whatever they can. Yoppie waiting at the top of the stairs and kicks Owling down them. And T-Chen is wondering where are Elevates and where the hell is that round gone? Elevate find it 2-0.
Another 1v4 for D-Chen on the cards, and it's swiftly taken away from him.
Massive moment.
A huge moment.
Massive
and
moment.
You got to give a lot of love to Susano because he's been part of 2 key moments here, really, for Elevate being 2-0 up. Of course, back in round number 1, the double DM kill play really opened the door for Elevate to get back into that round. And then in this one, stopping Cloud with his own DM, swinging the lives back in their favor. Susano, better give that big boy a hug after this. Q9. Now looking to get back into this control. Hunter Killer drone out towards A. It looks like Elevate, they want to send their players in that direction, but they have to get some more kills.
Feels like almost an air of frustration now from Q9 because they've had chances to win both of these rounds, and all of a sudden, they're 2-0 down. Elevate investing and trying to invest wisely with a bit of kitchen control. Yoppie will find T-Chen, but he gets taken down, so that's an operator just completely out the window. Q9 very happy with that. Trying to get a little bit more control, but Elevate in a good position through the mid-map.
I guess
absolutely are. Elevator trying to get through this wall side,
1.5
I don't think
hours.
they particularly care about what's happening in the map. They're trying to
Or
force
it
this. The
can
problem is
be-
getting the player outside the money window is extremely difficult. Not when Curly actually nades himself. He flies out. That's going to make things awkward. Mauchi, though, with the cross is going to make a player weak.
They find the angle.
To
trying
get
to as best he can.
a chance
His teammates
to
help him,
win a
doesn't seem to matter.
5,000
Will find
CP,
that kill. They should be able to
you
get
have
rid
to
of Cole, and
be
they do.
active in the
Q9
chat,
looking
and
like a
I'll
little bit
drop
more
the code
decisive.
randomly, and you
Finding
have
the
to be
kills when they
quick
really
to
do
redeem
need
it.
to. This is looking like no ticks for the side of Elevate if they're not careful. They're going to default and head over towards the B side. They get rid of Ruling as well, so that's potentially on the cards. Dechen trying to survive. He can find one. Kills coming through in the middle of the map as well, and Cloud and Co trying to stop this happening over towards B.
15 seconds on the board here. PJ trying to get the reinforcements out. And now you just got to deal with one more player. The thing that Q9 have consistently done is try to be a nuisance behind enemy lines. PJ's dealing with the reinforcements, so that player, he needs to find some serious value here. Q9, if you're going to try and take him out from behind, you got to do it now. And Cloud's now on the run.
He gets taken out. There was no help to the team, and PJ is doing everything he can. That's 4 kills, 4 shots. Predator missiles on its way in. B potentially on the cards. Elevate just seem to be pulling these rounds out of absolutely nothing. Mauchi now over towards B, and he will slow them down.
Battery is almost done.
To be difficult, but Elevate making it very hard for Q9 to close these rounds out. Curly is just forced to actually bring in the Tempest. With no seconds to go, they've got to tick over towards the A side. They've got one player left there. They should surely get rid of him. There's one player just surviving over towards A. Is he going to actually extend the time here for your PJ? Felt like an eventuality for a long, long time that Q9 would get a hold of that. But Elevate, they just do not say die.
You know what? It is hilarious,
Let's
isn't it? The
see
PJ's
who's gonna
response to
win.
that situation. Let's just throw a smoke down and
88
cause some chaos
have a
around
chance.
the A zone.
Just buying time, right?
Just buying time. It's just what Elevate do best. They are the smoke team for sure. How about a nade team? 5 nades straight across the button here. Elevate, they've got a EMP ready to go, but they have to use it well.
That could be huge. Now people find a kill to kick things off, not just a kill, 3 of them in the middle of B.
I'll drop the
Curly
code
Dechen falling to his
after
soul.
we will see our
Q9 now going to have to
world
default and
champs.
head back over towards A. Elevate with a brilliant start.
You have to wait for that.
I think
till
regarding
then.
that EMP here, you want to use it in a situation where you've got the map control, you've got the opportunity to really close out the round and this game, prevent Q9 from stopping you with any of their operators. Elevate, starting to get their players up the board here. There's that EMP. Q9, they've got operators, but they are being chained behind their wrists right now. Only one player remaining on Q9. Elevate, they're starting to really drill the screws in.
Really good work here by Elevate, combining well together. Cloud will find 2 though. Q9 will answer back to this. For all that, Elevate find a great deal of resource, a great deal of map control. They lose it almost immediately.
Yapping you, bro.
Uling
You're
will turn
talking
around and
shit.
get rid of Susano, and all of a sudden,
If you don't know
he can
anything,
start to
then
get
don't
moving on this
talk about
attacking
it.
side. Uling starting to get kitchen control, and he wants a little bit more. Into money we go, and he can start to hold this down. The rest of his team need to do their job around the outside. They are doing it.
To redeem the
Control looking like it's going Q9's
CP,
way.
you have to go
Oh boy,
to
at the very
Codm
least you take
official
Uling out
redemption
of the play,
center,
but now the
enter
problem
your
is you're
UID,
about to
enter the
lose
code,
A, and you have to
that's
face
it.
that
You will
question
get
for
the
Elevate.
CP
All right, look, we've got a
directly
4-life
to an
advantage.
in-game
How
email
much do we
box.
actually want to invest in this? We could also cycle into our operators ourselves. They are at the very least going to send a couple of players perhaps to get some exit frags, but I feel like A
कोड
might well
आपको
be gone.
कॉडम के ऑफिशियल रिडीम्शन सेंटर में डालना है वो वेबसाइट का लिंक आपको डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा या फिर आप सिंपली गूगल कर सकते हो
Spawn trap that
Codm
potentially could
redemption center.
come underway. Cloud gets taken down almost immediately. Now Close starting to get aggressive. Mauchi waits on him. 10 versus 15. Elevate trying to squeeze as best they can, but they may well have to back up now as Q9 find a couple of kills and find a route out.
Elevate have settled out for the defense of B. 6 life differential here. Q9 down to their final 9, and again, that ever-present threat of a mountain of operators is still on the cards. 4 in the armory. And Q9, they are just taking their time. Worth saying again, something to keep in mind here is the fact that if Q9 continue to take their time, Elevate are also going to cycle into operators of their own. So this could be an operator bloodbath for both of the teams with 55 on the clock.
The team that needs it is Q9. Elevate in the lead. They will not have to pull the trigger if they just
Once I post the code, you have to
Q9
go to the Codm official
well throw
redemption
plenty
center,
of
enter
Sparrows
your
out.
UID
Trying to close down some
and
angles.
the
Is that
code,
maybe a little bit of a waste from
and
Yappy?
you
You
will
can see
get
Q9 starting
and
to
redeem
bring
it,
as
and
well.
you will
They
get
will
the CP
fall.
directly to your
Not too sure
in-game
if he brought
email.
anything in, but everything else has been brought in.
So,
Mauchi
but
doesn't
make
find
sure
a
you
great
have
deal
to be
here,
quick,
annihilated, but the
and
machine
it
and
will
the
be
death machine
better
up
if
on
you
the
have
edge.
another
Yuri
device.
final Sparrow
It
will
will be
find the
make you
pick.
much faster.
And now
So
Kenny can
because
start to
it's
bring it in.
a
It's a hard task for Q9.
it's only for one person,
really
so
pulled
you
value
have
out
to
of
be
that
quick.
TM from Cloud, didn't you? And you don't get anything from the War Machine either. And now you just got to do it with your gunnies.
They can't find a way through. It's been an exemplary performance here on Raid for now. 3 versus 7 though. And is there maybe a way back through?
Curly, Tempest, nade. Cloud's dead. And that may well be it now. You could have done with that extra body, even with a Tempest in hand. This is an impossible scenario. Finds two, finds three, and will get traded. Elevate, find the control. We're tied up again. They will just not go away.
A necessary game for Elevate. They needed that, because it only gets more difficult from this point out. But also, phenomenal game from Elevate. Beautiful control, and I absolutely love. So it kind of felt like a Mexican standoff in a way, right? Towards the end from an old West or something, where we had like 30 seconds or so. Both Q9 and Elevate, neither wanted to move. Oh, man, Elevate just looked like every single time we saw some kind of sensational operator play, potentially from Q9, they were shut out. Looking back towards that game ton, that most certainly did feel like the case. But I do have to give a lot of love to Susano, I think, particularly for the first couple of rounds at the very least, right? Because again, we go back towards that round number 1, and Susano got a couple of kills with the DM from himself, managed to get a couple of kills inside money window. That opened the door for Elevate to get control. And then in towards round number 2, it was the shutdown of the DM. That's been a big staple from Cloud in this entire tournament, really, that's made the difference for Q9. That gave them the win in round number 2.
Both these teams unrelenting though. Their wins are coming rather comfortably in this series. Every map is, well, it's not necessarily.
So now, guys,
but again, I think
what do you think? Who's gonna take the trophy? Q9 or the Elevate?
Trading blows right now, but nobody willing to land that knockout just yet. That may well have been an opportunity now, because we go over towards the summit and you feel great
I think
about Q9's chances here.
I don't know, but I'm with Elevate.
The narrative. They can go back to being Elevate, that hardpoint team we seen last year, that hardpoint team we've seen in
because
the grand
we can't
finals.
Ignore them, because they are the world champs
of
2024.
If you're Q9, you're in a lot of trouble. And I mentioned, actually, Summon Hardpoint was a map in the series last year. And it was a win, of course, for Elevate. They won the series 4-0. We're going to be heading there again in what feels really like the crucial map that we do have left now, because you're thinking about the S&D towards the end. That is probably one that goes Q9's way. Summit, are you really feeling Q9? Do you think Elevate can bring it back? Let's remind ourselves of where we're going, because we've got a crossfire to get to as well, irrelevant of what happens. Would it be quite poetic to end on a crossfire control this year?
Well, we wouldn't. And you're seeing is if they were to win both maps. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think it would be kind of interesting to end on a crossfire control for sure, especially considering it did make an appearance in that upper bracket final. I suspect it would probably go more or less the same way, at the very least in scoreline, that we're unlikely to see something like a 3-0, given the way that this series has been competitive thus far. So yeah, I mean, potentially it would be fun for sure. But yeah, I mean, we've got that Summit coming up next. I think it's important to remind people, and I know that Summit, generally speaking, is one of the maps that is probably closest of any of the hardpoint maps for sure, in terms of like average scoreline. Like Summit always goes down to like a 15, 20, 25 point game, something within that margin of error. And that's why, as you said, last year it was a 250 to 228. This year it was a 250 to 236 on the upper bracket finals. So yeah, Summit is just one of those ones that it lends itself to being close. Now, you mentioned earlier on, Tan, the fact that, you know, maybe it's just one of those games where, you know, Elevate were kind of down throughout the entirety of the game. I think it's worth saying, to my memory, that Elevate did actually have early control of Peak 3. They could have ended the game, but it came down to Cloud, who managed to take a 2-for-1 operator trade and cleared the point in favor of Q9. Now, barring a clutch like that, Elevate would have won that game, and I know that's a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda moments in that, but still, I think it's worth saying that that is, by far, it wasn't like they got blown out of the water. Like, Q9, Elevate, both of them had a competitive game. Elevate were very much in the conversation. They can win this map.
We'll be heading there very shortly. But I'm ecstatic that we're tied up 2 apiece. I really thought that Q9 would actually walk away with that control. I felt like there were moments they could have dealt with better.
Everyone, let me know in the chat, what do you guys think? Who's gonna take the trophy? Elevate or Q9?
Really the ones who found what they needed. That 1 versus 4 towards the end of that first round, though, I imagine that goes the other way. It completely swings the game in a different direction.
And you know what's wild about that is, you know, there's a lot of like minor moments, right? Obviously, you know, as a Call of Duty Mobile caster, we kind of both get to geek out a little bit at times. And for me, I definitely geeked out at the end of that round number 1, right? Because there's kind of an alternate universe out there, right? Where even that war machine could have changed things, right? You pull that out a little bit earlier, maybe you get both of the kills. You don't pull it out at all, you don't win the 1 versus 4, but maybe that changes things in round number 2, right? Maybe you have a more indomitable start in the next round. So I think that really goes to show for you folks at home, maybe you're new to Call of Duty Mobile, even if you're not, just how important every single utilization of your operator is. Every single operator that comes out in the game, you have to maximize its value. Every decision you make can change the course of Call of Duty Mobile history, can change the course of how much money you walk away from here in Katowice. A reminder, folks, the winner of this tournament, $350,000. This is a $215,000 match of Call of Duty Mobile. That's a lot of cheddar, mate.
A lot of cheddar indeed. And it really is going to come down to these final few maps. Hardpoint Summit is where we go. We've been here before. Both these two teams have faced off on this map multiple times. They've juked it out. Nobody is necessarily the favorite, I would say, but Q9 as of recent just about found it. Can they repeat what we've seen in the winners bracket final? But either way, after this map, somebody will be on championship points. Which way will Summit go to determine who that is?
This has been a phenomenal grand final so far, folks, and we hope that continues here in towards this Summit. P1, Mixy, as ever, we're expecting these guys to go back and forth here. Susano starting off hot already, Ton. He's a player that we've been talking a lot about in this series. Uling, another one, and he finds 3 right off the bat. He's looking to do more damage.
I mean, this man is just the Reaper of Summit. Every single time we're on board with him, it's 2, 3, 4 kills. But then Candy says, yeah, I can actually do that as well. There's 3 that will fall his way. Machi trying to control over towards the top side. The rest of Q9 back on their way through, but Elevator found a way in.
Don't expect Elevate to walk away with a mountain of time here unless you get that perfect setup. Players up top and also towards the point. Your HSOs have to be on point. And Kendi right now, alongside PJ and Yoppy, somebody's definitely picked one up off the ground, looking for all of the kills there. Seems to be getting them for the most part here. Finally, though, a wave of blue in the feed, and even that doesn't really last a long time. I was saying, I don't expect Elevate to get a ton of time off this hill. This is a wealth of time to be getting on a contested hill such as P1 here on Summit.
Yeah, 5 seconds remaining. You're soaking it all up if you're Elevate. Just touching over towards 35, 36 points before we even head over towards P2. You take those all day long. Q9, I know they're on the side of the map they'd rather be on, but I think they'd rather be getting some time. And they'll start doing that very shortly over towards P2, you'd like to think. See all the players just trying to jump in and from the over the top, trying to just find some angles, and these angles have been found by Elevate. They're starting to find plenty more kills. Q9 will answer back. Spawn's been fought over, but who's going to be in control of the point? Nobody just yet. Curly trying to survive, finding the kills. He's done so well to break that open. Q9 find a way.
Yeah, the good news for Elevate is that they have managed to fit those spawns, and now they can actually focus on jumping in towards a hard point and stealing time away from Q9. They also have to be careful, though, about players potentially coming behind enemy lines, so it is going to be a player number 4 there, D-Chen, drawing the attention. Yoppy towards the hard point, though. He at least steals away 5 to 10 seconds there, being a nuisance, but ultimately, Q9, they still maintain control.
20 seconds to go here, and actually the equalizer's already out from Clo.
Nah, it's not for the TV. It might be the code for the charm or the character.
Players have found ways through, but it's ultimately Elevate who will
I'll announce it before I drop the code for the CP. So don't worry for that.
A lot being invested here for both these two teams. It's Elevate who've come out on top. They've got the spawns and just about have the lead.
Early ops invested here from Elevate. Q9 closed the margin down to 3. And now it's these early kills that really do matter. Q9 will continue to spawn close here, so you have to find some value. When these ops dry out, though, I wonder if Q9 are going to fire back with some ops of their own. This might be it.
Yep, that's going to be it. Tempest will find its way through in the hands of Curly. He'll find 3. Player still behind him as well. Susano continue to survive. Actually, I think he's got a little bit of reinforcement come through. You need to be able to deal with him, because all of a sudden you get one good spawn, you bring an operator, you can find the break. There's still a player back there, and he's going to be the one to maybe try and find something. Was Kendi. He finds one. He's going to continue to survive, but the rest of his team can't find the kills. Kendi will fall. Q9 found a break, and they have 25 seconds on offer.
And it was legitimately what I said, Ton. You know, Elevate, they kind of almost immediately exhausted their operators in towards this hard point, and then you saw Curly and D-Chen come out with the Tempest and the War Machine. They find 5 between them. They wipe Elevate off the face of the earth, and now we go in towards the next hard point, Elevate, they lost a lot of time on that hard point. They will barely keep
I'll
things
announce
close,
the before I drop
now we
the
go
code
into
for the
next hill,
TP.
and they're already starting to fight for those spawns.
I mean, at least Elevate made it a little bit difficult for them, you know, with the spawns over towards the backside. They survived as long as they could, but just weren't able to find the kills to form.
I'll drop it in the chat.
Oh, Ling though, he's doing really well at
So,
doing that though. They managed
to
to find
redeem
the
it,
push
you have to be
from
quick.
towards this backside. Elevate were the first ones here, and Q9 have found a way through.
Q9 now going to be in for the time. Back spawns now under lock and key. PJ now just deciding, right, we're just going to fight this one from the front if we possibly can, but you've just got to get through the operators, and that has been the difference maker for Q9. They continue to find value off the back of them.
Wonderful stuff from Q9, and once again looking like that team on Summit that we are expecting to see. Teacher now towards his backside. Elevate still with the back spawns, trying to find a way through. It seemingly have they? Not quite. Yes, they have. COD will get taken down, but everybody else on their way up the ice side. 20 seconds to play for here. It's time that Elevate would really like, considering how the spawns have worked, considering the rotations they found. They haven't found that much value.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Again, you get away for gunfights, you get them back towards the hard point.
I'll drop the code once we get the winner of our World Champ 2025.
PJ had it in the back pocket, ready to go. Maybe would have liked to have seen that one just to keep Elevate in the conversation for that heal. But as we go into the second set here, Q9, 20-point advantage. And now we're back to where towards Elevate managed to get 40 points in the first set.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. Elevate are finding themselves behind and had a 30-point lead after one hill. So it tells you the story of how well Q9 have done over the next couple of hills.
Yes,
you find
it's
very,
5
very little
KCP
there.
redeem
Curly
code.
Claw will take him down. Everybody else on their way through. Elevate trying to get themselves back inside of the point. Q9 doing their best to keep them out of it. A little bit more mixy over towards P1 this time out.
This is what you want to see. Double investment coming out from Elevate. We talk about that desperation point for teams here on Summit. Feels like Elevate might have already reached it. They do not want to fall behind Q9, so whipping out a couple of operators is good, but you need to find a little bit more value from that, especially if the follow-up from Q9 is like this, because they're currently running through them.
It's just so hard for Elevate to answer back. The shotguns here singing for the side of Q9. Kenny can find an answer, but right now the questions are being posed by Q9. Rotation looking fantastic over towards the next hill. Mauchi has just found 5 out of absolutely nothing. And they're starting to be working on the operators as we head over towards P2 and start thinking about P3. It's a nice, healthy lead for the side of Q9.
Yeah, Q9, that lead at this kind of game is everything. A 40-point advantage to Elevate. They need to fight back. Last time around, they did a really good job at flipping the
You can
spawns
only
in their
use
favor
the code
and taking
once,
time away from Q9.
and
This time,
for
they're
only
having to
one
fight through the
person.
hard point. They're investing 4 operators, 2 already down. Elevate's operators, I mean, Kendi finds a couple of kills, but they just haven't been as effective as they normally are.
Kenny might have just said, hold my beer, because there's 4 kills for you, Brody. War Machine is out. But you're right, we need to see a little bit more from Elevate in that sense, but trying to do as best as he can is Kendi. Dechen will find plenty. Kenny is still going here, by the way. Finds 2. Is he going to find the spin? Oh my goodness. It's PJ who finds his way through. Elevate now kind of in control of the hill, but the spawns over towards P3 are going to be important. Kendi may well have just wiped 2 of them off the map. Great job here from the side of Elevate to try and bring themselves back into it.
Wow, Kendi off the back of that War Machine. Never mind, I apologize, Elevate gods, because Kendi off the back of that spree has brought Elevate back into the conversation here. EMP now on the cards potentially for the rotation towards the next hill, but it is Q9 in control, and you did exhaust all of your operators on the old hard point. So this is difficult. Q9 have control. Elevate, you gotta find a way to put these spawns out
end within an
now.
hour.
Yeah, you're gonna maybe potentially throw this EMP in now to try and stop the bleeding. Curly just spraying the Tempest. It's a little bit late for that. Q9 in control. One player's managed to find a way through on ice side, and kills will be found through the middle of the map. Q9 though set up, and they're dug in deep in these trenches. Ling, he's found an angle, he's found a flank, he can't find Klo. Everybody else from the side of Q9 doing well enough to keep Elevate at bay, but they're within touching distance here, Brody. It's not out of contention to try and get a hold of this hill.
You've still got to steal time away. You cannot let this time go to Q9. The EMP's out. Q9 at the very least going to have any operators to play with here, but Elevate now fighting from the back time. 20 seconds worth fighting for. Mauchi gets traded out, but Q9 with those back spawns, they are going to keep spawning here and keep causing problems for Elevate. That's the big issue. You can fight from the front if you want to, but you can't do anything unless you get rid of those spawns.
If Elevate could have stopped them getting around 20 seconds or so there, then you take that as a small win. But Q9 get the majority of the time, and now we're on our races all the way over towards P3. Elevate are going to be here and set up. Once again, but one player actually spawns out. One player's actually spawning over towards the old hill. Now starting to set up a pinch. Elevate have set themselves up here you need to find some good time over towards P4.
Yeah, it feels like they haven't really been very efficient with that time. Oh, PJ, that's not good. And now Q9, they're knocking.
Oh my god, have they managed to find a way through once again? Every single time the question has been asked, Ao Ling and Co are finding a way through, in control of the hard point, finding the kills. PJ in the next one, the chopping block potentially, but 3 kills just come in just like that from Elevate. Still trying to find something down this ice side, but the color spawns are there for Q9. They have broke 200 points. There's 30 seconds to play for a P4.
Is Ulig like a professional runner or something? This guy's just running around the map and he's getting kills while doing it as well. Keeping the streak
Q9 is currently in a huge lead, and I don't think that Elevate can make it.
Bring that Predator missile down from the heavens
Or
as
they
well.
can
The
even
lead
make a
very
comeback.
much out of hand.
What do you guys
now,
think?
Elevate. They are fighting for scraps. And you're fighting to stay in the game here. You are a God knows amount down in this game. You have to start getting something going.
65 seconds or so behind. I'll do the maths for you, Brody. Candy and Co, you need to get going right now. P1 control was so good for them. Remember, they've got 150 points. They found 36 of them.
You guys have to do
They need to do something
it
like that
on this
again.
point.
Ao Ling and Mochi starting to warm up into this series, though. It was a little bit of a start for the Emperor himself, but right now, Curly and Co are carrying the load as well.
It's quite difficult to make a comeback at this point, but let's see.
25 seconds, they could well do it, and it's the shotguns that have been paramount here for Q9. 41 from the Emperor.
They can make
Cloud also
impossible
on 30, the newest addition, or re-addition, I should say, to the Q9 roster, and they are pooping right now on Elevate. They're 15 seconds away from being on match and championship.
Q9 need only 10 more points, and they are not letting Elevate to enter the hard point or even contest it.
In the kill feed is death after death after
2 more
death
points,
for Elevate.
and
Q9 are
done.
1 map away.
He's feeling it. The Emperor knows. He knows that the next dynasty might be closer than you think. Wow. I talked about how Summit hardpoints, hey, Ton? Always real close. They're always within 15 to 25, maybe a little bit more than that, that margin of error. Q9 like, hold my beer. That was an indomitable Summit hardpoint, and it really did feel like, and sometimes it feels like you're splitting hairs, right? With hardpoint holds, but it really did feel like Q9 just outclassed Elevate on so many different hardpoints throughout that game. I think notably when it came down to the money kill P3, they just had way better operating efficiency. They got much more time. And then when you go over to a kill like P4, which is generally speaking mixy, Elevate just didn't really get any time whatsoever. Like Q9 were consistently in control. They were consistently running rings around them. And you have to say, part of that is just down to the way that Summit hardpoint works. If your heavy players are shooting, you are going to be winning. And I'm sure we'll see in the stat lines in a second just how much damage Ao Ling and Cloud did in that game.
Incredible turnout from Q9 when they needed it. They huffed and they puffed in the raid control, but they didn't blow anything down. Q9 then brought that into the Summit and converted it. Incredible work from the CDM team to find themselves now in the lead and 1 map away from
I think
revenge. So. They got bodied last year. And
both of them teams are currently in a full pressure situation.
That loss. And they are not very far away from confirming that they can do it. We're going to be heading over towards Crossfire Control. You can see a little bit of a conversation going on there, so I'd imagine we're going to have a little bit of time to discuss it. But it was a very close game between these two on this map specifically before. It was a very close game on Summit Hardpoint as well, actually, and that wasn't close this time around. Crossfire coming up. Any overarching thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look, we went back towards the round number 5 Crossfire Control from the upper bracket final, and it really did feel like a back and forth affair. Although, you know, alluding to something proper maybe said on the analyst desk earlier on, it did feel like Elevate at the very least were fighting from the back foot more often than not. I think, you know, the amount of clutch moments that we saw specifically from them was, there was a lot. There was a lot for sure. I think, you know, looking back towards PJ, you know, just clearing a lot of space with the HSO, with the Annihilator player that followed up with, you know, kind of basically guarantee a round 3 win, or round 2 win win, excuse me, and Elevate also making a huge comeback in round number 3. Plays like that kind of kept Elevate in the game, but when it was ultimately Q9 winning rounds over by Crossfire, they did it, I would say, in a more convincing fashion than Elevate's one. So it does feel like maybe this is the map. Maybe this is the moment, folks, where Elevate lose the championship and Q9 become champions for the very first time. Crossfire, it's difficult. I think the big one for me, we go back towards Crossfire, and I have a lot of love for Mao Chi. We talked about it again in the green room, where if Q9 win this tournament, Hugh is the MVP. Obviously, that's a discussion for another time, because everybody has been shooting. But Mao Chi was definitively the reason that they won Crossfire early on, because he was running across the map, just dropping bombs.
That's a problem for them in the green room. To
Not our issue.
A little bit busy, unfortunately. But I think it's a conversation to be had, right? We've seen both these teams.
Don't worry, guys. Don't go without
dropping
the code for the CP.
Elevate need that performance
but
right now.
you have to wait for that. I will
crashing out
drop
second.
it as soon as we get our winner of 2025 World Champ.
And I think they knew. I remember the very first interview of this week, and PJ said immediately,
I'll say
the level of
may
competition
the best win
has risen significantly. And based on the grand final that we seen last time, in a 4-0 scoreline for Elevate up against Q9. Case in point, Q9 finding themselves one map away from avenging what happened. Not necessarily in devastating fashion like that, but I don't think they'll care how they get it done, if they get it done.
Yep, again, if you weren't here last year, folks, Q9 got 4-0'd in the grand finals. Elevate ran through them, and let's be respectful about it, or rather disrespectful about it. They ran through pretty much everybody. So this is very different this year. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the bar has been raised. Elevate were a dominant team last year. They, I think even coming into the tournament, given what they had done in Garena and done in CDSI, they were widely considered the favorites, and I think they came out and proved that by a large margin. But now this year, you know, Stalwart in their own region, albeit, you know, they got 3-0 convincingly in the lower bracket final, have given them a lot to think about. Q9 and Wolves have really raised the bar. I think Wolves in particular, right? I know that they're not here right now, and I know that obviously they kind of crashed out of the tournament in 4th place, but, you know, the lengths that Wolves went to as a team to make sure that Elevate had competition. They basically overhauled their entire roster. They brought in 3 new rookies. Q9 made a couple of changes, right? I mean, they cycled out Sun. You had Zero over in CDM, and now Cloud is here, you know, playing in Zero's place as well. Like, everything it feels like has been geared to elevate the competition. That bar has to be raised, and we have to be fighting to not get on Elevate's level, but we got to best them.
They're doing a great job so far. But the only reason they're in the lead is that advantage they have brought in from that winners bracket game. They've went 2 apiece over the 4 maps we played. So this is far from done. It was a close game. It was a 3-2 scoreline in the winners final. If you missed it, on the map that we're about to play next, which is going to be Crossfire Control. Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's on the stage. We want to make sure all the players are as comfortable as possible and nothing getting in anybody's way. It's given us a good opportunity to really set this stage, Brody. It's quite the storyline for both these two squads. Q9, the one in the driving seat right now.
I think it is worth saying, by the way, folks, that albeit Q9 had a pretty positive record back in CDM, here in Control, 15-8 overall. Crossfire was their weakest map. 5-4, 50-50.
Yes,
more
and also you have to enter the code.
For Q9,
I think that's a capture code.
or I should say for Elevate, if they probably want to play them anywhere, it likely would be the Crossfire, to be fair. They've already won Raid in this series, and that was a positive map for Q9 back in CDM. So I think Elevate right now, obviously you kind of have to be positive to a certain extent. There's not a single negative thought can enter your mind here in the grand finals of a world championship, but they will be thinking positive. They will be like, look, this is how we get into this one. Elevate, you have to have it. You have to win this one if you want to become the first ever team to win a world championship, not just twice, but also back to back. This is a must win.
Do or die, as the saying that springs to mind, because that's exactly what it is. We're over on our way to Crossfire. One of the very first maps I ever played in any Call of Duty game, so it really does belong in my heart, and I would love to see it potentially end on this one for very personal reasons. But other than that, it's been a map that Q9 took away in their previous matchup. Can they do it again to be crowned champions?
Q9, they will want to come out the gate swinging in this one. They want to try and get control of A as quickly as possible, and I think crucially, get rid of Elevate. Those players pushed all the way forward. You've already done so against one inside Clo, but as long as PJ can maintain his position, even if they do lose A, it at the very least prevents that swing straight across B, and now you've lost that key power player, and Elevate, well, they're slowly having to deal with the progression that Q9 have made.
It's decent progression though. They'll take it all day long. Elevate not necessarily in the worst of positions. One player trying to make a little bit of a push, and that is going to be PJ. He's got a little bit of a hand here as well. Cannot find a way through. Q9 have been forced off by everybody else on the side of Elevate. Lives dead even, but 2 ticks nearly underway over towards this A side.
Q9 holding onto it really close here. Elevate, they're getting those players forward, but they're not actually doing anything to try and stop it. Yoppie is trying to fight for positioning as opposed to towards the point, and he's lost said positioning now as well. So now you feel with 50 seconds on the clock here, Q9 surely now going to focus here on trying to get control once again and just get the point done.
So instead,
guys, we are very close to 600 likes. Only 40 more likes. Come on. Just double tap on your screen. I know, and we can make it.
Are they able to continue
just double
to
tap on your screen.
Forcing Q9 back, but it's a huge name.
And also let me in the chat.
To maybe just try and
who's gonna win this round?
But that should be A gone.
Felt like Elevate there playing a game of whack-a-mole for the longest period of time, right? Getting themselves back in towards that A building over and over again as soon as Q9 had removed them. But yeah, you're right. Double nade from Mauchi finally clears enough space here that they can make that transition happen and they don't have to worry about anybody inside A building anymore. Elevate, they know that. They are stacked up in towards B and bottom X. You do not want to lose those positions if you want to hold on towards map control.
Next wave of gunfights are going to be massive. European core positioned. Cloud trying to find something on the other side of the map, but Mauchi will open things up with a kill onto Susano. Cloud nearly got across to the other side, but Kendi shuts him down. Can you manage to continue to find kills? Don't you Q9? Yes, you can. They broke through over towards B. Elevate, need back that control.
And now you're in panic mode as well because Q9 are going to push up the map here. You've got Curly pushed as far up as possible. He's going to look for players from Elevate coming off the spawn.
Susano managed to find a kill on the cross, but Owling is there to pick up the pieces. 9 versus 10 in favor of Q9. Q9 are also the ones who are capturing the point. Elevate need to get back onto it. They're going to start to make their move, and Kendi, he's gotten absolutely massive with the pistol. He's managed to find 2, 7 versus 7.
Yeah, Curly's gone down, and the Bulls have come down as well. Q9 removed from the point.
Yoppie brings out the Sparrow. He may well just want to put a pin in this one, but 5 ticks immediately over towards the side of Q9, who have the time to back it on up. 7 lives remaining out for Elevate, who have just about leveled the playing field here as far as map control goes, but 7 versus 4 is huge.
Q9. They have operators
6
ready to go.
4.
Yuling going to start things off, and I wonder now with that kill, maybe they think, hey,
come on,
this is a good idea.
You guys can do it.
Mauchi's ready to go. Hunter killer drone out in the air, but it doesn't get anything on the landing. So 30 seconds left. If you're going to get those operators
30 more likes, guys.
You've got to make those decisions now.
I know we can complete the goal of 600 likes. Come on. 30 more likes. Just double tap on your screen.
She will find Susano. And Kendi just wants to secure this round. He's going to try and slow it down, but Q9 are waiting. Mauchi will pull the Annihilator. This one's just going to explode in about 3 seconds' time. Mauchi starts to move forward, as do the rest of the Q9 squad.
Summit.
Managed to find something here with the War Machine.
Raid.
He's got his way through. Uling will find another, but the Annihilator out's not doing a great deal because everybody else on Q9 is. Mauchi puts a nail in it. They take their time, they wait for their moment, and they grab it with both hands.
And that right there is a Q9 special. Order up, Elevate. 4 ops on the board, and all 4 effective. Elevate, I think that was 4 ops for them in quick succession, and all of them amount to naught.
Not all, bro. Only one person will get the code and will redeem the 5,000 CP. Only one. And for that, you have to be quick.
Positive for Q9. Susano turns and deals with Curly, who didn't quite finish his dinner. Yoppie, he's pushed forwards. And it was a scary moment, but Yoppie starting to pop off now for Elevate when they need him. Curly will find 2 on the side of Q9. Not much inroad made over towards A, but eventually Elevate will start to get a little bit of control. And they absolutely needed it. Clo with the Tempest out, trying to get things going nice and quick here. We'll just probably confirm A with that. They smell blood in the water. They want to push over towards B.
Yeah, I mean, and why not make that decision at this point, right? Because if you can do more damage with the Tempest, take these players down, it's huge. Create space, give yourselves time to play with this round. Unfortunately, that strategy, that play call does go awry. Elevate, they're still committing to it. They want B, and for good reason. You get this, you're good.
And I don't think that Q9 really expected that push to continue. They're managing to just about deal with it. Cole can find one to answer back. But now all of a sudden, Elevate has defaulted back over towards that A side. That's a bit of a risky player, but that risky player has not necessarily resulted in anything negative here. A may well be going their way, and the lives are basically dead even.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? Q9 have to dedicate so much prowess to actually holding on towards B that ultimately Elevate have that as a backstop, right? They know that there isn't going to be anybody from Q9 who has transitioned over towards A. That is so unlikely. You don't really lose anything from making that kind of gambit. As a matter of fact, you get an extra 60 seconds on the board, and you've got time to potentially charge into ops.
Cloud and Co just trying to survive. The nade does tickle him. And do Elevate, trying to pounce after that. Susano will find the Chen.
Yes, only if
all of a sudden this is broken wide.
Q9 win this match.
Found a way through. You have to go massive if you're Uling and Cloud. Cloud doesn't manage to find two and slow them down.
Win this round.
And slow them down might be enough because D-Chen over towards the backside has found plenty. Curly brings in the Tempest. The lives are dead even. You can't win that gunfight if you're Cloud, but you force them away. A minute and 10 seconds to go. Q9 have got operators out. Elevate can take their time.
Q9 are just going to wait for them to come into their FOV and immediately eviscerate them with the operators. They might not get a chance, to be fair. The War Machine is done. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Elevate here, they're just going to wait. They know those operators are out. Curly at the very least will find one here.
Kill.
But Elevate, they will get the trade. So we're in a 7v8 here, 45 seconds on the clock. The big issue for Elevate here with this time remaining, Ton, they have to get the map control before they get the push. And I don't know about the time. 35 seconds. Ooh, it's squeaky bum time.
Elevate starting to make their move, and Mauchi, he's read it. Oh, and he can't do anything about it, though. The gunfight will go the other way, but Uling finds something over into Yoppy. 4 versus 7 in favor of Q9. 24 seconds for Elevate to formulate a plan. But it feels like they're clutching at straws. It feels like they're running out of ideas. So let's just send it and see what happens. PJ can find one. Yoppy finds another. Susano brings in the death machine. They need to find something. It's a 3 versus 4. Finds the kill and pushes forward. 3v3.
It's that push forward that's everything. Now in a 2v3, 10 seconds left.
Oh, can you get it done here if you're Yoppy and Susano? The death machine is out. You've stopped the time. Q9 know where they are. They know they can do something, but Susano may well be making the play to win the round and keep Elevate in this game. 2 versus 2 now. It's going to start breaking.
1 versus 1. Let's see.
It's a 1
gonna
versus
take
1.
10 seconds on the clock here. Hunter Killer thrown out.
Is he going to find him? Is he going to avoid it? Or is the Emperor just going to ascend the throne?
Oh, missed.
Goes forward.
Oh, but he got him.
And Q9, they can smell it. They are 1 round away from taking this one.
Oh, Susano has done so much for Elevate. I really thought that was it. But Uling has done so much more for Q9. And now we ask for just a little bit more. 1 more round of control. And the championship that has eluded you for so long is yours. Back towards A we go, here for Q9, and they've already started that snowball.
Starting to find a couple of kills here, and now Elevate need to find 3 rounds in a row on crossfire control. It is not impossible, especially by their standards. Can they find it? Susano finding plenty of kills, and maybe Q9 are feeling delusional confidence because they're all just heading over towards this B side. Uling Kendi trying to just do whatever they can for their team, but right now, it's a bit of a bloodbath over towards this B side. You're starting to continue.
That's control.
If you're Q9. But look at where PG is. And he's just slowing them down with this Annihilator, pegging them back as much as he can.
Yeah, and then that's the idea right now, right? Just distract as much as humanly possible. The problem is he's in a position where, yeah, you can just run straight past him, or he may have been taken down, and they've done the latter. They're getting the kills. Q9, they're still knocking at the door here. They have time to play with 40 on the clock.
They still need to really get a hold of A, and that may well be the idea very, very shortly. Cole can find one under Mauchi, and Ling will just keep that pressure on. A is being defaulted. They've sent themselves back over towards this side. They want to extend this time. They've got the life advantage, but they have done a few times, Brody. It looks as if Q9 not necessarily interested
Yes, only if
Kendi
Q9 manage to win this round.
Keep them at bay. Elevate now looking to have a little look here, Brody. Q9 doing their best, but 25 seconds, they still need to get a hold of A here, do Q9.
It's not the worst utilization of the war machine, right? You're going to get enough pellets through that you're going to take any trophy systems down that would stop it. So you do take a kill off the back of that. Drain a couple more seconds off the clock here. 25 now, 1v1, and Cloud's going to win it. So that means Q9 might be able to get A. They should be able to get the extra 60 seconds on the board. And we now sit at 11v7, Elevate with the advantage.
Uling trying to find a way through. PJ will shut that down. 10 versus 6, but you've got a minute and 10 seconds. Every single one of these controls has come down to such a finite amount of lives. The operator's now starting to come up for Q9. There are a few of them as well. But for Q9, do you pull that trigger now? Do you pull the trigger and confirm yourselves as world champions?
You guys are supporting Q9 so you can get good
opportunity. Mauchi will find Kendi, 9 versus 6.
It's the operators for me. We've seen this
Not we, only one person will able to redeem the 5000 CP code.
And they struck at the perfect time. Now it's 4 in a 6v9.
You have to be quick.
I don't know how far Elevate are away, but the smokes are down. The parts are on the board. All Q9 have to do is put them in position.
Claw will find Curly, and that's a great start. Mauchi will also fall, but Cloud will find one back. 8 versus 4. This is difficult for Q9, and I wonder if they may not pull the trigger now. Elevate, they've got life, they have plenty of it, and they will find this round, barring a 1 versus 7. Coming in here from Curly, it ain't gonna happen.
And at this point, you're playing for ops. Yep, you know the situation. It doesn't really matter that much. PJ takes him down. And that's an interesting choice right there, because it wasn't exactly like he was threatening for any ticks or progression over towards the point. He was on the hunt for the kills. Elevate might have got a little bit more operator charge, because now you're at a disadvantage, right? There's only 1 on hand, maybe 2 at most, and Q9 have everything in the kitchen sinking towards this round. Elevate might be in trouble.
Q9 may well just put them in the sword immediately, but the kills have come through here for Elevate on their attacking round. They traded across the board, and they've got a little bit of map control. I would have thought Q9 might have just thrown everything in there just to force them back into the spawn off the rip, but everything's been brought in that Elevate can actually afford to do, and the Tempest is out. Now the push in over towards A will be formulated, but it feels so tense. Every single movement has to be perfection from Elevate.
T-Shen's trying to clear out some space here. At the very least, you're going to clear enough space that you get some control over the A building. That's a big gun, but oh no! Close the eyes. And now he's going to give enough breathing room here for Elevate to actually make that A capture. I don't see any reason for Q9 to go forward. As a matter of fact, Elevate starting to poke the bear a little bit, starting to garner a little bit more real estate. That's the idea. Q9, they are not giving anything away for free.
I think they're starting to believe, Brody. Kendi finds 2, Uling and Cloud. Cloud needs to find that gunfight. Or Q9 getting nervous because Elevate are starting to make inroads. Curly, he'll bring in the Tempest. It will take one big play to really force them back. He's missing his bullets,
UID
missing
is just
absolutely
the
everything. Doesn't find much, but finds one through in the middle. Curly, pressure will be on. They're starting to find kills if Q9, but Kendi will take him down.
No. The UID and the player ID is totally different thing.
That 1-for-1 trade on the operators, but Uling, he's out on the
Sorry,
prowl.
that was my bad.
He keeps it going and finds 3. He will force Elevate back. They still have a minute and a half to go, and they still have a slight life advantage, but everything is pretty much being invested from the side of Q9. Cloud still does have his operator available. But Elevate have not been put to bed yet. They've been forced back. It's not ideal. But Q9 invested a lot to get that job.
Yeah, it is worth saying, right, the board is basically reset here with just over 70 seconds on the clock. Elevate have to work back for that map control, and they don't have really any operators to do it. PJ, the only one with the Annihilator, and he has to do something with the rest of his teammates falling.
We need to see something from PJ, and we need to see it now. The MVP last year, his team are working around him as well. Kendi can find 2, and PJ, he'll just be looking for the cuts here with the Annihilator. Can he continue to find it? Uling, he's read him like a book. He takes him down, and everybody else from Q9 starts kicking to gear. Elevate trying to find a way through. They still continue to survive.
And now Susano needs to play catch up once again. He has to try and draw the attention of Q9 away from the front line.
Yes, I'll drop the code once we get the winner of 2025 World Champs.
Out and Uling again. How many times is he going to shut them down? Elevate did have the lives, but they're being forced back. 40 seconds to go. 8 versus 7.
And I don't know if you can wait for ops here. I think you've just got to go with 35 on the board. You have to make the move forward. Now Clo back doing what Susano was before in the prize fighters. That might have done it. Down to the final set of lives of Q9.
7 versus 3. They're starting to find the gunfights that seemed destined that they would find. Can Cloud maybe, just maybe, find something here as Elevate are starting to make their way through, but somehow they're forced to 2 versus 4. Now a 1 versus 4 is PJ combined so well. Elevate Bring it back from the brink. We go to round number 5.
And you've got to give so much love to Susano and Chloe. They knew exactly what to do. Get behind enemy lines, be a nuisance, be a distraction, open that door, and Elevate. They walk through it.
Do you guys really think
once more. This time,
Elevate can make a comeback?
They've done it 2 rounds in a row. God knows what the operator economy looks like at this stage. I've lost count. But Susano will find Cloud, and Elevate just need to defend to send us to a map number 7 in this grand final, this World Championships final. Everything that these teams have played for all season long could well be on the lines for the Fire Image S&D, but Elevate need to complete their end of the bargain. Close pushing forward with the Tempest, and he gets going. Mao Chi will do a fantastic job there. Ao Ling's got aggressive. Ao Ling is dead. The Susano and Code do well. Across the map, not necessarily too much control here for Q9, but they've got Cloud inside of a good position, but Mao Chi have come! He's found 3, and all of a sudden, B might just be gone!
Oh no, Elevate, they fought their ace up the sleeve, was the Tempest, but Q9 refused to get rid of their chokehold over B. This capture is coming fast, and Elevate, they do not have the map control to deal with it. They've just given up. They've given up. They just do not care about B now. They are going to reside themselves towards A, and the life advantage continues to grow.
Yeah, they have to be careful with these lives, though. They really do have to be careful. They've forced their way over towards A side of the map. It doesn't happen very often, but B has been captured first. Q9 just broke it open. Mao Chi, how many times have we said that he's just been clutching up? But Elevate, they're starting to find some kills and a little bit more control. Everybody else from Elevate has been forced back into the spawn, but it might be on Mao Chi again. He slipped the net and he's starting to ring out shots. The game now changes in a certain kind of way. 1.5 minutes to go. Both these two teams have very little control, but Yoppie, everybody else from Elevate starting to find some operators and starting to use them well.
And Mao Chi goes down as well, so that's Q9's ace out of
Okay,
the round.
we are only 8 more likes away from completing our 600 like target. So, come on, just double tap on your screen.
Close to getting it. 80 seconds on the clock here. Now the death machine from Susano.
Had to find that, Susano. Ao Ling will fall. It's one last roll of the dice here for Q9. Operators starting to come up. The battle lines will start to be drawn. Mao Chi will find Susano and Elevate.
I don't think Elevate will let it
on
go.
This defensive side is Q9 trying to find a way through. 1 minute to go. 11 versus 11.
You gotta imagine those ops are the key to the championship now for Q9. When they come, it will rain down upon Elevate.
Ao Ling's found 1. Mao Chi can find another, but Elevate are holding on. Mao Chi's gotten taken down, but is it the Emperor who will just seal the deal? Ao Ling finds a way around, but Claw with the huge lead. PJ, he brings the Annihilator out. Elevate with 2-0 down. They may well just send us to a final map. PJ! He's finding everything he needs to do for Elevate. Q9 are clutching at straws. It's desperation. D-Chen tries to find a way through, but Yoppie may well just seal the deal. 6 versus 2. You know exactly where we're going, and it's to the firing range to decide who will be world champion, unless.
Okay, so we finally completed our goal of 600 likes.
I don't care what you say. I don't care
so much,
who you
guys.
say he is. There ain't no way Ao Ling can do
I
this.
know we will see another match of
Kill him dead.
Search and Destroy.
7 inbound.
But we all know that what Q9 can do in a map mode, like especially like Search and Destroy.
That's something you never see. That doesn't happen. You cannot defend A when B has already been lost. That's against the rules. And if there's anyone who's going to break the rules, it's going to be Elevate. Oh God. Rules and regulations, all the norms out the window, folks. Game 7. Oh my God.
Well, it's making up for the 4-0 last year, at least anyway.
Oh boy, do you know what? I'll be honest, mate, and everyone at home as well. I was petrified when we came into the grand finals after double 3-0s.
What a comeback.
Thinking, oh God, please don't be another 4-0. I don't want that. If you're not a fan of Call of Duty Mobile, if your friends aren't a fan of Call of Duty Mobile, show them this series thus far, because it has been electric. And how about that for a control? A reverse sweep from Elevate. Their backs about as far up against the wall as you could possibly get. And they make the comeback. Folks, you are never going to see something like this in Codm again. Just insatiable work from Elevate to come back from the brink.
I don't know if my microphone will pick this up, but
pick that up, buddy.
It's time to log in. Map number 7, we go. What a game of control that was. And how on earth have Elevate brought that back, not just from 2-0 down, but when they found themselves having to defend over towards that A side to hold it. I'm not gonna lie, I was ready. I had my lines ready for Q9 to pull it. I'd best pull the ones out for Elevate, because I tell you where we're going. We're going to that map number 7, and let's just take a step back. I know you want to talk about the statistics here, Brody. I'll let you do so in a second. But we do need to talk about firing range. Yeah,
of course.
Let's forget about that one for a second. Sorry, I've waffled too much whilst the stats were. Let's talk about the
It's a big moment for everyone here, really, right? I mean, I get it. I totally get it.
Map number 6 is incoming. Firing range. Talk to me.
Just incredible. Look, Fire Range Search and Destroy is a phenomenal map for both of these two teams. And I think, you know, for Elevate, there will be a moment here of, well, they'll be stressed for sure, but at the same time, they know that this is their best map outside of the one that was taken from them in Tunisia. 3-0 in Garena qualifiers. This is a very, very strong map for them. And the reasons why, well, I feel like everyone knows their name at this point. Susano and Kendi. There is a lot of love shown to the SMGs and the ARs and the like for Elevate. But it is down to the marksman players, the sniper rifle players, really specifically, folks, the Tundra players on firing range S&D that makes their firing range so deadly. And let me tell you something, Ton. Look, those snipes have not been perfect, but at the very least, Susano's been shooting this series, and that's what I wanted to say. He had 37 kills in that game. He's been paramount to the success for Elevate. And all we need from them to fix what happened earlier on is just for them to win some First Bloods.
It's easier said than done, but for me, we can talk statistics, we can talk eventualities, likelihoods, but one thing that statistics don't point towards is emotion and feeling. For Elevate,
as I said, bro, I'll drop the code once we get the winner of Codm World Championship 2025.
What could have been,
so it's a one
sensational,
I guess one map or one match away.
But then Elevate turn it on its head and have got to be feeling like it's theirs to lose. Q9 have just had that trophy snatched from their hands. And are they able to reset? That's what they need to do. Both these two teams are good at this map. That is undoubted. But for me, it's about the headspace of where both of these squads are.
Look, let's just take a minute to talk about what happened earlier on, folks. So if you're just joining us here, and I don't doubt that a lot of new people are, considering there's probably a lot of people that are hearing, hey, there's a Game 7 going on right now in the World Championship, the Grand Finals between Q9 and Elevate. If you're just joining us, earlier on, we did see that Coastal Search and Destroy, and we talked a little bit about how it was more dominant, for sure, and I think that's very obvious in the scoreline, right? A 7-1 win that time around for Q9, and I think there started to become a little bit more problems for Elevate than maybe were even present in the upper bracket final. In the upper bracket final, I think a lot of it was just down to, yes, as I keep on kind of going on about, those First Bloods, but also simply how reactive Q9 had become, right? You know, even if they were up in the life advantage, Q9 would go hunting down the remaining players. If it was a 3v1, a 4v2, a man advantage that they were extremely happy with, they would not settle for the map control. They would go after those remaining players. They did not give Elevate a moment's rest. We get towards the 7-1 Search and Destroy earlier on, and I think they kind of ratcheted up that aggression tenfold. Q9 were confident. And for whatever reason, Elevate just could not find some kind of response. They need one.
Here we go then. Whatever happens, Firing Range Search and Destroy will decide who the big boss of Call of Duty Mobile is. Both of these teams have put on an absolute barn burner for everybody here in Katowice, for everybody at home. Fire Range Search I mean, it's got to be overtime, buddy. It has to be, surely. Elevate on the defensive side, Q9 on the attack. We're on board with Q9. And which way will this game go?
Well, early aggression coming out from Elevate here in towards this S&D. They want to try and catch Q9 off guard. Q9 also kind of not giving them anything. They know how aggressive Elevate can be. They don't want to change the pace. And now PJ has to kind of catch the pace off by surprise.
Very typical spot. He holds his gun though, and D-Chen checks it. Oh my word, it's broken open for Q9. He did the right thing, but he didn't expect the second player to be the one to check it. Now all of a sudden Q9 have complete control of the site. It's a 5v3 in their favor, if only momentarily. Kelly will fall.
It's a good snipe from Susano. Elevate have to try and take some kind of time here to get behind enemy lines. Reposition from Mao Chi is, oh god, that's a strategy and a half right now. Effectively a 3 versus 3 over on the site.
They send it, and they need to do something about it though. Q9 are quite happy to just let them chill. Mao Chi will find one to Susano. This is just difficult to win if you're Elevate. You cannot kill that many people in a row. Q9 will find it.
And ultimately, that's the gamble. Elevate took at the start of that round. They pushed a player in towards a corner, said, hey, let's try and surprise Q9. Buddy, let me tell you, there are no surprises at this level of Call of Duty Mobile. Every single corner will be meticulously checked, especially given how quiet Elevate were being. I think Q9 probably realized that something was up. Similar looks in this round. Elevate, tiny bit more reserve. Opening snipe. Mao Chi is going to be tagged, and he's going to back down. That's going to be the starting gun here for Q9.
A lot of utility sent this way. And Q9 will get very, very aggressive. Elevate, are they going to be able to answer? PJ again is going to get caught. That's first blood once more. Over towards Q9. That bomb once more going down for Q9. And they have the advantage. And they had in the previous round. 5 versus 4. Susano will even the odds 4v4.
Yeah, you need some exit frags here again. Once again, Mao Chi playing an off angle, off away from the rest of the team. He's going to try and keep some players at bay, and every single time Elevate peek their heads, they're getting tagged up, they're getting shut down.
Great work from Q9 here, just holding it down.
The S&D of Q9 is pretty good.
And these are the kind of rounds that Q9 needed. You come off the back of that
This
control
guys look
to find
so
two
confident,
convincing rounds
especially
like
in
that.
S&D.
Will steady those nerves ever so slightly. The ones on Elevate, though, will start to rise.
We need to see some unique looks from Elevate. I think what we've seen so far is a pretty bog standard defensive setup. And this is different from Q9. Elevate have gone something for different, and Q9 have called their bluff. Only one player over here for Elevate. Oh boy, Susano, the world is in your hands.
The player book. It's been brought out at the correct time here for Q9. Lingenko starting to get a little bit of control over towards his backside, but it's not just that easy. For the first time, though, Elevate will find first blood. And now all of a sudden it's difficult for Q9. Elevate have found themselves over towards B and swept on in and caused a lot of damage. Cloud should be dead to right. Susano will find it. Brilliant retake from Elevate. Susano finds 3.
And in that chaos, shout out to Clo. He played his life to perfection in that situation. He was down. I was convinced that he was dead by way of a very well cooked nade from Q9. He was dead to rights. And Susano comes to the rescue for 3. Elevate on the board. That's the response. Q9 try something cheeky, and Elevate say, well, do go away.
Positivity for Elevate that they're now on the board. Snipers really haven't been there for them. Kendi yet to find anything, which is really surprising. He's so consistently that guy for Elevate, and he needs to be. And once again, he's being caught. 4 versus 5 now. He starts to get aggressive, and sometimes in these kind of moments do you start to get desperate. He gets caught out. Utility down over towards this A side. Q9 are on their way.
Susano just can't blindly through the smoke and find anything. Elevate, of course, already no presence inside the trailer, so Q9 once again ascertain control over A. Bomb down. Elevate have not been able to get through the map. Maybe a different kind of change in tact here might well help Elevate, because Q9 have been so good at locking this thing down.
That nade ain't gonna find anything. It's gonna force Curly maybe to have to make a move away. But they have not been successful, but these smokes may well help. Ling, though, he can find the first. PJ will answer back with another, and all the kills start to flow in the middle of this site. Mao Chi will find one more, and now it's D-Chen and Mao Chi left in a 2v1. Every time that bomb is down, Elevate can do nothing about it.
It's specifically the A-bomb site as well, and I know, you know, again, easy forehead kind of statement of the year, but still, you know, the fact that they get the bomb down on A thrice now and have been successful off the back of that, Elevate have to find a response. You cannot keep letting them get to the site. You have to put a stop to them before they get close.
That was
and that
clean.
was the response to get aggressive in towards A. They read it perfectly. They have a response. And Yoppy, see you in the next round, pal.
Feels like Q9 are in Elevate's heads. They know where they're going, they know what they're doing, and they know how to beat them. And how they've been beating them is a push over towards A, and that's what's starting to formulate now. Tagged up just a little bit though if you're D-Chan, you're gonna have to back on down, but the rest of Q9 are here with you, they're there for the backup. All the utility starting to ring through. Elevate are not gonna be able to do a great deal about this, you would like to think. Q9 have found their way in again.
But this time, Elevate, I was going to say, you've got players. Kendi almost immediately shut down, and yeah, you'll be happy with a trade ton, but the result is still the same. It's Q9 in control of the site. Elevate, you've got to get the kills off the back of this bomb.
Kelly jumps off and gets punished for it. Susano will find another as well, 2v2. I'm not sure why he jumped off, to be honest. Maybe he just felt the threat. Maybe there was an aid in that I just didn't see, but irrelevant. He did it. And now it's a 2 versus 2 and far from a sure thing. Oh, you got to hit those shots if you're Susano. You're being so accurate. The entire series, the entire week. You need to find something, but it's nothing but a grey screen. Cloud will find it. Clo left in a 1v2.
Oh, Clo. This man made a big play earlier on in the round. They did win. Now needs to pull off a 1v2, and he's already been tagged up.
Elaine will go for the challenge, and Clo will get sat down. Q9 4-1 with the good.
And I just don't understand. They
So
got off
what
the
do you guys
bomb.
think?
There was an opportunity there for Elevate. It was
Elevate
right
will
in their
make a
grasp, and they
comeback?
did take it. They got a couple of kills. And then still,
What do you guys think?
Q9 are
Is
like,
there
"Alright, cool.
any
We're on a
chance
2v2.
for Elevate
We
to
might
make a
not have
comeback?
numbers, but we can still get the bomb down. That's exactly what they do. And I think Susano going down was the catalyst there. Clo didn't really have much of a chance with mid-map pressure. Elevate have once again adapted, but it's just the problem here. Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Clo, you get
Totally
tagged
agree
up,
with
you
you.
get away in that situation. You garner information, that's fine.
Curious how many members of
The
Elevate
amount
he's
of
seen,
pressure
of
you
Q9 he's seen, I
get
should say.
in this stage
also
of
given
1v3 is
Side of
too
Elevate
high.
a little bit more of a chance to set up over towards this A side. This is a little bit more methodical from Q9, but it has to be. They haven't found those inroads. They haven't found those cracks yet.
Q9, they've chosen their target. Elevate, again, set up ever so slightly different. And once again, weight on Susano's shoulders.
Blow back on down. Susano finds nothing again. Cloud will take him down. These entry kills are just so clean, and everybody starts to fall. Q9 now in a 5 versus 2. They are just having their way with Elevate. PJ's trying to do what he can, but Cloud will take him down.
Oh, what Q9 is doing,
Now left in a 1 versus 4 to end the
they're
half.
literally destroying them.
And he's dead. 5-1 Q9 after the half. If you cast your minds back to that coastal, that was the scoreline at the half that time around. It is exactly the same here on Firing Range.
Look, Firing Range can sometimes be an offensively sided map though. Q9 just showed you guys exactly why, but those kind of opening sites, Kendi needed to take Curly out of the play. Doesn't do so. Q9 now are on towards the A site, and Elevate don't have the same open door that Q9 did when they were on the offense.
Elevate are playing passively and just taking their time. Problem being, you need to win quite a few rounds to stop Q9 becoming champions. It's so difficult from this spot, but they're taking their time. They're slowly making their way. Are Q9 going to be ready for it?
It's all about these snipes. You've got to take these players out of position, and D-Chen, well, he's known for him.
Incredible shot from D-Chen. Kendi yet to get on the board. He's been so dependable for Elevate. He's been shut out of the game time and time again. It feels like Elevate have went over towards the attacking side, and it's a similar feeling to defense. They don't seem to have a plan B. Especially with Cloud up here, just raining.
You got 2. Oh, that was...
Finds 2 out of nothing. Backs on down, 5v2. Elevate are flopping.
Does feel like the backup plan is non-existent, doesn't it? Q9, championship point. Elevate, they were poking and prodding at the A defensive setup, and they could not break it. Kendi going down, that was the catalyst for that round falling apart.
It's going to take some courage from Elevate now. They need to find so much more. Mao Chi, he can find the first blood onto Susano. Elevate need to find something, but are they running into the wrong guy right now? Mao Chi will back down. Elevate in over towards B.
Big kills for Cloud, playing his life. He's got one now for V3 on the site.
It all slows down, but Q9 are here. Elevate need to find a way through. They need to dig as deep as possible. Cloud and Co are ready and waiting, but Kendi will find his first kill, and could that be the catalyst as Ling will fall? Bullets starting in a ring, in and around firing range, 3 versus 3, and they may well back down here due Q9.
That's the right decision for Q9. You can hit the regen, you can also retake. We saw Q9 being very proficient at that this tournament. And that is the play call for sure. Elevate, of course, will also drain time off the clock because they don't know that Q9 have backed away from the site. That works against them here. That open line of sight, that's their biggest issue. They have to cross to the bomb or stretch it to get that thing down. If D10 picks it, it's over.
Who can be the hero?
I don't think there's a chance for Elevate to make a comeback.
That bomb goes down. 40 seconds, and Q9 have got to find a way in. Elevate just have to defend it.
They've chosen their defensive positions back at the site. 30 seconds left. Q9 are on.
Here we go. They've engaged. They've started to make their move. And is it their move to get their hands on the trophy? Because it may well be D-Chen Cloud. The heir to the throne must always kill the king.
Oh, so we finally got a winner.
The Emperor and his council are the best in the game. And Chingzhou are the Call of Duty Mobile World Champions.
Oh boy, Q9. Insatiable, long have they waited for this moment. Goodness knows how many second place tournaments. The closest they've gotten to a championship of this caliber is the Mobile Masters. But this is the one that they wanted. This is the one that has eluded them for the longest time. $350,000 is theirs. And of course, they are your champions.
Raise that trophy high. They didn't get it done last time, but this time will feel all that sweeter. Q9 indomitable on the World Championship.
So get ready, guys. I'm about to drop the code for the 5000 CP within few minutes. So get ready, and congratulations to the Q9s.
Just absolutely incredible. Qingzhou Q9, your Call of Duty Mobile World Champions for 2025. Oling, let's just have a quick chat. Come with me. Lucia, the wonderful Lucia, is here to translate as well. Oling, if you look back to last year, 4-0 defeat. You must have thought about that.
Don't worry, guys. I'm dropping the
come
code
here,
within few minutes, so just be active.
Once, you beat them twice. What changed over this last year?
欧林，首先恭喜你拿下了世锦赛的冠军。在去年的世锦赛当中，决赛当中，是被0比4 Elevate 打败的。而今天的比赛当中，你们拿下了他们的胜利，甚至是2次的胜利。而这一年当中，你们做的改变会是什么呢？
其实我想说的是，这一年我们过得并不顺利，我们一直在稳定的进入决赛，但是在此之前我们总是输掉的那一方。然后我们一直在去修正自己的问题，然后一直在努力的练习。我想说，这就是我们今天的这个成果，是我们所有人一起努力所得到的。
We've been practicing so
Sorry,
hard
Priyam,
for the
for
past
20 rupees
few
super
years,
chat.
and for this year, it's been a very tough year for us.
Really
because
appreciate that, bro.
we always head into the finals, but never get the champs back home.
Okay, guys,
Now
I'm
it's
about
our
to drop the
chance.
code,
And
so
also,
get ready.
We train our team, and we made so many adjustments this year to make this champion back home.
Well, it paid off, that's for sure. Look, I can tell that you are incredibly emotional, and this means so much to you. Just talk me through the feelings that you have right now after lifting this trophy, after all of those second places finishes that you've suffered over recent times.
在刚才你提到的对话过程当中，可以看得出来，在不断的拿下亚军之后，你的心情会有
So
些
get ready
低
for
落
the。
但
code
同
for
样
the
今天可以
CP
看到你
and
非
let
常
me
的
know
激动啊，有
who
什么话
got
想要分享吗？
got it.
我想说的是，很感谢一直以来支持我们的粉丝，然后在我们一直失利的时候也在支持着我们，所以非常感谢大家。然后这个冠军，我只能说献给 CDM 的所有战队，你们久等了。然后最后我还想说 ，Hey guys, I just want to say, I was the best AR last year, but now I'm the best SMG in the world.
He wanted to say that thanks to all the fans who support Q9, also support CDM region, and also this world champion will be the champion for all the fans who support CDM. And thank you so much.
I love that. Guys, just come a little bit closer to the trophy for this moment. Listen, of course, we have to announce
Guys, let me
who
know
our MVP
who got the
is
5K
of this
CP. I'm
entire
curious to know who
tournament.
got it.
I want to say a massive congratulations to every single one of you. You played phenomenally over this weekend, but there can only be one MVP, and it's Oling.
FMVP 是欧林。
Thanks, Priyam,
And
for
thank you, Puckett, for
another
delivering
20 rupees
that
super chat.
medal.
Really appreciate that, bro.
Just one more time for us here in Katowice before we go back to the desk. Tremendous congratulations to our Call of Duty Mobile 2025 World Champions. It's Q9.
再次把掌声送给秦九。
Okay, I know some was. So, who claimed it? Let me know in the chat.
What a weekend. What a day. What a series. As Q9 are your Call of Duty Mobile World Champions. And you can see the emotion on all of the players' faces. This is everything they have worked all year for.
Who's
As they
spamming this
raise
random
that trophy
quotes, bro?
above their heads and officially make
Stop
their mark
spamming this random quotes.
in the Codm competitive sphere. Such a deserved moment for Q9. We knew they were going to be a force to be reckoned with all weekend long. And now they have put that bow on the top of the present that is attending World Champs. Proper, I'm gonna start with you. Give me your
Yeah, that
thoughts
was the
on
last.
our
I
grand
guess
final series.
that was the last score for the
I'll
CP.
tell you that much for Q9. Brody
Okay,
played perfectly as far
congratulations,
as the
Pretty
conclusion of this
Savage,
grand finals
for
is
the
concerned.
5,000
The closest
CP.
that Q9 ever got was
You
Mobile
deserve
Masters,
it.
but here finally, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and Uling also said it perfectly, our MVP for the entire event. I mean, he absolutely put on a masterclass all event long. Q9 played their absolute hearts out. This is the best Call of Duty Mobile we've seen them play since the inception.
Brody, talk to me about what it was like going through that series. There were so many back and forth moments. I mean, to be fair, we have to give credit to Elevate as well.
100%. I don't think any other team in the competition, maybe even Q9 to a certain extent, could have come back 2-0 down and
I'm
control
thinking
in a
that
round
too.
5, have
Why is
lost the
spamming
B
this
zone
random
and
codes?
then still hold it with just A on
Insanity.
the board.
You were losing it.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's something that never happens as just a fan, and obviously we get to
Okay, bye-bye
work
guys,
in this
good
space
night.
and be part of Call of Duty Mobile Esports.
And
Moments
thank you
like that
so much
are
for
what
joining.
makes events like these special, but also what makes it special is the fact that Q9 have made history. Once again, we are denied back-to-back champions. Nobody still has won the World Championship twice, but I mean, this is just so beautiful for Q9 to be here. This is
Bro,
their
sorry
wedding,
for
as
that,
you
but
said,
the
proper.
5K
It is just
CP
awesome.
was
so awesome to see
only
Q9
for one person.
finally get that championship.
Our players not only go home with the cash
Sorry
prize,
to tell you guys,
with
the code is
title
already
best
has
in the
been
world,
redeemed
but
by
they also
someone,
get to take
so
home the
better luck
very
next
1+15 phones that they were playing on. A little added bonus here. I mean, what a cool commemorative moment that is.
I was trying to steal the one that's on the desk. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if we get one.
Don't worry guys, I'll do
That's
another
really cool,
giveaway
especially
when
to be the
I'll
ones that they
start
played
the
on, the
grind
ones
for
that
the
they got
new
the championship
short
done. I don't know if anyone's
but
ever
that
framed
will be a battle
phone
pass
before, but I
giveaway,
think they
so
might actually get framed.
This would be the
stay tuned for
perfect
that.
moment to do it. I mean,
For
what a
CP,
journey
I got
for
only one
this
code,
team, Ton.
but just
They fought
multiple
tooth
codes
and
for the
nail to make
character
sure they
and
did
charm.
this.
And I think as well, just immediately coming in from that winners bracket, when they won that one as convincing as they did, I said myself straight away, I was like, they're going to do this, surely going to do it. But to then be able
sorry to say
not just
Chirag, but
regain and
someone
win that
already
7th
claimed
map,
it.
but to do it in that fashion as well, I mean, you've got to tip the hat. I mean, incredible performance from Q9. My head was out of the venue, never mind theirs, and they're out there playing 4-3 and managing to win it in the way they did. Incredible.
And honestly, Proper, a lot of positives on the side of Elevate to be pulled out of that final series as well, because I think not necessarily questions, but maybe some small concerns after going up against Q9 to start the day with a 3-0.
Yeah, because there was a lot of question marks as far as how they were going to be rectifying some of the mishaps that were happening throughout all those winners finals. And I'll be the one to tell you that it didn't feel like that they learned much of anything coming away from the Coastal Search and the Firing Range Search and Destroy at the same time. The same ammo combination they played in grand finals last year. Same mistakes were coming around, but the adjustments were surely felt as far as the passion is concerned. We were talking about this all weekend long, that sometimes the team that just kind of falls back on that fundamental, just the raw gunny of just double challenging the same thing, taking Uling out of these power positions, stop letting him finesse around
Name is
certain
Bro,
areas of
sorry to
crossfire,
say, but
and,
I
yeah, you're
have
probably gonna
only
be able to
one
walk
code
away
for
with
the
a map win. It's just
CP.
being able to reconcile that you're not going to be able to be the fastest team on the map when it comes to this Elevate team from time to time. And once they finally conceded space, played a little bit more patient, you got to see how good this team truly was.
I mean, now that it's all said and done, Brody, give me your thoughts on just
Chirag,
kind of
I
the
think
whole
you
year,
should
what we saw with
try
the
it
general level
in
of
one
competition
setup.
in Call of Duty Mobile.
It most certainly has been raised, right? I mean, that's something that we've been talking about all weekend long. Elevate came into 2024, and they really did set the bar higher than we'd ever seen before. They were by far and away the best team in the competition, and the lengths that teams went to, both in their own region and across the globe, to get to that level is huge. And Q9, I think, have proven just how much dedication they have to ensuring that they could reach that level and go well beyond it as well. I just want to say as well, I think it's quite poetic, by the way, that Q9, they don't just win that tournament here full stop. They win it in Search and Destroy, which is something they have been known for. They are the Search and Destroy kings of the world. And I think for them to do it here in Search and Destroy in an indomitable fashion, as you said, it is a beautiful moment.
I mean, Tom, what has it been like for you, obviously following along all year with all of these teams to now have it culminate in this?
It's incredible. I mean, I always just, at these big moments, these big international competitions, it's what people love esports for. There's been a couple of big ones today, in absolute fairness. This one, right up there for me, that was an incredible thing
Bro, I
to
already
see.
said
And
the
it's just
code is
always
for
when the
only one
stakes are the
person, but
highest,
still you can
where you get
participate
the best
in the
competition.
BP giveaway.
And I've been ringing
and
about it
upcoming
all week. As soon as he
stream.
said it in that very first interview, PJ said, the competition, the level has risen. Everybody is able to bring something to the table. And that's credit to everybody to seeing Elevate last time out and saying, yeah, okay, we know that these guys are the best. Let's try and catch up. And boy, did a few teams not just catch up.
Well, it's being etched into the history books as we speak, Proper. It's official. It's on the graffiti wall.
That means it's absolutely in the history book.
Yeah.
We're going to be taking this wall down. We're going to be making a giant testament of a tablet, and we're just going to be hanging it up somewhere here within the city. No, I jest. But even still, I think it's one of those things when you look at it, Q9 throughout all of this year have rightfully deserved this. So, putting all of the work, always falling to wolves in their region continuously, and always keeping in the back of their minds, this Elevate team did not come to play CDM this year, so they had to wait 399 days just to get their revenge, and they got it in space, like Brody said, on Search and Destroy, no less. The firing range of which the map that they lost in the Grand Finals last year.
It was a weekend filled with amazing storylines, amazing outcomes. It was so phenomenal across the board. And while that might be the end of our competitive year for 2025, if you want to see what we've got coming up around the corner, follow us on social media, okay? It's the easiest way to stay up to date with everything that we will have coming up at Codm Esports, of course, whether that is on X or Insta. That way you won't miss a single second of any
Okay, guys,
of our
thanks
action.
for joining,
That's it, though.
and that's it for today.
Here
Hope you guys enjoyed it, and see you in the next
for
one.
bringing you guys the most insane action all
Bye bye, guys.
long.
Good night.
A huge thank you to our players for putting their hearts on the line time and time again to entertain everybody and to, of course, make history in Call of Duty Mobile. It's been a phenomenal weekend, a fantastic World Championship, and I, for one, can't wait to see what we have in store for next year. But until then, we'll see you soon.
Like that magic, do ya?